4 of these saws. Each of them has the camera on the end. This is what's been helping to provide the power, the propulsion, a lot of life support systems, all coming from this European service module on the back. That will jettison away, and then once that is gone, the capsule is on its own.
Also, not only they have locked on GPS, but it's basically, as Rob Navi said, spot on. Like it's basically down the middle, right on target.
That's what we like to hear.
So if NASA's listening, we would like a countdown to when that jettison happens.
For CM set and go for CM raise.
We know it's about 20
Houston,
minutes
we see
before
the same
the
on board and
splashdown.
copy go for CM raise.
All right, so they'll perform that raise burn.
Yep.
So once
CM,
the two, go ahead, Sawyer.
I was just say CM is command module, SM is the service module. So that's the European service module and integrity. Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, I was mentioning that call out was that they were approved and they were good to do that race burn that we were talking about, right? Once the capsule separates from the service module, it'll use those roll thrusters to separate away, put a bit of a separation in between both modules. It's a very short burn, just 20 seconds, and these thrusters are not too powerful to begin with, right? So it's nothing. It's like less than 3 meters per second, very small separation, but good enough to drift apart in the 20 minutes that it'll take from that until entry interface.
Yeah, again, if you've used Kerbal Space Program as a reference there, it's using your upper stage engine versus using the RCS thrusters on the capsule, basically.
Yep. I mean, quick math here, 3 meters per second of separation speed, right? So 1 minute, that's 180 meters. Multiply that by 20, you're already well into kilometers of distance from the service module.
Cautions. What happened is while the thrusters were firing, multiple pressure sensors on each of the strings diverged a bit from each other. Those limits look to be set pretty tight. We think it could happen again when the thrusters fire in the future, so we are going to suppress those messages.
All right.
We concur with suppress, not inhibit. Thank you.
So they won't get alarm warning sounds, it sounds like, if those numbers pop up again.
So definitely don't freak out.
Yeah. Versus inhibit, which is basically just ignore the system entirely. Again, this the animation reference to where they are at the moment. This the live view from outside of Orion spacecraft named Integrity. On board, Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, the latter of the Canadian Space Agency. 4 of them have spent a little over 9 days in space up to this point, including flying around the moon influence.
First toilet to leave low Earth orbit as well. We have to keep mentioning it.
I was going for the more sentimental stuff, but that works too, yes.
It is Ryan's favourite fact. We have to keep adding it in there.
Coming up on approximately a minute to go until the separation of the service module, so the European-made service module built by Airbus on the left portion of the screen there, and the Orion capsule itself. Kind of see that more towards the right portion of the screen. You've got that adapter there with the NASA worm logo looking right into that camera there. So those two will separate away, and then they will do a short maneuver a couple minutes after to make sure that they are away from each other, and that as Orion enters Earth's atmosphere and encounters entry interface, that it doesn't accidentally run into it at any point. So it's pyrotechnics, Alex, that will separate it away, right?
Yep.
I did wonder if they were going to move
Heart
away
rate
from that
going
image. Yeah.
crazy.
Like, will they give us the live image? I'm not sure that they will.
Standing by now for separation. Hopefully we get the view of it from this camera. Standing by with you.
There we go.
Oh my gosh, we saw it.
There we go.
Look at these views.
Wow.
These are live. Those were live views, not animations. Look
We're
at
going
that.
back.
This from
Wow.
inside the European service module. You can see the bit of the heat shield there as Orion moves away. Orion now free flying on its own. Thank you, European service module, for all of your work helping to keep the crew alive.
All right.
That is not the same blizzard that we were used to seeing from the toilet. That's just after the separation maneuver. Some of the lines. Goodness gracious.
That was amazing. We weren't sure whether or not we were going to see that live. I'm not sure the Europeans even knew if they were going to be able to show that live, but I think that was quite a treat for all of us.
Yeah. Hey, they tried, right? And we got really good views there.
We did. It was very
So we're
impressive.
coming up on that race burn in a couple of minutes. Less than a couple of minutes, actually.
Probably about 90 seconds-ish from now. So yes, now that they have separated away from each other, Orion's heat shield now exposed. As we were talking about, it will do that short maneuver where it will boost itself away from the service module. The European service module will re-enter and will, if all goes to plan, break up, with most of it either disintegrating away or tiny pieces, if anything, that would splash down. And then, of course, the Orion capsule will orient itself for re-entry following that, with the heat shield, those Avcoat blocks pointed towards the atmosphere.
Window with the sun hitting the side and the solar rays and the NASA worm right there. It's a beautiful looking machine.
Oh.
Roger.
It must feel
Sounded
very
like that was
strange for
Victor.
them to be separated from that now and being able to see it behind them. Oh,
There we go. It updated.
Yeah, that's not how fast it actually maneuvered.
No.
That was
Exactly.
just the NASA animation that they have catching
Now
up.
you can see why they saw the service module, because they rotated in such a way that the windows are facing it.
Exactly, and that sounded like Pilot Victor Glover on that comment.
Less than a minute now to that burn.
And at that point, they're expecting that loss of signal. Am I right?
No, that's still a little
No.
ways away.
Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah, that's
My
after
timing's
re-entry.
off. We are expecting that after re-entry, though, for about 6 minutes. We lost
Yep.
we lost those countdown clocks. They've been there all along, and now all of a sudden they've gone.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. They're out of the way intentionally so we can focus on what's happening right now. So, a little under 17 minutes away from entry interface. So, Alex, can you kind of explain what that is, what we mean by re-entry and entry interface?
Yeah, it's sort of like a very weird line. I guess it's a NASA convention basically. It's about 400,000 feet in altitude, right? That will be about 122 kilometers in altitude. And it's technically, so it starts already feeling a little bit of the drag of the atmosphere, but it's not a lot. The Earth is still winning. The Earth gravity is still winning, and so it'll still speed up after entry interface. The real thick part of re-entry will not begin until actually 30 seconds after that. So after re-entry interface, it'll be another 30 seconds.
Exactly.
And the race burn has just been completed. I just heard. So
there we go. The capsule
Hey,
now
clear
out of the
let's
way
go to
of
board,
the
Jackie.
ESM.
there we go.
European service module has done its job. It's out of the way. Next up is that re-entry, which once the capsule actually hits that part of the atmosphere that NASA considers entry interface, like you were just talking about, it is expected to be traveling at about 23,783 miles per hour, or about 38,275 kilometers per hour. It will then descend that 400,000 feet up, which is about 122 kilometers in altitude. It will descend that in about 13 minutes. And it will be about 1,700 nautical miles, or 3,150 kilometers downrange from the splashdown site. We are now 15 minutes away from entry interface. It's amazing.
It really is, isn't it?
Huge numbers all across. if you think about it. It just gets too much.
Yeah. Well, they're good numbers at least. It's crazy to think that they will be going from, almost 24,000 miles an hour, over 38,000 kilometers per hour, to 19 in about 13 minutes total time. So it's amazing how they're able to do that. And again, I mean, it will hit that peak heating about 1 minute after entry interface. And that's also when we get into what people originally remember as the skip maneuver from Artemis 1. But for a reminder for people joining in this later portion here, Alex, what exactly is the sort of trajectory once it gets into that entry interface? What will it be doing after that?
Yeah, so Orion will be using its thrusters to perform two different maneuvers, if you will. One of them will be what are called role reversals, which is, I sort of put the example before, if you were down a straight road with your car, it will be sort of like wasting your car's fuel going left and right. There'll be 5 of those role reversals, 2 of them at the beginning, sort of at the forward part of the entry, and then another 3 later into the entry. So what those do is just bleed off that energy that is carrying the spacecraft as it comes through the atmosphere to slow down and not need as much downrange distance to bleed that off. Now, there's another maneuver that it does. So on Artemis 1, we're talking about these skip entry maneuver, right? Which is it enters first, it uses its own lift to sort of come out of the atmosphere a little bit, stay up there for a few minutes, and then come back down, right? Artemis 2 will do a bit of a different trajectory in this case. It'll still do a bit of a loft in that trajectory. It'll still go up a little bit, but it will not go all the way out, just like Artemis 1. And so it'll be again, it's sort of like a loft trajectory, as they call it. And so it'll come down sort of like a first dip. It'll get up a little bit, very subtly out, but nothing like Artemis 1, and then it'll come back down. That is exactly, those role reversals that I was saying, 2 on the first dip, 3 on the second one. So that's more or less what it tries to do to bleed off all of that energy.
Exactly. Kind of like skimming a rock across the water, but that was more of the original Artemis 1 trajectory. This one, it will go in and then kind of like come up a little bit and then go down the rest of the way.
A little smaller than yesterday.
Guess we'll have to go back.
On the nominal situations, I see a lot of people might be new and things like that. They're going to hit about 3.9 Gs on reentry, if you're curious.
Yep. And people asking about how hot. They're expecting about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which I believe is about 3,000 Celsius, or about half as hot as the surface of the sun. So that's the temperature reference there.
Hot. Very hot.
You can see also that heads down reentry attitude, looking sort of at the horizon of Earth, right? So that they are able and aware of where they are, even if the display units failed, which of course we don't expect that to happen. But they're always aware of where the horizon is, which is very important. Again, they're doing those role reversals, rolling one way or the other, right? Rotating either to the left, counterclockwise, I guess, or clockwise to the right. And so that's very important.
Exactly. So yeah, that's why the windows are pointed downward. It's sort of a backup there.
Yep.
So of course we will wait to see hopefully the view from those helicopters that have the cameras on board. We know the WB-57 is out and about, but also we will be keeping an eye on the view from space. This a live look from the SEN 4K cameras that they have aboard the International Space Station. We are a proud partner with SEN to be able to use their ISS cameras. And we will see, because it will be in roughly the area around the space station as they return. So we will see if the crew is able to see anything. And of course, we will keep an eye on our cameras here, or SEN's cameras, I should say, to see if we can see anything as well during reentry.
Is that northeast Russia?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay. They're telling me in the back channel that, yeah. I know my geography.
Yeah, so if you see the send in the corner, that is from the International Space Station. And right now you can see we are under 10 minutes away from entry interface. The nerves are starting to get in place here.
Yeah.
But yeah, so in regards to that, you can see them rolling a bit there. But yes, for the entry interface portion, as we mentioned, that starts at about 400,000 feet. So that's, this is a view from inside
I was going to
Orion, it
say
looks
that
like.
capsule image. How amazing. Because obviously we've lost the view from outside because they've jettisoned the European service module. So it's great to be able to see even a little bit from what's going on inside. It's a bit of a reflection there of the orange spacesuits that the crew are obviously wearing.
Yes, the Ox suits, the Orion Crew Survival System suits.
Pumpkin suits.
Yes. Yeah, they were previously the ASUS suits back in the shuttle day. And you could see, trying to see if that's the camera rolling or the spacecraft actually doing a roll at that point.
I think it's the camera.
I think that's
'Cause I
actually a
can see the-
handheld camera. That might
Yeah.
even be the one that we've seen Reed Wiseman playing with in front of him. Oh,
Oh, really?
Could be the spacecraft. It's a little hard to tell, but
Yeah.
you could see the reflection of the crew in that window there. This is amazing. 8 minutes to go till they hit the atmosphere, and then 9 minutes until they reach peak heating. This is
and around that
amazing
point, we
news.
are going to lose the signal from inside the capsule, aren't we? So that is expected.
Yes, there
Yeah.
will be a portion of 6 minutes where we will lose signal because of the plasma engulfing the capsule at that point as it hits that hot part of reentry, and as parts of the heat shield, which are designed to burn away, do burn away.
Just to put in perspective between entry interface and Orion becoming subsonic, basically being under the speed of sound, that is 9 minutes. So it's going to be 9 minutes going from incredibly high speeds to just below
We
the
see
speed
the
of
same
sound.
on board, Jackie.
Yeah, they will spend about half of the time during their reentry out of communications, so 6 of the 13 minutes. They are now in entry
There's the-
interface attitude. There's the
There's
Earth.
the Earth.
We're in step 37, transferring nav state to BFS.
That's that Earth light we've been hearing about so much across this entirety of this mission. It is so bright.
That's how bright it is.
Amazing. Now, hopefully, about 20 minutes and 20 seconds from now, we will have this crew safely bobbing in the Pacific Ocean.
509. We are not below 0.2.
It updated.
The animation catching up.
Integrity,
It's
no
crazy to
action
look
required.
at that. I was going to say distance from the Earth and how quickly we've
Integrity.
come back down to.
All right. Under 20 minutes now until splashdown. About 6 minutes to go until we get into re-entry. Here, the crew doing all their final checks. The crew got suited up a couple hours ago into their the pumpkin suits like we were talking about there. You can see the reflection of them in the top of that window as they near Earth, now under 1,000 kilometers in altitude approximately.
I gotta ask this. Is that the moon?
They did mention that they could see the moon, and that
I
it
see
was
that
going out
dot
their
there.
window. And that's
Yeah.
when they said, I guess we'll have to go back. Let's see.
I thought it was like a smudge on the window or something. But it's
No,
being too
I'm
fixed there.
amazed we have this view at the moment here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
5 minutes until re-entry.
Which means we're
And at
about
that-
5 minutes from losing that signal, correct?
About 6-ish minutes, but yeah. Anyway, so yes, it will Encounter entry interface at 122 kilometers or 76 miles up, traveling over 38,000 kilometers an hour or just under 24,000 miles per hour. Not a speed record, but close. And then reach that peak.
Houston concurs.
Then reach that peak heating about a minute after. It will dip into the atmosphere, a small bump upwards. It will do some roll reversals to help slow itself down. The crew experiencing a max load, if all goes well, of just under 4 Gs. And then begins the parachute deploy sequence, of which 11 total parachutes over different times and uses will be deployed, including ones for the forward bay cover, the ones to help bring out the drogue chutes, and then the ones that will be used to bring out the 3 main chutes. Under 4 minutes to go. Gorgeous live views of the Earth from onboard Orion. And if you've seen the views from the International Space Station comparison, you can really get an idea of the speed at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, already getting close to that altitude of the ISS now.
Yes, the ISS is about 250-ish or 400-ish kilometers up in altitude.
It's just going so much faster than the ISS.
ISS going 17,500 miles per hour. This will be going just under 24,000 when it hits the atmosphere.
Currently around that right now, according to the numbers we're seeing on screen.
Under 3 minutes.
Numbers we're seeing on screen.
We're now about 16 and a half minutes from home. Everything appears to be looking good so far. Crew has been in great spirits this whole time. All suited up, ready to go.
Ready to get home.
There will be a slight loss of signal, of which we will lose this video, and we will keep an eye out and wait for that reacquisition of signal. There are multiple aerial assets out at sea in the Pacific near where this will be splashing down. This again splashing down off the coast of San Diego, although a bit farther out in the Pacific Ocean. So there's a chance that maybe someone will see it, but highly unlikely that you'd be able to see it from California at this point.
I might add that those crews that are going to be part of the recovery team have been working on this for years and are well prepared. There's going to be a crew of divers that meet them, along with inflatable dinghies, boats, with the helicopter team that's being sent out there from the Combat Squadron 23, from the Helicopter Sea Combat Squadron 23, should I say.
Yep, hearing integrity systems are in good shape, no issues with the vehicle or crew, and the weather in their splashdown location, as we heard earlier, looks good. Scattered clouds at 10,000 feet, very light winds at 7 knots. Everything looking good at this point. And yeah, as you pointed out, the USS John P. Murtaugh is ready to recover the crew and the capsule downrange. We have the helicopters, WB-57, and other aerial assets out in the range to try and catch video of Orion once it returns. Now below the altitude of the ISS, a minute to go until peak heating, or 2 minutes to go until peak heating, 1 minute to go until entry interface. Here at NSF, we wish the crew of Artemis 2
Integrity.
Godspeed.
1 minute to a
Good luck.
6-minute blackout.
Integrity.
There we go.
Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, looking forward to having you home. 30 seconds to go until that point.
These views are just incredible, aren't they?
Enjoying them while we have them, that's for sure.
Yeah, once entry interface is hit, the blackout will not be instant. It'll take about 25 seconds or so after that to hit the moment where they would lose radio communication.
Yep, hopefully we'll get to see some of that plasma before it blocks out the signal here. That is our numbers disappearing on the top of the screen. That is not NASA losing any data from the spacecraft. That's just our animation that we had at the top.
Wow. There we go.
Orion orienting itself here now, getting ready to go through the atmosphere.
Plasma.
There you
we
see
go,
some of the
yeah.
plasma on the right. Coming up shortly on that expected loss of signal. Plasma starting to engulf the window.
Every second of signal that we get is bonus here.
And it's
And there
gone.
it goes.
And there we go.
Capsule now about to reach temperatures of 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit or 3,000 degrees Celsius. For reference, the surface of the sun is 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And you can see there from the from the NASA tracking site that we've had all the way through here, through this whole mission. Obviously, they also are losing some of that live data, given that it is engulfed in the plasma. Right now, the abcoat blocks underneath Orion, absorbing most of that heat and burning away the ablative material on the end. So part of that heat shield is designed to burn away intentionally.
Oh.
It looks like we have aerial assets already catching it.
There we go.
Wow.
Should be already on peak heating, by the way. They hit that about a minute and a half into the reentry. So already in that period of peak heating.
12 minutes ago until splashdown. Again, amazing that we already have some of those aerial assets starting to catch it from this far away. A reminder that when it hit the atmosphere there at the 400,000 feet mark, it was still 2,000 statute miles or 3,150 kilometers away from its splashdown area. And a reminder, we are currently in a loss of signal, which is why you see the animation. There is no audio or video from inside the capsule with the crew at this point. The plasma blocking those signals.
We've got that countdown clock coming in with the acquisition of signal when we're expecting to hear from the crew again in about 4 minutes' time.
And again, that is approximate time. So
Yeah.
the acquisition of signal, if it doesn't reacquire exactly at 0, that's fine.
Don't panic.
Sometimes it can even
Exactly.
be earlier. We got a few more seconds there of signal, even when they predicted a loss of signal earlier. So hey, look, we can even get that acquisition of signal even earlier than predicted.
Exactly. Now about 50 miles in altitude at this point.
P3 has acquisition of integrity, one of the aerial assets.
And now you can see it's doing that slight raise. If you look at the altitude there, that was going in, and now it's going to slightly come out of the atmosphere a bit, but not as dramatic as we saw during Artemis 1.
The Easter Bunny hop, we should call that.
And again, these are estimated numbers at this point, not exact.
We're still just under 3 minutes away from getting that acquisition of signal back, approximately. And we'll know a little more from what's going on with the crew.
There we go. Now you can see some of the numbers there in the bottom right.
And we're expecting the deployment of those parachutes at around 35,000 feet. Obviously, we'll see the drogue first, the drogues, before we see the rest of the parachutes deploy.
Yes, as pointed out, there's the cover that has been protecting the parachutes from the vacuum of space. And that forward bay cover has 3 parachutes of its own for it to fall away from the capsule. Then that will be followed by 2 drogue chutes that will deploy. Right after that cover separates, that will help slow integrity down. Those will go for about a minute, and then those will be cut, and then 3 pilot parachutes will then
All
help
airborne
deploy the 3
assets
mains.
have a visual on integrity. So
That's incredible.
They are now looking at it. There we go.
Yep, WV-57 also has the visual. Hopefully we will get that imagery as well shortly.
As we saw from
The
before, it's probably quite shaky, so it's probably quite difficult to see on a screen like this. But they've got the visual. That's what's the important part.
There we
You can
go.
see see the velocity going down as well. Now under 14,000 miles an hour.
Should we comment up on that acquisition of signal in about a minute and 20 seconds from now? It could be a little bit earlier, it could be a little bit later. It depends.
Yep, all approximate.
Yep.
But so far, so good. We are still just about 8 minutes away from that splashdown when we're expecting it to reach the Pacific Ocean.
ISS is also approaching the splashdown area overhead, so we'll see if we get anything from that as well. Again, this obviously still a visualization and animation at this point. Hopefully we will start getting actual video signals shortly, and we should be hearing from the crew in approximately 30 seconds or so. Again, if it's a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, don't worry.
We are now processing data from Integrity.
Let's listen in.
That's Rob Navius, NASA Communications, that you hear the voice of. Sounds like they're getting data from the spacecraft. Hopefully we get to hear from the crew.
Yeah, we're waiting for that
Landing
signal
and
to
support officer
re-establish.
reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone.
That
There
looks
we
like
go.
the WB-57. We're one of the aerial assets with the infrared view.
Coming up in less than 7 minutes till the splashdown time.
And all times approximate.
Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views of Integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Look how hot that is coming in. Really get an idea
Integrity,
of the heat.
Houston, comm check, post blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Let's
Your
go.
trajectory
Yes.
is
The moment we all
nominal,
breathe a sigh
and
of
your
relief.
recovery teams have visual.
Guidance looks good.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home.
Now let's see those parachutes. Come on. Should be in a few minutes from now.
Yeah, still a couple minutes away.
Passing
Again, you can see from this
100,000
infrared
feet
view
now.
just the heat.
Yep.
Range to splashdown 19 nautical miles.
Ryan should be subsonic very soon now.
Yep.
You can see just how bright it is on our screens. All that plasma still wrapping around the capsule.
If you have epilepsy, you may want to look away for a few
Yeah.
minutes. We'll let you know when the flashing stops.
Not our thing. This is NASA's assets.
Yeah, that's NASA's camera. We do
Integrity
apologize.
there we
impact
go.
to the camera controller fail is no cab 1 views of the chutes.
You can look away. You can look back now for those
Integrity.
with the flash. You can see the details in the capsule
Processing
there.
good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity. Time to splashdown 4.5 minutes.
Should be coming up on that forward bay cover jettison.
And
in
a view
less
of Integrity from the WB-57. We're at 50,000 feet.
Again, it was around 35,000 feet. We're expecting those parachutes to start to deploy. It's around the height that you were flying at in a normal passenger plane. Here we go. I
You
think
see
I just
some
saw.
of the heat coming off of it as it came back from that fiery re-entry.
So the top
Through
will
the-
come off. That cover that protects the parachutes.
Pyros are armed for forward bay cover jettison.
There we go.
And that cover itself has its own parachutes to move it away from the capsule. And that will be followed by the deployment of those drogue chutes. There we
There
go.
we go.
And there go the first
There
series
goes the
of
cover with
parachutes.
its chutes.
And we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
2 good drogue
Each of those
shoots.
about,
Coming up on the mains.
Next up,
each about 23 feet, 7 meters in diameter.
next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Amazing imagery here.
Yep. Spacecraft still at quite the
Perfect
speed, but
descent
it will
rate
be slowing
according to
down.
flight dynamics.
Good rate on 2 drogues.
We see the same on board.
You can see it's well below the tracking plane.
Yes, it will be going down to a speed of 19 miles per hour at touchdown.
Passing through
Right, splashdown.
10,000 feet. Still on drogues.
Yeah, the mains separate about 6,000, 5,000 feet in altitude.
Yeah, you
Should be
don't want them
coming up
out
soon.
Don't want them out too early. They can break. There we go.
There's
There
the
we go.
cut. There's the deployment of the mains.
Main chute deploy.
Now take a minute to
We're
fully
at 5,000 feet.
inflate. There we go. All 3 looking good.
Search and
Briefing in
recovery beacon has been
progress.
activated on integrity.
There we go.
And we have 3 good main
Beautiful.
chutes.
Window.
Good 3 main chutes, good reefing,
Houston
good
confirms
descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
Those are each 116 feet or 35 meters in diameter.
They're
265 feet or 80 meters long, and each one
Integrity.
weighs
Cabin
300
pressure
pounds.
indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity captain.
Good, that's no leaking hypergolic fuels.
This is a
That's good.
perfect descent for integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board. Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds.
I can tell you friends of the crew have been messaging me saying they were holding their breath for that blackout moment. We all knew it was coming, but there's something very disheartening to know that your friends are on board there waiting for that moment
Integrity
for
about to
reconnection, and
complete a
when they
journey
heard them.
spanning
Wow.
481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
It's about 1,117,659 kilometers if you use metric.
Again, those
Had
3
that
main
number already.
parachutes helping to slow the spacecraft down. It's still going to be a bit of a jolt to the crew on the actual splashdown itself. Oh, you can see some of the
I love
burning
that.
off there of
Yeah.
those hypergolics, it looks like. Totally fine.
As expected.
Passing
Exactly.
through 1,000 feet.
Approximately 15 seconds to splashdown. It's going to feel a bit like getting into a car accident, but considering that they were just 13 minutes ago traveling at 24,000 miles per hour, this is quite impressive. And again, as we said, that time in the top left was estimated.
Passing through
It
1,000
obviously
feet.
varies depending on exact reentry profile, the winds,
Yep.
and all of that.
Closing in now. Let's see the splashdown.
Houston Integrity splashdown, sending post-landing
Here we
command
go.
now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Excellent.
Integrity splashdown,
Absolutely
sending
amazing.
post-landing command now.
As you pointed
Splashdown
out,
confirmed.
almost 700,000
Waiting
miles
on
in this
VLDR.
1.2
And
million
splashdown confirmed
kilometers.
at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. Crew module uprighting system to maintain From that the pages orientation. of Jules Verne to a Perfect modern-day bullseye mission to the
splashdown.
moon, where a new integrity and its chapter four of the astronauts. exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete.
Table 1 means the
Integrity's
capsule is
astronauts
upright.
back on Earth.
Obviously, it's going to take a moment. They're not rushing in too quickly to recover the crew. They've got to give it a little bit of time to settle.
It is, as you pointed out,
And the
going to
landing
take a
and
couple
support
of minutes.
officer reports the
You
vehicle
saw
is
some of
stable
that
1. We
hypergolic
still will be
propellants and
deploying
things
the crew
venting
module
out,
uprighting system to
clearing out all
maintain
the
that
lines. Of course, they want to
orientation.
make sure
A perfect
that is all
bullseye
safe.
splashdown
You
for
will see
integrity
the
and its
giant
4
balloons
astronauts.
start to inflate, as they were talking about, which is part of the crew uprighting system. So that way they are in stable 1, meaning
The
that the capsule is
unofficial
upright.
splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds.
So a little less than what they were originally guesstimating.
And
think
we're
earlier they were
configuring
saying
for very low
57.
data rate. The unofficial splashdown time,
Well, to get in line
7:07
with the
and
other two,
47
looks like over
seconds
there.
p.m. Central In the Time. We'll get that
Pacific,
refined for you. Southwest of San That Diego.
uh,
Would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31
Integrity
minutes,
Houston,
35
check on
seconds.
VLDR.
That's what I was waiting for, that view from the
Houston, we have you
USS
loud and clear on
John
VLDR,
Murtagh.
how else?
And we're configuring for very low
We
data
have you
rate.
the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
There we go.
And with
Perfect
that, there's no
communication
longer even
splashdown occurring
Journey.
in
We
the
are
Pacific,
stable 1,
southwest
green,
of San Diego
crew members.
at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Houston, copy. Integrity Houston, check
Reed
on
Wiseman
VLDR.
reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in
Houston,
great
we have you loud and
condition.
clear on
That's what
VLDR,
that
how
means.
else?
We
Well,
have
see,
you
might
the
be their
same. We'll meet you over in
complexion.
post-landing.
The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated.
Perfect
Communications
communications
established to maintain
journey.
the upright
We are stable
configuration
1,
for the vehicle.
4 green.
This was a
crew members.
textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for integrity.
Houston, copies all.
Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina
Reed
Cook,
Wiseman
and Jeremy
reporting
Hansen
4
back
green
on
crew
Earth
members. That is
after
not
a
their
journey
complexion.
around the moon. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that
All the
means.
other parachute systems still.
So stable
Coming
1,
back down.
upright.
There you
The
go, and
crew
you can see
module
those,
uprighting
see
system is
there
being
the
deployed.
orange
The 5
inflatables
airbags
up at
being
the top.
inflated
As
through
pointed out,
helium
stable 1 means the crew
to
is
maintain
upright.
the upright
But
configuration
this
for
is
the
in
vehicle.
case something happens or a
This
wave
was
hits
a
or whatever to help
textbook
keep
entry and a
them
textbook
upright.
touchdown for
If
integrity.
they landed sideways or
Wiseman, Victor
upside down,
Glover,
these
Christina
would have
Cook, and Jeremy
inflated
Hansen
and
back
righted
on
the
Earth
capsule.
after a journey around the moon.
There was another view, much wider view, where you could see like all of the other shoots, like you could see like the drone shoots and things like that. This is why I mentioned earlier that they wait a few minutes for all of those other pieces of hardware that they deploy to sort of either get already in the water or sort of, you know, make sure that they're not going to be in the way when they go out to the crew.
We continue
Yes, and the
to
VL
monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable 1 or upright configuration. There's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
I'm sure after an hour of floating and bobbing in the water,
We
maybe they
continue
will be
They will
green,
be
but
green.
monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system.
amazing.
The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable 1 or
Crew
upright
Back
configuration.
on Earth, hopefully the
And there's
first
a
of
good
many
view
splashdowns
from one of the
from
naval
around the
helicopters
moon
hovering
Star beacon
overhead.
and
in
radio.
the years to come.
So we are
Reed
expecting
Wiseman
divers to go and
reporting
meet the
Beacon
capsule as
four
well.
green crew
In
members, meaning they're all in
406,
excellent shape.
and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio. Integrity Houston for SAR
Okay,
beacon and
copy.
radio.
We are also powering up the sat phone now. SAR
Cool.
beacon is in
I wonder if they'll do
406,
prank calls
and we're
with that
powering
phone.
the radio now. Go ahead.
SAR, by the way, search and rescue.
We
So
see
that
the
was
beacon
if they were
on.
way off course to be able
However,
to find
the
them.
recovery
And
team
additional
is
ways to also
not
be able to
seeing
communicate
the
with
signal.
the
Your SAR
recovery
radio
forces.
uses the same
I was
antenna,
mentioning
so
the
you
prank
may run
calls
into
because
trouble
they
with the
did
radio.
that on demo 2.
Okay,
Love and
copy.
dog.
And we are also powering
That
up
was
the sat
hilarious.
phone now.
Yeah. But yep. So again, those helicopters will eventually go out there and grab the
So
crew.
integrity
Right
is,
now, as you
in
pointed
great
out
shape,
there, Alice, they
And
will have
as the crew
the
continues
initial
its
divers come out and be the first
post-splashdown
ones to greet the crew
timelined
as
activities
they
on
wait for the
board,
vehicle and
Reed
everything to be
Wiseman
safe.
once
And
again
again,
reporting
for
that
that crew
all
to actually
4
get
crew
out
members
there.
are in excellent shape.
and do the initial checkouts.
And we have
on
5
the capsule and the crew.
inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration, so that the reaction, the recovery
So far,
team
so good.
can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, entry flight director Rick Henfling is polling his team of flight controllers
It's definitely a
for
good
the
thing.
start
This is everything that they hoped for and
of
more
powering
to see
down the
this go as
vehicle
well as it
after
has.
a thorough systems check.
I'm sure the
We
crew
have
As long
no
as we have
toxic
used,
gases
we will be staying live through
to
the
be
crew
concerned
actually
about,
being taken
so
out
the
of the
recovery
capsule
personnel
and
can
brought back.
approach the
Yeah,
vehicle.
and they will obviously go for medical
But not until we have
checkups.
powered
That's
down the
expected.
spacecraft. That's expected to take
Certainly
a few
what
more
every
minutes.
crew does when they egress.
Exactly. And with the crew safely back down, we now have brand new merch just released
Love
celebrating the crew's safe return. There you go. Artemis 2 Splashdown, April 10th, 2026.
We copy.
Oh, I love that new, the one on the mug and everything, and this gorgeous one. Available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com
Integrity
now.
back on Earth.
There it is. Look at that.
following
Oh, I
its
love that
historic
one personally. They're
flyby
both
of the
really
moon.
cool. But to show the actual splashdown on the left,
It
and
was,
again, there's the
for
real
all
thing on the
intents and
right.
purposes, a
They look
textbook
pretty darn
mission.
close.
On 28 per hour remain on this
All in Artemis,
frequency.
a new era begins. All available now.
We copy.
I think now we can finally say mission success.
Absolutely.
Reed Wiseman indicating some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board. But that's not an issue. What is
And
more
you see
important
those,
is that the
orange
vehicle
inflatables
is
at the
solid.
top. It's expected.
No issues as we begin the
Just wanted to
power
blend
down
in
of
with
the
the- you can
vehicle
see
to begin the
very
recovery
calm waters.
process.
I was going to say, they just wanted to blend in with the suits that they're wearing. I feel like orange is the colour of this mission.
Yeah, again, the vessels nearby is the USS John P.
Weekend
Murta.
broken.
Integrity, Houston did not call.
Few
Copy that,
comms
Houston.
issues.
It might have been on the SAR radio. Stand by.
The propulsion officer here in Mission Control
Again,
reports
that search
that
and
we have
rescue
safed
radio
the
that they're
prop
talking
system
about.
on integrity.
Can you say again? That was very weak and
All
broken.
of the milestones were executed in perfect fashion.
Integrity, Houston did not call.
And you see them? You see them bobbing
Copy that,
there.
Houston. It might have been on the SAR radio.
Safely
Stand by.
home. But yes, the USS John P. Murta is nearby. We had those helicopters with some of the visuals there.
They
We'll
obviously
have the
couldn't be
dive
too
team.
close, could they? It's what, a 5-mile radius
All
they were
of the
expected to be in the, to the
were
splashdown
executed
zones.
in
They're having to
perfect
maneuver
fashion.
to be a little bit closer
Integrity
for that recovery
entering
mission.
the Earth's atmosphere
Yep, that was 5 miles
right on
out.
time,
And yes,
reaching
so the
its
crew
peak
of
speed.
those first 4
Shortly
divers
after
will
a
be out there
blackout
to
period
go
began.
grab them.
we emerged from the
I believe
blackout
There's
period.
the boat behind it, I
But
believe.
the
Looks like
recovery
it, doesn't it?
imagery, airborne
We're expecting those
assets were
drivers
able
to
to
arrive
pick up
first, check
Integrity's
the capsule
descent
before they
almost
open it.
immediately through entry
That crew will
interface.
then come out onto those boats and then
tracking
get
the
recovered
vehicle
by
all
the
the way down.
helicopters from the
And finally,
Helicopter Sea
you saw
Combat
the
Squadron
sequence of chute
23
deployments.
team.
First, the forward bay
Exactly.
cover being pulled off the top of the vehicle.
And the
by a
first 4
series of
people
3 parachutes.
that will be out
Then
there will
the
be
drogue
with the U.S.
chutes,
Navy. That's Lieutenant
were,
Commander Jesse Wang,
deployed,
Senior
followed
Chief
by the 3
Hospital
main chutes
Corpsman
that slowed
Laddie
the
Aldridge,
splashdown
Chief Hospital
velocity
Corpsman Vlad
of
Link,
Integrity
and
to
Hospital
just
Corpsman
19
First
miles
Class
an
Steve
hour.
Capula. That is the dive medical team that will be the first ones to open the Orion capsule once the crew does go out there. So they will first then do their medical assessments of the crew, help them out of the capsule, and then get them towards one of the helicopters that will be aboard to grab them up. In terms of order, I believe it is going to be Christina,
All
who
right,
is
Jackie,
closest
we
to
just
the hatch.
selected T/D+30. No joy on
Integrity,
SAR radio
Houston,
or sat phone.
with no joy on SAR and SAT phone. We'd like
And
you to
stand by,
command
we have the master
an
diver
additional
on SAR
15
radio.
minutes
Please
for a
hold
total of
comms.
30-minute power down delay.
Hey,
There we
Lily. Excuse me. Hey, Jackie. We just got the master diver on SAR.
really be in the
All right,
lead
Jackie, we
Kind
just
of
selected
operations.
I was going to say, and a bird just randomly flying by. Amazing.
No joy on Star Radio or sat phone.
Great
Again.
views.
Ah, there we go.
There's
And
one.
stand by. We
Yep,
have
the
the
fast
master
boats is
diver
what
on
SpaceX
Star
calls
Radio.
them.
Please
I
hold
guess similar
comms.
here.
You
The
are
first
happy with
cruise
your
phone.
comm with Master Diver. You can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
The crew on board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control.
Working out all of
Good
the
view of one of the fast
ways
boats.
to recover them and everything, and it's amazing after all this time of they're talking on tracking data relay satellites, then they're on the Deep Space Network. Now they're just back on regular old terrestrial radio.
And they're obviously
Okay,
doing some
stand by.
observations
Yeah,
at this
we'll confirm
moment,
here in a
making sure
second.
that the capsule's looking the way it's
The
supposed
crew
to.
on board Integrity
slow
coordinating with
approach.
the flight control team
This
in
is all
Houston,
expected and part of
here in
their
Mission
plan
Control
for the recovery
on the timing
mission.
of the power down of the vehicle.
So did
which will be the
everyone on Earth get
precursor,
their
to the recovery
gorilla or
teams
ape costumes
approaching
to
the
surprise the crew when they
spacecraft?
came back?
There
Gotta
are no
wonder.
issues with Integrity.
I don't know how well
We've
that will
had a
go with
bit
the
of,
dive crew.
broken
Concur. We haven't
capability
had
in
anything come
establishing
through.
a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly.
Going to be the boat coming up to the crew, as mentioned. The
There's plenty of
4
cooling
medical
on board
team
Integrity,
members are going to be the first
so there's
ones
no
out
rush
there.
to begin the power down.
And then eventually we'll have the helicopters that will be there.
Not getting an answer there either.
But it does not appear as though they are hearing us.
Concur. We haven't had anything come through.
Still a few of those comms issues. Hey, look, that's the worst
Houston
that's going on
and
right
Reed,
now.
just to confirm, you are pushing the PTT on the radio.
Making sure they're pressing the push to talk.
Why are you
And
pushing
Houston,
the
if
right
you can
one?
relay to
There's a lot of
recovery that
different
we
ones
hear
on that
them, but it
console.
does not.
Wouldn't be the end of the world if they didn't.
But it does not appear as though they are
Again,
hearing
they're in
us.
that
So as we
inspection
continue
time.
to sort out the communications between Integrity and the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of the power down
Houston copies and
procedures.
Reed, just to confirm,
That,
you are
as you see, the recovery
pushing
teams
the
are moving
PTT
towards
on
the
the
side of
radio.
the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft called the front porch.
Yep, that is
So
the
as we
nickname for
continue
it.
to sort
You
out
can
the
probably,
communications between
if you've
Integrity
seen
and
the
the
Apollo
recovery
missions,
teams,
that little inflatable thing
we are
around the
standing by
capsule
for
when they
the
get out,
initiation of
that's
the power down
basically
procedures.
along those lines.
That, as you see, the recovery teams are moving towards the side of the capsule.
Good idea.
The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft called the
We are
front porch.
pushing the push to talk. The
That
two
will be
buttons
the
on the
port
left
of
side
call
of the
for
radio
the crew as
below
they're
the
being
up-down
extracted
arrows.
one
We
by
are
one
utilizing
from
them. I'm
the
rebooting
vehicle.
the radio to see if we get good comms.
Okay, we copy all, and just to confirm, you are seeing that your touchdown Integrity plus Houston 3030
for
sat phone. We are going to attempt to call you.
That's affirmative.
Good idea. Standing by.
Helicopters coming into view there,
And
as well as
Jackie,
those
yes,
rescue
we
boats.
are pushing the push to talk. The
Yeah, it went from
two
nobody nearby
buttons
to
on the
everyone
left
all
side
at
of the
once.
radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Yes, so they're using the satellite phone that they have instead. After all that talk about
Okay,
using
we
a
copy
terrestrial
all,
radio.
and just to confirm,
Now they're
you
going to cell
are
phones.
seeing that you are touchdown plus 3030 for
So this to
power,
be able to
correct?
communicate with those teams, letting them know about approaching, getting the hatch open.
That's
Which a
affirmative.
reminder, the hatch on the side of that capsule has not been opened in over 9 days. The last time that hatch was open, it was later closed by the closeout crew at Launch Complex 39B at the Kennedy Space
We
Center in
are
Florida.
trying a backdoor approach to have mission control here call the crew on their satellite
And now it'll
phone.
be opened in the Pacific Ocean
This is all part of the coordination
after
for
a
the power
700,000
down of the
mile
vehicle
journey.
that will
In their defense with the communications
initiate the
issues, if anyone's
actual,
ever been out at
recovery
sea
operation.
at that kind of distance,
The
it's
first
spotty at
boats
best.
with the Navy
So
divers
it's not
on
surprising they're
board
having
are
issues with
standing by,
the
waiting to
terrestrial
close in on
communications services
Integrity
as they are.
to begin the process of erecting
And again,
the
if that's
large
the worst thing that they're
inflatable
having to deal
raft
with right now,
that's
we'll
called the
take
front
it.
porch. that will be
Exactly.
where the astronauts are extracted from.
At least
so
it's
that
not
they can have a few
Microsoft
minutes
Outlook
to get
trying
their
to sing.
land legs back
An explosive toilet.
before they're hoisted
There
aboard
we
the
go,
Navy
that's close to
helicopters for the
Portugal.
flight back to the
very
deck
weak.
of the USS John P. Murtha.
But readable, master diver, we can hear, but they cannot hear us.
It sounds like the divers are there already.
Well, they're still trying to get in contact with them with these different modes of communication, and it sounds like right now it's still just a one-way communication. And this is all part of the test flight.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just the actual launch portion itself, it's also the recovery assets, because the last time they recovered Artemis 1, there was mannequins on board, or moonikins, as they called them, not
But
actual human
readable,
beings.
master diver, we can hear, but they cannot hear us.
And of course, this is being able to talk with them one-on-one to get them all set up to approach the capsule. And then, of course, once they are there, the medical teams will speak with each of the individual astronauts
And
as well.
Houston on OE1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
I did see someone ask, why don't they just route it through Houston? Well,
They are.
sounds like that's what they're going to try. Amazing just to see the
And
number
Houston
of vessels
on
and
This is
OE1,
Mission
helicopters
Control,
and
Houston.
everything out there.
While we
into
stand by for the
NRD.
establishment of communications between Integrity and the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that.
Hey, Rob, yeah, just such an
Anyway.
honor to be able to be here on the ship, to be able to share and experience this moment with everyone together. And of course, as you just said, yes,
This is
here
Mission
with
Control,
NASA
Houston.
Administrator Jared
While we
Isaacman.
stand by
Administrator,
for the
how did you
establishment
feel
of
getting to
communications
witness this
between
and
Integrity
seeing NASA at its best?
and the recovery team
I'm honestly,
that
I'm
is
still at a loss for
basically
words.
standing by very
like
close
the childhood
to the
Jared right now
spacecraft.
can't believe what
We're
I
going
just
to
saw. I
go
mean,
to
almost
the
been
deck of the
waiting my
USS
whole
John P.
lifetime to
Murtha,
see,
where Megan
to
Cruz
see
is
this,
standing
and then,
by with
NASA
Administrator Jared
Administrator, I just
Isaacman.
couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this
Hey, Rob, yeah, just such an
incredible
honor to be able to
moment,
be
right
here
now.
on the
And,
ship, to be able to
yeah,
share and
incredibly grateful,
experience
too,
this
for our
moment with
teams
everyone together. And of
here,
course, as you
on the
just said,
John P.
yes,
Murtha
here
right
with
now.
NASA
Yeah, look at the
Administrator
behind
Jared
you. Got
Isaacman.
everybody. What do you guys think? We
Administrator,
just brought some
how did you
astronauts
feel
back from the
getting to
moon,
witness
huh?
this and seeing NASA at its best?
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know,
Oh,
like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then it's NASA Administrator. I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce. Get our astronauts the years, back, the effort, the late nights, all
yeah,
the
and this
hard
is not
work
just
from
an
across the
accomplishment for
country
NASA. This
that
is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, you know, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So, yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
Yeah, are we going to build on the momentum for Artemis 3? I mean, it's just around the corner.
Absolutely. So I mean, that's, you know, part of me too. Like, I can't wait to get the crew off of Integrity right now, but also getting Integrity back on this ship so we can start taking a look at it, because all that data is so precious to us right now. I mean, we are going to definitely want to take a good look at the thermal protection system. We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis 3. But we're already making progress, right? You had SRB segments already showing up at KSC. Core stage for Artemis 3 is rolling out on April 20th. We're getting 39, or we're getting Mobile Launcher 1 back in vehicle assembly building. So yes, there is a lot to celebrate right now on a mission well accomplished for Artemis 2, and at the same time, we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question, you know, for people who joined us for all 10 days to see what we can accomplish together with our international partners, what do you think about the fact that we're going to keep doing this more and more and more?
It's incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, it's the contributions, like the best and brightest across the NASA workforce from across the country, our industry partners, our international partners. We had a Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board in Jeremy. We had the European service module. And you think, in the days leading up to this launch, I mean, 48 hours prior to launching Artemis 2, I was meeting with the Italian Space Agency. We signed a memorandum of understanding to build a habitation module on the moon. I mean, you have countries, all of our allies and partners coming together saying, we are committed to this effort. We are returning to the moon. We're doing it to stay. We are building that enduring presence. We are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone. We're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely. And speaking of everyone, one more time, we're going to ask the crew here, you guys ready to land on the moon? Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Okay,
we have the interview with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, who was out on the recovery vessel there. Well-traveled, both being at the launch and then in mission control for much of the mission, and now on the recovery vessel.
They say we weren't going to go to them, and then we realised it was Jared Isaacman. We had to listen to the NASA administrator and what he wanted to share with us.
And so now we continue to wait for the crew to be extracted. Last we heard, they were having those issues with communicating with the dive team there, and the master diver specifically, using their search and rescue radios, trying through sat phones, trying to route the communications. So we will have to see when they're finally able to communicate with them so that they can actually go in there and grab the astronauts out of the capsule. I mean, look at that view of Artemis in the water. It still doesn't feel real, but it is. It's real. That is actually a capsule that returned from around the moon in my lifetime with people on it.
That's a real pinch me moment, isn't it?
It is, and just compare it to the new merch that came out. I mean, it's identical. It's the same picture as the office beam goes. Look at that. But, I mean, if you're just as hyped as we are about the mission finally coming to its conclusion, celebrating the return of Artemis 2 successfully, and hopefully the return of humanity's journeys to the moon again, you should check out the new merch, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Just released. You can see we've had it on mugs, we've had it on hoodies. Gorgeous designs. The shop team did an amazing job here with this. So celebrate the return of humanity to the moon and these 4 astronauts back down to Earth at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. So, Alex, I know you've been listening in. What's the latest that we're hearing so far right now?
Yeah, so as expected, the Orion spacecraft has been powered down as part of the plan, because it's basically like within 20 minutes after splashdown, it's supposed to power down. And officially, with that power down, Johnson Space Center has handed over the responsibility of Orion to the Exploration Ground Systems. But that doesn't mean that the flight director sort of just ups and go or anything like that. He's still out there at JC on console, and he will be on console until the crew departs the capsule. But that's basically, you know, the official handover. Orion from now on, it's part of the Exploration Ground Systems, which, for people that might not be aware, those are the ones that are in charge of the transportation of the of basically putting together the rocket, for example, before launch, of the ground systems. I mean, it's part of the name, I guess, but it also involves as well the recovery and the transport back to the Kennedy Space Center for all of the post-landing inspections.
Yep, so there's still plenty to do with this capsule now. It's not like, oh, it's back, it's done. There's a lot of inspections to do. Of course, we're going to want to see how that heat shield looks after re-entry. And then
For Artemis 1, they had a sort of like a little media day when they arrived with the capsule. I hope they have something like that. We had that with, I remember Jack went out there to California, to San Diego, and he was actually able to spot the little sort of spillations on that heat shield back when Artemis 1. So we'll see if we get a view of that when that happens. It should happen within a few days.
yeah, that would be amazing if we get to see the views again. And then, of course, they will continue to inspect it. It will make its way back to Florida, where the teams will look at everything on board the capsule. Of course, there are things that they will have to remove from inside Orion first. A lot of science experiments, things that are more on the time-sensitive side.
Trash.
Some of which will be thrown away, some of which will actually be analyzed post-launch, or post-landing, excuse me. So amazing. And again, you can see all the people there ready and waiting to hop over towards the Orion capsule and the crew of 4 on board Integrity. Amazing. 218 hours after launch, the crew now awaiting extraction, which, as pointed out, it will be the medical team that will be out there with them as part of the U.S. Navy Fleet Forces Command. So again, that will be Lieutenant Commander Jesse Wang, Senior Chief Hospital Corpsman Laddie Aldridge, Chief Hospital Corpsman Vlad Link, and Hospital Corpsman First Class Steve Kapala. They are the dive medical team that will be the first ones to open up the capsule now after splashdown. And if all goes to plan, in terms of who they will talk to, check out, and then the extraction plan will be starting off with Christina Cook, who is MS-1 closest to the hatch, then Victor Glover, who is the pilot. That will be followed by Mission Specialist 2 and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. And then, of course, the last one to leave the ship is the captain, or in this case, Commander Reed Weissman. There'll be 2 different helicopters to return the 4 crew members to the deck of the John F. Murtaugh, which is just a couple miles away from where they are right now and closing.
It's great to see those MH-60S Seahawk helicopters as well that keep coming through on the screen. They will obviously be extracting the crew from that, what did they call it, the deck? The welcoming
the front
deck?
porch.
The front porch, there you go, when they are out of the capsule.
Yep.
Front porch. Does it come with a rocker as well? Oh, look. Supplied by the seabed, obviously.
Yep. Again, I can imagine the moment when they're able to open up the capsule, open up the hatch, and smell the salt air for the first time after 9 days of being in very close proximity to the 4 communication, or of the words, to be within close proximity of the 4 astronauts, all in that tight space.
It's been a long and a very exciting coverage so far today, Sawyer. I think we can definitely excuse you from forgetting your words. I mean, there have been points during this entire mission where we've all got to that point where we've lost our thought process and been lost for words for how incredible this entire mission has been from start to finish. They really have done a very good job of executing Artemis 2, the entire mission.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's still hard to believe that the crew that we've been following for the last almost 10 days of our lives, non-stop, is back home. I'm very glad they've made it back safely, too. And you can see all of those people ready and waiting to get to that capsule and get to those 4 astronauts. After a nearly 700,000-mile journey around the moon and back, which I should point out for those who use metric, that is just under, it's a little over 1.1 million kilometers traveled. Hopefully the crew is able to communicate with those search and rescue teams.
I was going to say, we're seeing one of them approach it a little more, certainly moving around for observations. That's a good sign.
Starting to do circles there, yeah. Hopefully finally able to approach the capsule soon. So yeah, as we heard there, they were having initial issues communicating with the master diver that will be part of the team to grab the crew out, or at least check on them first, get them onto that front porch, and then have the helicopters come and recover them. There we go. Still doing the circling. Of course, you've got all of the aerial units circling as well. And Alex, I think we now have the official splashdown time.
Yep, official splashdown time per the flight dynamics officer was 7:07 p.m. 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Eastern time. That will be 0007 27 UTC. That's 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes and 15 seconds after launch. I actually flipped my numbers here. I had written down 23. It's 32 minutes and 15 seconds. There you go.
Yeah, that's 8:07 p.m. 27 seconds Eastern time.
Yeah.
7:07 Central.
And it's very confusing when you get all these different time zones coming out, isn't it?
Oh yeah, sorry. I meant exactly 7 Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. Oh my goodness.
We're
Yeah.
seeing that crew
Too
approach
many
the
time
capsule.
zones
Yeah.
that you all have. Yeah,
There you go.
8:07, 27 p.m. Eastern, 0007, 27 UTC.
There we go. We see the crews finally reaching the capsule. Or at least getting near it.
I'm sure at this point they're doing readings, they're checking, observing with their eyes, making sure that the crew are ready for that opening of the capsule.
Yep, you want to make sure it's safe for everybody getting out, both the recovery teams as well as the actual astronauts themselves.
It's interesting because before Artemis 1, they still hadn't sort of narrowed down to a sort of like a path to how to recover the crew. Because today, the way that they're going to be doing it, we've talked about the front porch, right? That inflatable raft on the hatch of the capsule. And they'll be airlifted by the helicopters to the ship. But the other option that they were sort of trading off is sort of the way that we see, for example, SpaceX recover Crew Dragons, which is they lift first the capsule onto the ship, right? And then they help the crew get out. And so that was one of the options that they were sort of debating. For Artemis 2, they decided to do this, but I wouldn't be surprised if, for example, for longer missions, that will be the case. Apollo did a very similar thing where the lunar missions, they had the airlifting, but for Skylab missions, for example, they brought the ship first, the capsule first onto the ship, and then they will be helped out. Because it's a lot easier when you have been in microgravity for a long time, basically. And so just so you can sort of notice the sort of trade-offs here, where it's 10 days, and in the future might be a lot more time out there. So
yeah, and you can definitely see those sniffer rods there
out there
from the looks of it, as they've been testing everything, all the air around it for any remaining of the hypergolic propellants that they use on board. What do they use for Orion, Alex?
Sorry, I was paying attention to another thing. Can you repeat that, please?
What are the hypergolics that they use on Orion?
I believe it's hydrazine. It's monopropellant. So you don't need like a fuel and oxidizer. You use hydrazine. You run it through a catalytic material, and so it sort of decomposes, and that creates the reaction that you want. That's usually what is normally used in these cases.
Yeah.
And I believe that was what they were calling out earlier well before the re-entry, when they were talking about the hot firing before the separation of the European service module.
Exactly. So hopefully those numbers come back, and if all is good, then we'll see them approach.
Again, with
Amazing
those,
just to see.
I was going to say the helicopters. I love seeing them. The MH60S Seahawk helicopters as they keep coming through. They will be extracting the crew once they are on board the floating front porch, which I'm now going to just call the deck.
Hey, it's a boat. It's got a deck, right?
Absolutely. It just seemed to make more sense for me.
Yeah. Again, seeing those crews do that. If you're used to seeing the SpaceX crew launches, they do something very similar. It just usually doesn't take as long in this case, but it's very similar in how they do it. However, at that point, they wouldn't work on opening up the hatch, so that was less of a concern. They would continue to do more of those sniffs once it was on the SpaceX recovery vessel. In this case, though, since they will be removing the crew at this point and then having them remove the crew via helicopter, that is why it's a little bit different and why they may be taking a little extra time. So yeah, it's amazing the amount of people out there to do this. And these teams have been training years and years for this exact thing of working with the capsule, getting the people out, going through this whole choreographed routine, and now to finally be able to do it in actuality. Amazing. Now at this point, it has been about 40-ish minutes or so since the crew has splashed down. And we continue to wait for these dive teams to approach the capsule, Integrity, after its journey around the moon. Amazing. Again, I saw someone say it perfectly earlier of, we waited 9 days for them to come back. We can wait the extra 30 minutes for the hatch to open.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm sure they can take that little time alone there.
Safety
on their own.
first as well. They're obviously doing lots of testing and getting themselves ready. As we mentioned before multiple times, this is all part of the entire Artemis program they are readying themselves for, not just the Artemis 2 mission itself. I'm sure there's a lot of things that they're having to train up for and get ready for future missions.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously this is taking a bit of time, Alex. What do they have to do before they get the crew out?
Yeah, so obviously we still need to see them do the whole thing with the inflatable raft, right? Then medics will go into the capsule and check on the crew. There'll be 2 of them. One of them, I have my own notes here. So one of them will go check on Reed and Jeremy, and then the other one will go check on Christina and Victor. Once they have been checked out, the crew will be then extracted onto the inflatable raft, and the order will be basically who's closest to the hatch will be first. That'll be Christina, and then it'll be Victor right above her, and then Jeremy to the left of where Christina will be, and then Reed will be the last. So the commander will abandon ship, I guess, the last. And once they are on the inflatable raft, 2 helicopters will be airlifting the crew. Christina and Victor will go on the first helicopter number 1, if you will, and then Jeremy and Reed will go on helicopter number 2. They'll switch around, so it's gonna be Christina, then Jeremy, then Victor, then Reed. So it's gonna be sort of like a little bit of a swap there.
So, lots still to happen.
A little bit like of a swap there.
Is that you trying to do something there, Alex? Is it like a transition?
I don't know. Maybe. Was trying to help you out.
Thank you. Well, Alice Carruth has been with us since the beginning here. Thank you Alice, for joining us here. It's been awesome having you on commentary.
Always a pleasure to hang out with you guys and learn a lot about what's going on as well. And of course, I'm going to be handing over to Max Evans, who's going to be taking over for me. Hi, Max.
Good evening, everybody. What a time, right? I mean, that was probably the lamest intro possible, but just given what we're seeing now, I don't know if there are any words that could suffice for what we have not just witnessed today, but for the past nearly 10 days now. Just watching divers now finally approaching the spacecraft. God, that reminds me so much of Apollo. And obviously better because the camera quality nowadays is so much better. But oh my word. I don't know if I have anything of value to add at this second other than just look at what you're seeing now and appreciate it all. Because this has been years in the making. And as Jared was saying, this is not going to be a once in a lifetime thing, as we are aiming to do this a lot more now with Artemis 3 and going forward. So, yeah, just trying to admire, trying to drink it in, trying to breathe a sigh of relief because Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy are finally home and home safe. Integrity is in stable 1. Divers now are now approaching the spacecraft, and we're hoping to see them egress at some point soon. So just all good news for now, and hoping it stays that way.
Yes, and as support teams approach the vehicle, I am way behind on our support. So while we wait to finally see the crew and get these divers on board and checking them out, let me go back to thanking some people here. 8 Astra Sawyer fan here, so a bit of a bias, but I want to say thank you for all your hard work covering this mission. It's been a journey to remember. It's been an honor to be a part of this team covering this. Adam T, so long, and thanks for the trout. Yes, the route trout, as we've been calling it, is officially complete. James, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. SE, are you owned by NASA or independent? We are an independent news organization here at NSF, a bunch of space fans and enthusiasts and journalists covering the space program and all different aspects of it, including other companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin and ULA, in addition to NASA missions. So we appreciate all of you joining. Colton, from all the ops running the 2410 stream, we will miss this a ton. Yes. Mark, thank you for the support. Jacob, the idea of a huge world is faulty. I think once you travel the world, stuff like this unites people and brings awareness to how tiny our planet really is. Great job, guys, and much love to my fellow viewers in chat. Amazing. Boot, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, where we talk about all things spaceflight. We also have food channels, gaming channels, chances to chat with us as well, so hopefully we'll see you in there. All things home, can the ISS track them and see them? We'll have to see. I know the ISS crew posted a picture of themselves inside the cupola, the big window that they have aboard the ISS, ready to scout it out to see if they could see anything. So we'll have to keep an eye out as well on their social medias, which don't forget, if they do see it, we will post it on our social media channels as well. X, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, and Blue Sky. Nero, history made. Congratulations to Artemis 2. Yes. Houston, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Jonah, thank you for the support. No message, but appreciate it. Kathy saying, you guys are the best. This is my first time since you started the live streaming. Do you think they'll have a big book of all their photos they took? Did they see other planets? I mean, they have images.nasa.gov, which is a whole big book of all the photos that they've released so far, and there will absolutely be more coming. And yes, they did see some of the other planets. We know they saw Saturn and Mars, at least, while they were on the far side of the moon.
Yep. Venus and Mercury were also there.
Amazing. And they said they saw Mars pretty prominently with its orange color and orange-red color, although it probably wouldn't have looked much bigger considering, all things considered, they were not that much closer to Mars relatively compared to how we are with it on average. So, but that being said, they were out of Earth's atmosphere, so the clarity of the stars, the planets, and the galaxies would have been that much greater.
Oh, yeah. Cow gifting a Red Team membership. Nizjo, how do you split the Super Chat contributions? Don't worry, it is. It's split evenly amongst all the team working on this, so that's why your support goes to not only helping us, but also to helping to provide the live cameras and streams that we do, including the ones down at Starbase at Cape Canaveral in Florida, as well as in McGregor, Texas, as well as having teams out there. Again, there's a roll tonight scheduled, very likely, from Starbase. We'll have teams out for that. We also have the NG-24 ISS resupply mission scheduled to launch tomorrow morning. We'll have teams out in the field for that. Max, in fact, it'll be you and me out in the field.
Hey, firm. I came right from pad 40 for a camera setup and came right back to the press site to get set up for this. So there's actually some really cool treats in store for that one, considering the new location of Falcon 9's new LZ, or landing zone. So stay tuned for that, because there should hopefully be some goodies coming in the early afternoon. But let's focus on this for now.
Yep, but still, worth noting that look at all these live streams that we've done and that we have scheduled. So yeah, all of these are live videos that we've done, have done, and will do coming up. And there's plenty more. So if we have a camera there, we will live stream it for you.
We've been busy bees, haven't we?
Yeah. Can you believe that we were, what was it, 9 or 10-ish days ago since launch, Max?
You know, the best way I can probably describe this, just from a time experience perspective, from someone on the ground who was lucky enough to be on site for launch, is the 4 and a bit days leading up to the lunar flyby seemed like they were taking forever. Like it seemed like they were dragging let me just get myself centered here real quick. There we go. It seemed like that dragging is kind of the wrong word, but the days seemed longer than they were. Maybe that was just because we weren't used to following something like this so closely for so long, that time both just kind of melded together and also kind of stretched out. But those 4 days leading up to the lunar flyby felt like a long time. And since, obviously, now they're back in the Pacific Ocean now, the 4 days since, or 5 days-ish since, have seemed to have been sped up like exponentially. It seems like the flyby was yesterday, and it wasn't.
By the way, it looks like the hatch is finally open.
Yes.
There we go.
Look at that.
After more than 9 days since it was closed, the hatch now reopened with the 4 astronauts doing well in the Pacific Ocean. Can't wait to hear them tell their story after this.
This is I cannot wait. I cannot wait to hear what they have to say, and just the expressions on their faces. Maybe not immediately after this, because who knows, or if they may or may not be seasick right now. But considering how well they seem to be handling 0G, I have faith in the crew of 4 there. But just how this has affected them. And as I asked them when they got here to the Kennedy Space Center just a couple of weeks ago now, I'm curious to see or hear how this mission has affected them, and what their outlook is now on life going forward, and also just spaceflight in general. Because Artemis 2, as Reed has said, and this quote I think goes down in history as like one of the greatest, we want to be forgotten. Like Artemis 2 is a starting point. Like it's not the apex, it's not the climax, it's not a once in a lifetime event. As Jared was just saying, with Megan on board just a few minutes ago, talking to the teams who are going to be recovering. Like this is not a once in a lifetime thing. Like this is only the beginning. There's a lot more to come.
Yeah.
So
I remember the crew did a similar comment well before the launch, where they were asked like, what is sort of the thing that you want people to remember after this? And so I think it was either Christina or Victor who said that I actually don't want this to be remembered. I want this to be like some kind of old mission that happened, and it just happened, and we are, on the moon bases and going on to Mars and that sort of stuff. Like it's just this old thing that happened, sort of like, I don't know, the first intercontinental flight or something like that. I don't know. It's like something that is just, it's a beginning, sure, but it's just so common nowadays that like that is sort of their thinking, right? That it's something that is so common that people just forget about it.
How many people remember Apollo 7?
Right?
Yeah. That's one of the things that I've had to fight off a little bit a few times. Fight off in quotes here. Because it's like, a lot of people kept repeating that Apollo 8 went and orbited the moon. And I was like, but that was the second crewed flight of Apollo, right? They had already done a crewed test flight of Apollo spacecraft, which was Apollo 7. This is the first crewed flight of Orion. It went by the book, basically, a few things here and there, but that's the whole point of a test flight with crew on board. The toilet issues, right, and things like that. Those are the things that are now things that they have to look for and fix for the next few missions. You cannot get to an operational cadence without a test flight first. So they had an uncrewed one, then a crewed one, which is this one. Just like we've seen with Crew Dragon, same thing. They did an uncrewed test flight, a crewed test flight, also an in-flight abort test, a pad abort test of the escape systems. Orion has done the same thing. Now all of those test flights are out of the way. Next mission, Artemis 3, will test the lander just like Apollo 9 did the same thing. And so, look, we are in that era now. We're starting to test all of this hardware. As soon as we get out of the test phases, we'll go all the way down and start building that base, which is the important thing of this program, right? I say we, but you know what I mean, right? As humans.
And I guess
Not like we're NASA or anything.
And
exactly.
the next step to be preparing for right now, at least in terms of most immediately in the Artemis program, is Artemis 3. And the SRB segments have begun to arrive here at the Kennedy Space Center as recently as just a couple of days ago now. So things are picking up. And mind you, it took like what? So help me out here. I think it was like, oh gosh, like 10 or so months for the first SRB segments for Artemis 2 to get here after Artemis 1. Maybe it was sooner than that, but either way, it was a multi-month wait before parts even began to arrive here. Of course, Artemis Orion is based here, so that I guess has always been here. But in terms of other segments of the launch vehicle itself, being SLS, took a long time for everything to get here. But we're due for some more SRB segments to be arriving here, I think, in the next week. It has been said numerous times now that we are expecting core stage components for Artemis 3 to be getting here at some point in late April, which is very soon, as we're already in the second week of April.
Jared said April 20th, right, for that rollout of out of Michoud. So arriving late April to the Kennedy Space Center. Yep.
So like hardware and gears are already turning for Artemis 3 preparation, and we should actually be seeing, I'm looking out the window at it right now, CT2 or Crawler Transporter 2 and Mobile Launcher 1 departing Launch Pad 39B, which is where this very spacecraft departed from just nine and a bit days ago. So gears are already turning for Artemis 3. We could not be more grateful for it, and this cadence has been greatly needed, and the program itself, its survival depends on it.
Yeah, and Max, we were talking about, the SLS and Orion side of things, of course, but there's also the landers, right?
Yep.
Because Starship, we've got that Booster 19, Ship 39, potentially rolling out tonight at Starbase, right? Ship 39 for its own static fire test at Massey's, Booster 19 going out to Pad 2 for its own static fire test campaign, hopefully with a launch next month. And then we also have Blue Origin as well, preparing for the third launch of New Glenn. They have also tested their first Blue Moon Mark 1 lander, and that'll be the base basically of the larger Mark 2 lander. And potentially the first few landings with Blue Origin will also be with sort of like an in-between version with like a Mark 1.5, right? But we're sort of going in the right direction where we're seeing all of these systems getting flown and tested, and this is essentially the path forward to a successful Artemis 3, and of course Artemis 4 with a landing on the moon.
It seems like they're starting to get the front porch ready for the crew to get out onto there.
I still can't get over the label for that, the front porch. That's so funny.
Yeah, it's a sort of inflatable ledge that they'll be able to go out onto to then get picked up by the helicopters.
And Alex, refresh our memories. You said it was going to be Christina, Jeremy, Victor, and Reed in terms of order of who's getting out.
Christina,
Victor, Jeremy, and Reed. Yep.
Yeah.
It'd be so nice if we saw some dolphins around the capsule right now. How cool would that be?
That would be fun.
Sorry, yeah, Crew 9 already had that.
Yeah, right.
I think Crew 11 did as well. Anyway, let me go back to Thank You Pete because we're still hours behind here. Jonah, so much history behind this, and we got more ahead, absolutely. Boot watching from Wilmington, Vermont, always love the content. Thank you for that. Strawby for the support. Appreciate that as well. Dragon, it's a late night here in the UK, but my cats Apollo and Artemis are keeping me company. Thanks for providing the best views, NSF team. Great names.
If they're not gray and orange, that would be a shame. I'm just joking.
Or black and white and orange.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah. Susie Q, thank you for the $50 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thanks for the amazing coverage as always. Godspeed, integrity. Viva, thank you for gifting the Red Team membership. James becoming a PadRat member. Jeremy saying, glad I got home from work in time for this. Very glad you did too. Jeffro gifting a Red Team membership. Don, thank you, saying thanks for the 24/10 coverage. Watched launch in person with grandsons growing up with NSF. That was a spectacular launch, and that's one that hopefully you'll never forget, and your grandsons will never forget as well, because I know I'll never forget that. Stefano, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Eclectic, saying wonderful coverage. Congratulations, Allison and Russell Hannigan. Well, yeah, this is amazing to watch. I can't believe this is on the screen that's next to me right now. It's amazing.
I think just like speaking of weird, I think what's beginning to really settle in with me is the fact that we're now able to talk about the Artemis 2 mission in past tense. After 3 years of buildup since the crew was announced, we can finally talk about Artemis 2 in past tense.
Oh, that's weird.
Isn't
Gosh,
right?
That's weird.
That's really strange. That's a really strange feeling. But we could not be more grateful for it. I mean, we've been waiting a long time for this to happen. But integrity does look
long.
Yeah, for so long. And integrity looks absolutely glorious. Floating in stable 1 currently with a hatch open and the crew breathing some fresh air for the first time in almost 10 days. And hopefully feeling okay too, because that capsule has been bobbing around a lot, but that's what you get when you splash down in the water.
You can see the
You
medics.
can see inside. Look at that.
Yeah. One of the shirts, I think, of one of the medics.
Wow.
Yeah. Also worth noting, we got a crew to fly around the moon and back, or, fly behind the moon and back before we got GTA 6.
What?
Yeah.
Sawyer, if you don't tweet that right now, I'm going to be very angry.
Oh, that's what the front porch looks like, the inflatable raft. Showing sort of like a playback.
Wow.
All right, I'm typing it now.
You can actually fit a rocking chair there.
You can fit a lot of things in that space.
That's huge.
That's a lot of room.
All right, there you go. It's posted. Also, I believe I was seeing video there that at the New York Mets game, the baseball game tonight, they showed the Splashdown live on the Jumbotron at the game. That doesn't feel like uniting the people of the world in something together. I don't know what does. Amazing. Billy Day with the $50 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. It's 50 years from one great achievement to another. Welcome home, integrity.
Indeed.
Artemis, hey, good to see you. Good friend of mine. Which, yes, their name is legally Artemis. It's amazing. Looks like an Air New Zealand plane and some other aircraft are going to be near the reentry zone around the right time. Anything they might see. I don't know. We'll have to see if there's any, because we got plenty of videos from the from launch of people in airplanes. So we'll have to see.
I wonder what the onboard cameras for integrity captured as well. I mean, we have footage from Artemis 1. But I'm eager to see, especially with this newer profile for reentry, how much different it looked.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw a little bit of the plasma forming as they were starting to hit the atmosphere before the LOS, which was awesome. Champsing, integrity, good morning and welcome home. Thank you for your contribution to humanities science. Greetings from Taiwan. Cosmic was shouting out Alice from Las Cruces, New Mexico. Alice, despite the accent, in New Mexico. Bunny, thank you for providing so much information. Or is it data? I'll call it facts. Yes, facts.
Facts, no printer.
I was waiting for it. Thanks, Max.
I know. That's
Max
almost like I cannot believe. I just saw the clip today from Hagen. Hagen's the one who tweeted this. I cannot believe in the countdown yesterday. of like when Christina was counting down. You could literally see Reed behind Christina around a couple of certain numbers, which I'm not going to say. I
think Victor actually did it first during the mission.
Okay, but like, was that intentionally for those two numbers, or was that just like him explaining something and the motions just seem to line up? I don't know. Like, I would love to know. But
Apologies to our moderators.
She was doing a sort of like a, you know, when you try to sort of match the audio with the video, right?
Yep.
So she was doing a countdown, 10, 9, etc. And yeah, Reed went.
I cannot believe that footage exists. That's incredible.
Folks, we now officially, brain rot has left the Earth.
Oh my God.
Brain rot has reached the moon.
He's got the Taylor things. I think it's from his kids, from his daughters.
His 2 daughters, yeah.
And everything, yeah.
You know, I would
and
love
he was even told about, I think it was during the launch coverage that we saw him introducing the tablet password, right? And somebody tweeted that out, and people were like, "Oh, we now know his password," and things like that. And
3939.
And then he was aware of that the other day. So I was like, "Oh, that must have been his daughters that told him, hey, they saw your password."
You know, one of the questions that I want to ask him, I know this is incredibly off topic and off the rails at the moment, but I want to ask him where he learned about, like, did he see that online, or did his daughter tell him about that? And I don't know. I would love to ask him.
Of all the questions you could ask an astronaut that
just that one. That's it. That's the only one.
Seems like they rigged already, Orion.
Looks like it.
Yep. Yeah, the crews have been working on that. And again, next up we'll be getting out that inflatable.
It's like they're taking a little bit more because of the waves and whatnot, but
yeah,
they have plenty of time.
You know what? Also, the water, the waves actually don't look atrocious. Like, that water actually looks surprisingly pleasant, considering what else they could also be splashing around in right now. The water doesn't look too bad.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And again, especially considering that they committed to this splashdown 7-ish days ago. At the translunar injection burn was when they committed to splashing down. And yet, look at the conditions. It was great. Amazing. Felix saying, I hope we see more of Alice in the future. She is awesome. Don't worry, we will. She's great. Space Watcher gifting a Red Team membership. Angel Egg, God bless the crew. Safe landing, love the NSF crew. Wascally Wabbit saying, yes, my patch just arrived. Perfect timing. Watching from Kashmir, Washington. Chris, history in the making. NASA calls it controlled splashdown. The crew calls it praying the parachutes open on time, which they did.
There goes the raft. They're starting to deploy it.
Yes, the inflatable front porch. So hopefully we'll see the crew out on it shortly. And then we will see the helicopters come by and help lift them up and bring them back to the boat, the USS John P. Murtaugh. Let's see. Vissar, does NASA have the WB-57 to get reentry video? Yes, we saw some of it, which was cool. Kobe becoming a Red Team member. Zalavas, sucks the mission is coming to an end, but this has been one heck of a journey from start to finish. Yes, it has.
How old are these messages in support and whatnot?
A couple hours. We're getting there.
Oh, boy.
I'm seeing more coming through.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I can't. I don't have the panel open. Should I not open it?
I mean, it'll be Ryan Caton's problem in a bit. It's fine. He's good at reading through lots of messages, as we saw.
Nice. Perfect.
But yes, no, we appreciate all of the support from everyone coming through. Even just the thumbs ups in the streams are super helpful. We appreciate all of you watching and joining us, so thank you for that. Mad Biker, how does Artemis reentry compare to Shuttle? A lot steeper. Shuttle was very shallow.
In a way, it almost doesn't compare, because they're complete opposites from what they were to each other, not just in reentry, but also just in terms of their vehicle design. Shuttle was a lifting body space plane, whereas Integrity, or Orion just in general, is a capsule styled very much like Apollo in terms of its shape. So they really could not be any more different.
Yep. Sherry, thank you for the support. Zildog, look at how flat that Earth is. Ha ha ha. Yes, we talked about the GoPros and everything there.
I thought it was the front porch. It's actually the stabilization collar. I just saw that it's going around the spacecraft. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
that doesn't make sense. And then it clicked. It was like, okay, now I get it.
Sareed talking about when we were able to see the upper atmosphere there, officially in the low orbit altitude regime. Patrick Bob had gifted 50 Red Team memberships in there as well. Thank you, Patrick. Always a name we love seeing here. Great to see you. Wolf, I'm tearing up. My nerves are shot. Worried for the heat shield. Hey, it worked. Spoiler alert, it worked.
Spoiler alert.
Peter pointing out there was the G5 plane tracking, converted hydrogen. Thanks, NSF, doing a terrific job. We try. Blissfully Blessed, thank you for the support. Corey gifting a Red Team membership. Blissfully Blessed also saying thank you that they're home. Jeremy Elwood, would have been more fun if YouTube stopped lagging live. We have no control over that, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
James gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Appreciate that as well. Now I think we're finally catching up. Eric, welcome home, Integrity. Eric, one of our ops here at NSF. Good to see you on there. James with a $50 super chat saying, remember to tip your waiters, waitresses, and spaceflight presenters. Go NASA, go Artemis, and go NASA spaceflight. I like that. Thank you. Try the salmon. Prion Disease, thank you for becoming a Pat Rat member. Jeremy Elwood again. Hey, want to fly around the moon and then crash violent into the ocean? Yes, please. Well, it's semi-violent. It's about, like getting into a car crash at 30 miles an hour is what it kind of feels like from what I've heard.
It's not Soyuz smacking itself down on the Kazakh steppe, so.
Still not great, but yeah. Still going to be rough. But then again, anything after going from weightlessness for 10 days to 4Gs to hitting the water is going to be a bit rough.
Yeah, that's for sure.
That's also why when Rob Navius was talking earlier about the crew being green, that's why I was like, green in the face or green as in go green?
I think Christina, she actually spent 9 months on the ISS, right? So
yep,
she's probably already well, and she also reiterated on a Soyuz.
That's and so did Reed, and so did Reed.
Yeah, Reed also came back on a Soyuz.
Victor is the only one who's been spoiled by Dragon.
On a Dragon. Yep. Soft splashdown.
Yeah, and then Jeremy on his first mission.
Yep. Yeah, right.
That's really crazy to go to the moon on your first mission.
Anything after that, it's going to be like, you want to go to the ISS? Yeah, all right,
It's
fine.
like, it's kind of like for those who were in town and saw Starship Flight 5 in person, that was their first ever launch. It's like, sorry, buddy, it's all downhill from there. Sorry to disappoint.
There we go. And take a look at this. A very happy NASA communications team at the Johnson Space Center reacting to the successful splashdown of Artemis 2. Very cool. It's a photo from John Krause, who was a member of the media with us at one point now, taking photos for NASA, specifically with Jared Isaacson's team as well. So cool.
Yeah.
Zayfon, astronauts are green. If only they had a toilet. They had to shut it down in about a couple hours beforehand. Keith Jean, well done, NASA spaceflight guys, for your great commentary. We try. Trans1551 gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Space Pope, hey, it's Space Pope.
Hey,
the Space Pope is back. Good to see you. Saying praise be. I hope you're doing well. Cyphered it, saying no lawn darts on the front porch.
Yeah, we don't want those.
Waco Jones, cool landing, poor communications. Yeah, did you try the push to talk button?
Please
I bought
hold
2.
while we transfer you.
Yeah, I bought 2 of the landing t-shirts to help support NSF. Awesome, getting the new Splashdown merch too. That was really cool. Thank you. Hopefully you enjoy it. Which I see it the first time you guys do with this one, so it was really awesome to be like, oh, look at that. That's awesome. Random guy saying go NASA. Error theory for in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we are all inhabitants in this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's future, and we are all mortal. Very nice. Stuart Little, been here since the beginning with you guys. Now I can breathe and maybe get some sleep. Welcome home, Integrity and crew. Got a bunch of guys about to turn blue here. We're breathing again.
Thanks a lot.
I thought they were green.
Oh, jeez. Alex.
Copy it down, integrity.
Integrity.
Because they said...
I know.
Copy it down, tranquility. So for those who don't know, yeah. That's why. And then Salim, thank you for the kind words there. Jerwa, what we really need to know now is, how's the chair?
Probably still there, honestly. Probably still there.
Wouldn't be surprised. Thank you, Jerwa, for the $20 super chat. And Vaughn saying, best moment ever. Yeah, I mean, I think we have a picture of the best moment ever that was tweeted out by the NASA administrator as well, of crew returning down and splashing down as we see them starting to inflate the stabilization collar there. And
you can see
there it
that
is.
front
there
porch.
Yep,
Wow.
Front porch unfolding on the right, and then the image of the splashdown on the left. Words from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman saying America's back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon and bringing them home safely. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy did an outstanding job. These talented astronauts inspired the world and represented their space agencies and nations as humanity's ambassadors to the stars. This was a test mission, the first crewed flight of SLS and Orion, pushing farther into the ungiving environment of space than ever before, and it carried real risk. They accepted that risk for all we stood to learn and for the exciting missions to follow, and we returned to the lunar surface, build a moon base, and prepare for what comes next. And they were not alone. The entire NASA workforce, our commercial and international partners, and the hopes and dreams of people all over the world were with them. The astronauts know it, and you should too. This mission would not have been possible without you. Congratulations, Artemis 2, mission accomplished.
Beautifully said.
Wow. So yeah, the front porch is unfolding.
Good news.
Yeah. Very important what the administrator said about the risk. We had a few questions, a lot of questions earlier in the mission, especially after the translunar injection, talking about, can they be rescued if something goes wrong? Is there something to, and it's like, nope, there's no rescue. You go to the moon and back. Basically, there's no way back. Also, from re-entry, there's nope. You have to take that risk, and it's a risk worth taking because what you get out of that is you've tested now a spacecraft that can go to the moon and back.
Mm-hmm.
You add a lander
Risk
to the
versus
equation.
reward.
Yep, you add the lander, and then you get to the lunar surface.
We see more teams starting to get out to the capsule there. Get that crew out finally and get them on board the ship. Seawage with a $50 super chat saying, You're not independent media. There are many fellow nerds right here. Thanks for the streams. Keith saying, how long do you think this will take? It's finally getting a little closer there. We're a little over an hour and 15 minutes in Splashdown. But this is the first time they're doing it with people, so it's going to take a little extra time as they work everything out. Let's see. RGE, thanks for showing this. Watching from Raleigh, North Carolina. Matt becoming a PadRat member. RevNet saying thanks for the coverage. Always love from Sweden. Love seeing all the people from all over the world being joined together for this one moment. 1X saying hi. Matt P, what Artemis mission is expected to actually land on the moon? Max, that is now set for Artemis 4.
Correct. Artemis 4. And that is, that may slip to Artemis 5 depending on how far they get with Artemis 3. But the current plan right now is outlined to be Artemis 4. So we will see how that timeline progresses. And Artemis 4, I believe, is currently scheduled for early 2028, pending a successful result on Artemis 3. So, which is currently itself in that second half of 2027, if not towards the end of 2027, which is next year. So, yeah, wow, beautiful. No way. Toria's daughter worked on Orion?
That's Tori
Yeah.
Bruno,
No
formerly
way.
the CEO of ULA, and now with Northrop Grumman, or Blue Origin.
Blue
excuse
Origin.
me. Saying
Sawyer.
beautiful
very
Grand Prix
easy.
Splashdown. My daughter worked on Orion. She's very excited right now, as is everyone who contributed to our initial return to the moon.
Hey.
Yeah, he also used to work on at Lockheed Martin as well.
Yes, he did.
So, and Lockheed Martin was the one that built the Orion crew capsule.
Mhm.
And so yeah, I was gonna mention Max, because we were talking about that change in plans, right?
Yep.
Apollo also did a bunch of changes in their mission plans, right?
Yep. They sure did.
Apollo 8 was originally being the lunar module test flight and things like that. Instead, they said, it's late, so we'll go to the moon. And Apollo 8 went all the way to the moon, right? And then Apollo 9 was the lunar module test flight. And so, yeah.
Yeah.
It happens.
And there's the front porch in all of her glory.
All of her inflatable glory. So hopefully we will see the crew make their way out. Of course, the setting sun a little making the lighting a bit tough here. It is 6:24 p.m. local time off the coast of California there. So right around sunset. This is cool to watch. I know
Definitely don't freak
really. Also
mentioning it.
There we go.
Oh my gosh, we saw it.
There we go.
Oh my gosh, we saw it.
There we go.
Look at these views.
Wow.
These are live. Look at that. Views, not animations. Look at that. This from inside the European service module. You can see the...
There we go.
There we go. 5x5. It's beautiful.
Nice.
Apologies about that. Call it our own Tedra's hand over there.
Yeah. Forward link LOS, right?
Yes, did we try pressing push to talk? Like when they were trying to get the communications up earlier with the divers. There
It's
you go.
because
Now
we
can
didn't
see...
did the beep.
Yeah. Now you can see the all the teams out there getting ready to get the astronauts out from the capsule onto that little inflatable raft there. Again, it's called the front porch, lovingly, by NASA.
Yep. I think they were also taking the inflatable vests, I think, that they're going to be using with the crew.
Yep, and then don't worry, there will be room for the astronauts. I see people saying, but there's no room for them. There's plenty of room for them. But yeah, this is so cool. People are asking about that blinking light.
Yep,
Yep. Yeah, it's part of a locating beacon, right?
I believe so. I would say that
Oh my God.
What?
Oh, because Rob Navi is in Houston in Mission Control Center. He's basically having to yell over the crowds in Houston right now.
Really?
Cheering and celebrating at Mission Control Center.
Safely to Earth.
That's awesome.
So all of that jubilation part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha.
You could hear it behind Rob Navius there.
Just imagine when they begin pulling the crew members out and how loud that mission control room is going to get.
Oh,
They should be very proud.
Oh, 100%.
Of course, not just Houston, also KC, all of the teams in general, but you know, they have been monitoring the mission basically those more than 9 days since liftoff.
Every NASA center across the country, the Canadian Space Agency, all of the members of the European Space Agency, all should be proud.
Yep.
And in addition to all of the other contractors, the Lockheeds, the Northrop Grummans, the Airbuses, all of them.
Wow, look at that. How many people there are.
And the full gallery behind them, too.
So many happy faces. Wow.
Amazing seeing them all just
that's so
uniting of humanity.
That's so refreshing. Like, we needed this.
By the way, Rob Navius is like all the way to the right. He's still sitting down.
Oh, is that him right there? In the all the way in the right? Okay.
Yep, that's PO console.
Yeah, poor Rob's still over there.
Yeah.
Look at that view. It looks like someone green screened that on, but it's not. Those are live views in Mission Control Houston of the recovery vessels.
It gives off Apollo vibes. I'm just sorry about it, but it really gives off that vibe.
Yeah, although fewer cigars this time.
Yeah. More phones. Way more.
Yeah. Fewer cigars, fewer flags, but still. And continuing to wait for the crew to egress or get out of the capsule. And then once they're out, there will be 2 different helicopters that will grab them, 2 per chopper. The person closest to the hatch, by the way, is Mission Specialist 1, Christina Cook. It was very likely that we will see her as the first one out. I see orange. Is that a crew member out?
Judging by the clapping, yeah.
Jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member is out of integrity.
Wow. If they're going by the plan, that should be Christina.
Yep.
Yeah, she was closest to the hatch. And we'll see if, I believe Victor Glover should be next.
It looks like Christina.
And here comes the next person. That looks like Victor.
Yep.
You could see the reflection off the bald head.
Relatable.
Yeah, you'll know.
Oh my goodness. The first time out of that spacecraft in almost 10 days. Right now.
And that should be followed after that by Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
The cheering behind. Wow.
And the other good news for the crew, in just a short amount of time, they will be able to use a real bathroom again. No more blizzards that we get to see out the spacecraft window. So yeah, next should be Jeremy Hansen, Mission Specialist 2, and then the last person off will be Commander Reed Weissman.
Quite epic. Commander last.
My gosh. Like,
Sorry, I don't just being quiet. Just can't find the words right now.
I don't know. This is so poetic. Here comes Jeremy.
There he is.
It's so poetic and just perfect to be exiting in this light. It's like a movie right now. That's what this kind of feels like. Oh my gosh.
Wow. And then Reed will be the last one out. Then, again, the commander, always the captain, the last one off the ship. Commander will be the last one off the capsule. Look at them just sitting there, ready and waiting to be picked up by the helicopter. And with the crew,
here he comes.
Now just about out. There we go.
There's Reed. I bet he's also. I wish we could see just how big his smile is right now.
I mean, I see a reflection in the camera. I think that must be his smile and his teeth. Integrity now empty for the first time in almost 10 days. And as we now wait for the helicopter to grab them, that concludes my time with you here, but the broadcast is not ending. We will continue to wait for the crew to get picked up and recovered. So in the meantime, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Ryan Caton to take you the rest of the way home. Ryan, first off, I have to say, amazing job to this crew of 4. You really have set humanity forward and are hopefully the starting off point on our return to the moon, to Mars, and to the stars. Reed, Jeremy, Victor, Christina, thank you for all you've done for spaceflight, and may this be the first of many. Thank you all for watching with us. Ryan Caton, continue the stream.
Yeah, the way you started that sentence almost made it sound like you were saying that to me for a second there, Sawyer, and I was going to be like, oh, thank you, very kind words, but you addressed it to the crew instead, which, you know, is also okay. But thank you, Sawyer, so much for all of your hard work today. We are continuing our live coverage of the recovery of Artemis 2 splashing down. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago, but it's been a little while now. They've been bobbing in the Pacific Ocean as we continue to watch the crew exit Integrity for the first time in just over 9 and a bit days. I mean, just look at that. I don't think they could have asked for better weather if they could. I mean, it's just beautiful skies, beautiful waves or lack thereof. It's just, you know, stunning. Probably, I'm not sure if the waters are that warm in that specific part of the Pacific Ocean, but fingers crossed the helicopters are not too far away to pick them up. And also just look at that. That is a beautiful spacecraft. You know, we all love Shuttle. Dragon is great. Soyuz is classic. But that just looks so awesome. Just look at Orion. Toasty after re-entry.
And the sharing there that you can see is not even, you know, we saw that on Crew Dragon, right? Oh, there we go. All 4 crew members there with the orange vest. The back heat shield, as it's called, right? There's the main heat shield at the bottom, and then the back heat shield, the one that sort of covers the other parts of the capsule. That is actually thermal tiles, just like on the shuttle. So which it means that it's basically reusable, right? The sharing that you see there is actually from a protecting film that they use for when it's out in space, and that one, of course, chars in sort of a plates, right? But the main heat shield, those tiles are basically a heritage from the shuttle. It's like it's super cool because they're using that, and
You want to know what is also super cool? We have some photos downlinked from the International Space Station because, as you know, we were looking live from the ISS for re-entry. We couldn't see anything during re-entry. Our cameras were maybe just a little bit too wide with our friends over at CEN. But NASA astronaut Chris Williams has just posted on social media that they saw the Artemis 2 crew re-enter the atmosphere from the International Space Station. And as, you know, there is no way I can comprehend this, but to see your colleagues re-entering in front of you from the ISS, I mean, the timing couldn't have worked out better. You know, this April 1st launch has really given us a solar eclipse around the backside of the moon, a daylight launch, and now the International Space Station watching re-entry from low Earth orbit. This launch window just keeps on delivering. It's just incredible they managed to get this thing off the ground.
And daylight splashdown, because they also had the possibility that perhaps, in some of the other launch times, they might have had a nighttime splashdown, which ironically they also removed that constraint. Originally it was a constraint, but they also removed that so they could have more launch opportunities. Otherwise, some of the launch opportunities would essentially be removed from their calendar. They said, you know what, let's take the risk. Maybe Orion will just need to do it in nighttime, because for a first time operation, you mostly want to be in daylight, right? But they have also training in nighttime conditions, and so they were ready to do that. They didn't need that, and so that's good.
I'm still gobsmacked by these views of Orion at sunset. I mean, it's just so pretty.
Do you think they have recovered already, Rise, the zero-G indicator?
I
don't know.
So. I mean,
I wonder if
put on a vest too on Rise.
I wonder if one of the crew members came out of Orion holding it. I don't know.
If there was a crew member to do that, I would place my bets on Christina Cook, but I hope they've gotten Rise, because if not, Rise might get a little bit soggy, and I'm not sure if Rise would appreciate that.
Yeah, that'd be unfortunate for sure.
Let's also not forget that inside of Rise is the SD card, which has the 5 million odd names, including my name, which, submitted to fly around the moon on Artemis 2. So I wouldn't want that SD card getting corroded either. So I do hope they are taking good care of Rise, the zero-G indicator, or as Rise was called in the PAO event. Was it yesterday or the day before? But the floating head inside of Orion.
Oh.
What have you seen, Alex?
Sorry. Apparently, Amit might be doing a little bit of an interview with NASA. So we might see them doing that, sort of like Jared was with Megan Cruz earlier on the ship, right? So Amit is at Amit Kshatriya, the deputy or associate administrator. I don't remember exactly the full name of his post. Basically, the second in command, so to speak, and the highest rank on a civil servant at NASA, basically.
You can see there are plenty of vessels around Orion there as the President of the United States says congratulations in his own way to the Artemis 2 crew. Of course, the crew and the President had a conversation over the Deep Space Network just after they flew around the far side of the moon on flight day 6. And looks like a social media post here saying congratulations to the crew members there.
There we go. Looks like they have removed the front porch. Now it's not the front porch. Now it's the floating porch.
It's just a porch. I was going to say, it looks like they're kind of floating away a little bit here. I hope they got all of the equipment they needed out of Orion before they detached and floated away, because they're almost, just floating by themselves off into the sunset, which I'm sure would be poetic, but I'm not 100% sure that would be in the crew's best interest right now.
Probably
as they
not.
get ready to be as they get ready to be airlifted to the US Navy recovery ship.
Last few weeks, your thoughts as this team here basks in the glow of what they just accomplished?
Yeah, Rob, we're here in the control center, and it's kind of overrun with jubilant folks from the Mission Control Houston, as well as engineering, and folks that just want to be here, part of it, as we watch our crew get extracted from the vehicle. And my thought is always about these teams. The team that's in the water right now, pulling the crew out. The team here in Houston that worked so hard over the last 10 days, no sleep to get this done. We still have some work to do to get the crew to the med bay here on the ship. They all look great coming out, so we're hopefully that won't be too long. You know, I think we saw the administrator on the boat too, giving his thanks to the Navy team on the Murtha, which they're just an incredible group of sailors. I was able to visit with them a couple weeks ago. And then if you pull it all the way back to the workers and the folks that joined the rocket at Michoud, that made the heat shield tiles that held together tonight, that, you know, that stacked the vehicle in Florida, that integrated the vehicle in Denver, that fired the engines in Stennis, that fired the boosters in Promontory. I mean, this is the entire team, you know, coming together and being tested by the environment that this machine went through, and they did it right. The work was good. They did it right.
You've said in a number of briefings, of course, and in other forums that this is just the first step. The cadence has to step up, as the administrator has indicated. Now, it's a little early for the full report card on how Integrity did, but did this mission ultimately, from your eyes view, exceed expectations?
It absolutely did. I mean, I was waiting to talk about this until we were in the water, and, you know, I think we still have, again, work to do to bring it in and really kind of go through it bolt by bolt and see what we learned. But I mean, so far, given what we learned during the mission and given how we performed on ascent, on entry, you know, I always think about energy in terms of the states that you worry about the most. And every time we put these machines through these incredibly energetic states, they came through. So I'm fairly confident that we made a big step tonight to get us on the path towards the surface. I think the path to the surface is open now. You know, we do have to do all the work, and we'll make sure we talk about that as cleanly as we can. We learned a few things during the mission, but I have to tell you, this was an incredible test of an incredible machine.
From an American psyche standpoint, the Empire State Building was lit up red, white, and blue tonight. Our coverage was seen on baseball stadiums around the major leagues. How captivating was this experience for the American people, for the world, in fact, as we returned to the moon?
You know, I have not been able to watch a lot of the coverage as we've progressed through the mission. I will tell you, just, you know, from my witness in Florida before launch, and then seeing the people's faces here, and then, you know, reading where I can about how things are going. I think this has been a gift to the world from NASA. NASA has given the world a gift, proving to folks all over the place, especially young people, and that to me is what this is really about. Young people, when they see what we can do when we work together, when we have teams that collaborate, that, you know, it doesn't matter how hard the problems are, we can solve them. I'm hopeful that Artemis 2, as folks witness what we were able to do with this incredible crew, this incredible team that we've birthed into the world, scientists and engineers and artists that have been inspired by this. And even if they don't come work in the program, which separately they should come work in the program because Lord knows we need the help, but even if they don't want to come work in the program, hopefully they grow up to recognize they can do amazing things when they work together and contribute to society and be good citizens and really change the way, you know, the challenges that are coming in the world are overcomable if we work together like this.
And one final question. You know, flying to the moon, we did it. We've done it again this past week and a half or so. But the engineering that went behind the design of this mission and the precision, the pinpoint precision of this vehicle entering that entry corridor, it's almost mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is incredible when you think about the energies involved and the uncertainties involved. That you know, when we inserted the vehicle into orbit, it was 99.2% down the middle. When we dropped the vehicle right on top of the fleet here, you know, our guys knew exactly where to go, but the guidance was perfect. You know, and it's interesting. I've got this question a lot over the last few weeks about, you know, we did this before 53 years ago, and, you know, that I think, I mean, it is a reasonable thing to contemplate, like what's gone on since then. And what I'd tell you is, you know, when we did Apollo, which again, the more we learn about what they did, the more magical it seems what they were able to accomplish given the technology and the learnings that they had. But when we did Apollo, the architects of Apollo, you know, Gilbert, Seaman, von Braun, Mueller, what they really, really wanted to do, you know, as they were contemplating what it meant to expand our range of action to the lunar surface, what they wanted to do was learn how to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first before they were confident they could expand their range of action to the moon. Now, of course, the politics of the time and the mission at the time was different, and so they had to go straight to the moon and bring people home. And then after that, the program kind of lost its momentum. But, you know, after that, NASA kept moving along those paths, right? So we recognized during Apollo that reusability was going to be important. We spent a lot of money on those machines, and we spent a lot of money on these machines here. Even though, but we recognized that reusability was important, which is why we built a winged space plane called Space Shuttle, and then we used that reusable machine to build a space station. And we learned for 25 years how to live and work in space, and have been able to develop technologies that can enable exploration. So really, what I think is now, 53 years later, we're at the point where the architects of Apollo would have been pleased that we're now ready to actually go back to the moon and go back to stay, because we've learned all the things we needed to learn.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us, Amit. Amit Kshatriya, NASA's Associate Administrator, as we begin to hoist the crew onto the helicopters to head back to the recovery ship. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Amit.
I have to say, SpaceX's Dragon recovery makes this look a little bit easier than the airlifting. I mean, this is epic. Don't get me wrong. This is epic, epic footage right now. But this feels like something out of an action movie. They're being airlifted out of the raft right now, as we see some work. They're too small for me to read, but we see some words from Apple CEO Tim Cook on the left-hand side, congratulating the Artemis 2 crew. I mean, just look at this. You've
missing
just,
some, some Bruce Willis or something like that.
Yeah,
I mean, this is straight out of Apollo 13.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. This is straight out of the movie. They've just thrashed through the atmosphere at 24,000 miles an hour, and now they're being yanked out of the sea by a helicopter and airlifted to the ship. And the second helicopter is going in now as well. We're going to have 2 astronauts on each helicopter across 2 helicopters, or 4 astronauts across 2 helicopters, two on each.
If they followed the pre-plan, or sort of the pre-splashdown plan, that first one should have been Christina on helicopter number 1, so to speak, and then Jeremy should be next here on, you could call, I guess, helicopter number 2. It's 2 helicopters. Once Jeremy's out, then helicopter number 1 will go out and take Victor, and while Victor is sort of getting into the helicopter, the second helicopter will go out and take Reed.
Definitely getting a little bit splashed right now from the wash of the helicopter's rotors. I wonder if the ride in the raft is maybe a little bit more bumpy than it was in Orion at this particular phase of the mission. And there we go. The next crew member hoisted up onto the US Navy recovery helicopter. Fingers crossed the first helicopter will be coming back in a second to pick up the third astronaut, and then the second helicopter will loop back round and come back for the 4th astronaut once they've been...
Oh, there we go. There's the other helicopter. Helicopter number 1.
Coming back.
Sort of put a number on these, I guess.
That was really
I hope
fast.
I hope they placed the astronauts down gently, because that speed, it almost looked like they might have just done like an airplane back onto the ship.
No, the astronauts go up. Haven't you seen it?
Oh, okay. Okay,
yeah,
so
they
still
go
on board
up.
the helicopter. Okay,
yeah, so that's why they rotate, because it takes a while for them to climb up on the winch there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alex. That makes much more sense than flinging the astronauts off onto the recovery ship.
Yeah. Once both are on board, then the helicopter goes out and lands on the aircraft carrier. So people were asking, like, what's going to happen to Orion in the meantime? Well, Orion is now rigged. There you go. Pronunciation. How does that work? And then it'll be sort of towed to the ship. The ship has its own sort of compartment where they flood that compartment on purpose to bring the capsule in. There we go. That should be Victor. There we go. I was looking at my notes. Yeah, now they'll climb up and get in the chopper.
Yeah. It just looked like it's getting dragged out of shot there over to the left. That was quite funny.
Yeah. But yeah, so Ryan will get in that sort of flooded compartment, so to speak, and that'll basically make them be able to then drain the compartment and bring Orion sort of just basically to a dry environment.
Hopefully, here it comes. Helicopter 2 now making an appearance at the top of frame, coming in to collect the 4th and final crew member of Artemis 2, Reed Wiseman, commander of the mission. Previously flew in the Soyuz capsule, and I have to say, this is a little bit more of an epic extraction compared to getting pulled out of a burnt capsule, which just almost crash landed into the steppes of Kazakhstan.
Does he have a hat on?
I don't know.
Looks like a baseball cap or something.
Oh, up they go.
Here we go.
You can actually see, wow, you can see someone else in the window there.
Yeah, the other astronaut. It should be Jeremy.
Oh my gosh.
And that now means all of the astronauts have been recovered by the Navy, and they will be heading back to the recovery ship.
Once on the recovery ship, they'll be able to take a helicopter out to sort of the San Diego, Los Angeles area. And then from there, they'll fly to Houston.
We actually have a question about that in chat. The Flying Diver 25, very appropriate username for this phase of the mission. They are asking how long, do we know how long they'll be on board the ship before they return to land in San Diego?
I think they have a few medical exams, and also within a day, once they're back in Houston, they're going to be doing EVA testing. So basically, they get on EVA suits and practice as if they had landed on the moon and have to work with that EVA suit, which is quite amazing that they're trying that out. But it's part of the post-landing operations that they have for the crew. Basically, a set of activities that will test that the crews, after they have spent a few days in microgravity, they can go and land on the moon and you know, just like on Apollo, right? Apollo, the main difference was that it was like 3 days, and it was like 2 or 3 EVAs that they did on the later flights, right? Whenever they go back on Apollo, on Artemis 4, the plan is actually for 5 EVAs over 4 days. So it's much more work that they have to do.
As we are now live on board the US Navy recovery ship, the first helicopter coming into land. And I mean, if you thought that Orion's trajectory was bang down the middle, that is something else. Incredible piloting skill here from the Navy to bring the astronauts home, landing on the deck.
Yep.
Look at that.
There we go. Parked.
Plenty of room to spare.
This is just poetic.
And friendly reminder that basically Apollo missions, except for Skylab, were like this.
Yes.
I mentioned this before, where, you know, for Skylab missions, they actually hoisted the crew out of the capsule after they had already put the capsule on the ship. Because it's easier. There were longer missions, and so, you know, 0G sort of messes with your... There we go.
Here comes the second helicopter making its way towards the recovery ship. Oh my goodness. Just look at this.
Dude, this is straight out of a freaking movie.
You can see the compartment there for where Orion will be going to.
Yep.
It will be floated and towed into.
Yeah, that part of the ship at the aft, you can see there in the bottom left of this picture, that is where Orion will be scooped up and dried off. But look at this. Okay, I take back what I said about Dragon recoveries looking better and being a bit more, you know, quick. Because I want to see this every day. This is awesome. This isn't a movie. Dude, this is real life.
You're saying basically, look, when Dragon recovery started, I saw a lot of old people, you know, the old people that were around up for Apollo were like, "Oh, it was more epic when they were coming in on helicopters and things like that." And I was like, "Oh, but it's so much more smooth, you know, when you're coming down from a 6-month expedition from the ISS, right? You just step out and you're already in the ship." But this is epic, of course. It's like, you know.
This is very Top Gun Maverick-esque right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, yes. And there you go. Both helicopters on the deck. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. Not quite on dry land just yet, but they are on a dry ship. And the support crews running out to support those vehicles as they park up and shut down. It looks like on the right-hand side, maybe one of them is about to... oh, no, they're closing the door. Never mind. I thought one of them was about to get out for a second. There you go. The helicopter on the right, that was the first...
people.
Wow.
Are on board of the ship.
Wow.
One of them being Jared.
Yeah. I think it makes sense why SpaceX doesn't do this, because I'm not sure they'd want to pay 550 people to be on board the ship. They don't exactly have the power of the Navy. Looks like this is the imaging helicopter. Well, we just saw the imaging helicopter, now we're seeing from the imaging helicopter as it makes its way back to the ship. There you go, both of those helicopters back on the deck. The one on the left here, oh, we'll watch this one come in first, but we have the imaging helicopter making its way back to the deck.
I wonder if Jared is there, like waiting for them to be able to, you know, give them a handshake.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was on board one of the helicopters and gave them a handshake as soon as they were hoisted up.
Sort of like, "Hi, I'm your administrator, and I'm taking you out of the capsule."
Wow, you can see all the people there very briefly, lining the walkways there, watching the crew come into land. And according to Rob in Mission Control in Houston, their destination tonight is going to be the medical bay on board the ship. So looks like that's where they're going to be staying around for tonight. I'm not 100% sure what they're waiting for. I thought they would have turned the engines off by now, but... In the meantime, we have had a lot of support, so I'm going to try and run through some of these very quickly while we await the helicopters to be powered down. Zinnerman11, thank you for your support. We have a Roger P, thank you for your $10 super, thanking us for the coverage, and we thank you for watching. RH Blackburn, thank you for your support, it's greatly appreciated. We also have Amanda Hobson with a $20 super, thank you for your support, and I mean, once again thanking us. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to provide this coverage for you guys, because yeah, I say it on the late night Starlinks, and you know, we have many more people watching us now than we do on those late night Starlinks. But if you guys weren't here, we'd be talking to no one, and it'd be a little bit weird. So thanks for tuning in, because it gives us somebody to talk to as we see the engine turning off on the left helicopter there. We have David, thank you for your support.
There we go.
As both of the engines are now powering down. Very quickly, David asking, with parts coming in so quick, do you think they may move Artemis 3 up to try and get the planned landing earlier than 2028? Max, what do you think? You're at KSC. We've just seen some parts of the SRBs arriving. The core stage is going to be barged over momentarily. What do you think on that one?
I mean, it's all dependent. It's all dependent on the status of the landers, both from Blue Moon and then also from Starship HLS. I mean, we can closely monitor how the Artemis 3 SLS stack will be coming, because we see hardware coming into KSC right now. And we just had some SRB segments come in just a couple of days ago, and there will be more coming in the coming days. And there are core stage components that should be arriving here to the Kennedy Space Center by barge in the last week of this month. So those are opening.
Here they come.
Here they come, almost. So to answer the question, it's all down to the landers.
Yeah. Otherwise, another test flight of just Orion might not be the best idea.
Yeah.
Might as well just also test the landers now that you're going.
And the photographers are on the deck and they are ready. And I believe we are getting live views of the crew. I'm trying to. My preview is too small. I can't see who that is.
I think that's
looks like
Victor.
Glover.
Victor.
Yeah, Victor and Christina.
Looks like they're just maybe getting used to gravity for a moment. They, of course, have been in the zero-G environment for 9 and a bit days at this point. Maybe getting some photo opportunities as well while they have the chance.
Yeah, you can see the photographers there. I think they have red vests.
Yep.
I wonder who they are.
These people just went around the moon. Just say that to yourselves. Oh my goodness.
It's still like a pinch me moment. It's still hard to believe.
I know. Victor looks happy.
Who wouldn't be?
I mean, there's Christina waving at the camera. That's awesome.
Let's go.
Awesome. Oh my gosh, that is so heartwarming.
Not sure if they're talking with the photographers or with their crewmates who are on the other helicopter on the other side of the ship. Of course, these are NASA cameras, so we don't have any control over these, unfortunately. We're just bringing you what NASA is providing to us. But as you can see there, definitely a confirmed sighting on Victor Glover and Christina Cook inside the first helicopter.
I assume the ship is already moving, right? Because I was seeing the seas, and I was like, that's water. The water is going fast.
And that's what makes those helicopter landings even more impressive. These pilots are landing those helicopters on a moving target. Like, I struggle with helicopters in Microsoft Flight Simulator on my computer. These guys are landing real helicopters on a moving vessel at sea. I can't comprehend how they manage that.
Yeah, naval aviation is certainly not for the faint of heart. And if anyone on the Artemis 2 crew knows that firsthand, it's Commander Reed Wiseman. He's flown the F-14 Tomcat. He's flown the Hornet, both Super Hornet and the standard the standard Hornet. He's seen his fair share of time on aircraft carriers, and I think this feels like a welcome, not quite a welcome home, but very familiar territory.
There's Jared on the left.
Oh wow!
That's awesome. This must be extra sweet for both.
Yeah, he
Reed
went up
and
to
Victor.
Reed and gave him a handshake to Reed and Jeremy.
That's really cool. This must be extra sweet, this recovery for Reed and Victor, because of course they were both in the United States Navy before becoming NASA astronauts. So maybe a little bit like, quite literally coming home for those two in particular. Looks like the sun has almost set, if it hasn't already. Just off the coast of San Diego in California, just gone 7 o'clock in the evening local time.
And the crew. Oh,
go ahead.
I was gonna remind again. They're not done. They're going now for medical evaluations. They're being flown later to California, from there to Houston. Tomorrow at Houston, they're going to be doing their sort of EVA test of sorts, right? They have like a training course that they need to go through. A bunch of things in general to test that they'll be able to go through all of the activities that they will need in the future. Once you land on the moon and you have to set up the lander, you have to get out and set up your hardware outside of the lander and everything. And it's actually harder here on Earth because you have a full G to work with. On the moon,
yeah.
It's only a 6.
I have to say, I understand the rationale by doing that EVA simulation because, once you land on the moon, as it looks like we're getting some crew recovery here.
There we go.
Jeremy Hansen walking away.
He's not walking in a straight line.
But that training seems extra harsh considering they've just landed in a 1G environment, not a 6G environment, and they've just been whizzed around in a helicopter, airlifted out of a raft, and then flown to Houston, and they're like, go to a lunar EVA for us. Like, oh, hold on, wait a minute.
Yeah.
It still makes sense though. It just seems a little bit extra harsh.
At least it was not a full 6 mission, right? In the ISS or even 9, like Christina. Christina's last flight was extended. She was supposed to do 6 months like usual, but her mission was extended to 9, and so she actually holds the record for the most time in space on a single mission by a female astronaut.
During that time on the International Space Station, she, of course, was one of 2 astronauts to participate in the first all-female spacewalk. The colleague of hers was Jessica Meir, who is actually also in space right now on board the International Space Station.
Yeah.
And if Chris Williams managed to snap some pictures, I'm sure she would have been able to see her colleague
There's Christina.
come home as well. And yeah, that is Christina Cook waving to the crowds on the recovery ship.
It was so sweet the other day. They had that call with the station, and she talked to Jessica, and talking about missing her and things like that. It was like, oh, space sisters.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Okay, let's see who comes out next. By command chain, I would expect Victor to be the penultimate astronaut recovered from the ship. Yep, and here he comes, Victor Glover, leaving the helicopter.
I think they do have now the caps. They had just a protection helmet before.
They do.
It did look to me like that. Yeah.
It must be really strange. Yep.
Yeah.
You can kind of see how wobbly they're kind of walking around because they were just in 0G for almost 10 days, and then they went through the harsh G's of reentry up to, I believe it was 6, and then they splashed down in the ocean. They were moving around, and now they've been lifted via helicopter onto the deck of a naval vessel, and are now walking around on a deck under 1G, on a deck that's moving. It's not level because, of course, you're on a ship on the ocean. Yep. So it must be really hard for them to.
It's worse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
on top of that,
you go to the beach and you float in that water and everything. It's sort of like 0G, right? And then you get back to the shore and you're like, oh my gosh, where my legs are. Like all of the strength in your legs is lost, right? So now imagine that for 10 days.
And here comes Reed.
And you're on a ship and it's bobbing.
On top of that, they're now having to waddle across the deck in these big, bulky orange crew survival suits as Reed Wiseman leaves the helicopter, commander of Artemis 2. And with that, all 4 crew members of Artemis 2 are inside and heading for the medical bay.
Yep. It's funny because if they time this right, they should get a sort of like a present launch, I guess, or like a gift or something for them. Because SpaceX is launching a Starlink out of Vandenberg in like less than an hour.
Look at that!
Wow.
Brand new picture from NASA on the left-hand side. This is obviously a long telephoto lens. This is very compressed. There was not a sailboat right next to Orion during re-entry. That was very far away, but I'm sure that would have been one heck of a view from that sailboat nonetheless, as Orion came home from the moon.
I love the forward bay cover. Just also put a palm
just checking out in the background.
Right? Yeah. Oh, what do we have here?
Is this another picture? Oh, this is... Oh, Sen
From
actually
Sen.
did catch the re-entry from the International Space Station. So we could have shown it live. My preview was too small. I'm sorry, I didn't see it in my preview to show it live. But there you go. That is re-entry from a live camera on board the International Space Station from our friends over at Sen. That's awesome.
That was cool.
I do hope that NASA releases some of the closer-up imagery of Orion soon, because of course nothing beats that close-up photography of a freshly re-entered spacecraft as it heads towards the ocean below. So fingers crossed we do see some of that momentarily. Wow, what a day, huh? What a mission. I mean, 10 days ago we were talking about the launch of Artemis 2. Somehow, I don't know how, but somehow the NASA Kennedy teams managed to get the big orange rocket off on the first time with the smoothest countdown that rocket has ever seen. Spectacular ascent in the daylight, spectacular lunar flyby, spectacular solar eclipse, spectacular re-entry, and on top of all of that, I mean, just what an absolutely incredible mission, making history. And, you know, we hoped before this launch that this mission would, you know, capture the attention of the world, and I think it well and truly has at this point. Everybody I see on social media is talking about it, you know, and it's being shown in sports stadiums across the US. What more could you ask for?
I don't know. I mean, I think the effect that Artemis 2 has had maybe exceeded the expectations of many, and myself included, just with just how far it's reached. It's been a beacon that probably a lot of the world has been needing to see, given how things are right now. I could not be happier just for us here in the U.S. I could not be happier for the CSA. I could not be happier for ESA. I could not be happier for Integrity's crew of 4, now finally recovered off the coast of San Diego in picture perfect conditions. Like, that was straight out of a movie. Like, you could not have staged that any better.
Yeah, you put that on a movie and you're like, no way that happens, right? Like, launch on the
Apollo
first try.
13 didn't even get it that good.
Yeah. And like the sequencing of events, right? Like, that launch on April 1st meant that they had that eclipse on the moon, right? They got to see the corona and the zodiacal light, the planets and everything. Like, you put that on a movie and they tell you that's never ever gonna happen, right? Like, there's no way everything aligns that way. No, it happened. It really happened, and it's super cool that it happened. And hey, you know, ready for Artemis 3, that's for sure.
100%. It reminds me of the initial audience reviews to the Apollo 13 movie, and they were like, this is too unrealistic. They'd never survive such a journey. And you saying that there has just reminded me of that. It's like, you know, almost all of the timings went perfectly to plan with this Artemis 2 April launch window. I mean, you couldn't have wrote this any better. I mean, it was truly incredible, truly incredible. As we do approach the post-Splashdown press conference, we will be hearing from NASA leadership in about 12 minutes from now. So very quickly, I'm going to run through some support, because we have gotten so much support today, and it is very greatly appreciated. We have Nick saying we are going to get GTA 6 before they get them out. That's funny. We have Laceris. Thank you for your support. saying that one small step in the past, to the past we come, the future we seek for the glory of humankind. Butterstick Gaming, thank you for your support. Matt Camper saying that I was watching the splashdown from Citi Field in New York, and they did in fact show the splashdown on the Jumbotron in between innings. Beautiful moment for all of America. That must have been super, super epic to watch this in a stadium full of people. I cannot even imagine what that would have been like. Redman saying at the NCSU baseball game, they showed the splashdown too. Christina is an NCSU graduate. Place went wild. I hope there's some videos of this on social media because I want to watch these.
Oh, there are
replays. Oh, okay.
There are.
I know
there are many.
When we've wrapped up this stream and we've gotten all the videos out and we've gotten through all of the post-stream work, I'm going to be going online and watching those videos because that is something I want to see.
Yes.
Thank you, French Surf Pants, for your support there. Matt P, thank you. When is, I believe is, or we almost answered this earlier. They're asking what Artemis is expected to land on the moon. Right now, that is Artemis 4 in 2028. So you know how to stay tuned and subscribe to see if that actually happens, because it's not too long from now in the grand scheme of things. Just a random ghost, thank you for your support. Austin Skirvin, who is someone who is very often in chat, doing 2 $10 tips at tip.nasaspaceflight.com. Tips, plural.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you, Austin, for that support. Yeah, truly, truly an emotional moment there. Let's have a look through here. We have Ryozi becoming a new member. So sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, but thank you for becoming a new member. We have Chef Adam with the support. Thank you for your support. We have Ethan Tyre. Sorry if I pronounced it incorrectly, but saying I have been joining since the Tank Watcher days. Awesome job as always. Always enjoy the nerd talk. Well, thank you for your support. It is greatly appreciated. Michael Hernandez says that my mother witnessed the moon landings and now she's watching Artemis 2. That's pretty epic. Dances with Mules. Thank you for your support. I won't read it out, but that is funny. Thank you for your support. Matt, thank you for your $10 super as well. There we go, as we stand by for that upcoming press conference. Saying, what a moment in history to remember. 4 went up further than anyone and then came home. Yeah, beautiful words there. And yeah, a really, really emotional moment. NorCal JB, NASA threads the re-entry needle, but SpaceX wins capsule retrieval plus keeps communications. Yeah, maybe for Artemis 3 they do need to work on the handheld radio and the satellite phone procedures before they recover the crew. But you know, of all the issues to have during re-entry, those are the issues I would most want to have, the satellite phone not working.
It's a test flight after all, mind you. It's a test flight.
Exactly,
you know,
exactly.
I must remind people that the satellite phone that was used on Crew Dragon Demo 2 was actually used to do prank calls by Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. After of course doing the whole thing of like, you know, contacting the recovery crews and everything. I think it was Bob that said that they had called to like a friend or like family or something to make prank calls while waiting for the recovery crews. So yeah.
We have a Matthew Baker with a $10 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you for your support. Ali Cat Apoulis, thank you for your support. And thank you for the words. Go NASA, go NSF. Thank you. We have Remy becoming a Capcom member. Have a look through here. 321 Ad Astra, thank you for your support. And to Tactic More as well.
They're making
we have
your
Chris Fields
job
here with
harder because I'm seeing a lot more support.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get through it really quickly so we hit this press conference on time. Chris Fields, thank you for your $20 super there. Saying chief engineer from one of the subs on Orion, worked on her since 2006 on the vehicle management computer, command and data handling, GNN, and displays and controls seen in many of the cockpit views. Thank you for all of the coverage. Well, thank you, Chris Fields, for your work on Orion, because, you know, that ship, Integrity, worked perfectly today and brought those 4 astronauts home safely in spectacular fashion at that, with that sunset recovery. Fair on the Rise, saying, my dad worked with Toy Bruno while at Lockheed, said he was amazing to work with and really knew his stuff. That's really cool, and thank you for your support there. Tactic More with a £5 super. I hope Gromit remembers to bring back some moon cheese, says Wallace. That's funny if you get the reference. Matt D. Bates, thank you for your support. WWJ, same to you. We have spoken quite a lot about the comparisons between the Orion extraction and recovery and the Dragon extraction and recovery. One slightly more epic than the other, I think it's safe to say. They should
one
release
certainly
the
more
Crew Dragon
streamlined as well.
Exactly. On that matter, Anon F1U5H says they should release the Crew Dragon recovery ship next time. I'm not sure if Orion would fit on board the Dragon recovery ship.
No,
it's a little bit
a lot more girth. Yeah, it's a lot wider.
Ironically, both now land on the Pacific. So
True.
in theory,
Exactly, yes.
they could actually
Yeah,
use it to help out.
Got a point.
Because, yeah, it's out there.
We have a $3 super from Native Love. Thank you for your support. I'm trying to get through these very, very quickly. Rick Skinner, thank you for your support. And I need to hit these big ones here. We have Bob Fillmore gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Methane Man gifting 50 Red Team memberships. Oh, this is so many memberships. And trust me, right now, you have some really, really, really great photos available to you right now, all members in the member area. So make sure to see them, because we got some, I say we, Max here and the team, there you go, got some really spectacular stuff on launch day. So you're going to really like that. Mark, thank you for the $50 tip. Super Chat's not available here, unfortunately, but this Artemis coverage deserves a huge compliment. Well, thank you, Mark, for your support. It is so, so greatly appreciated. And I'll wrap things up here with Brimstone Gaming with a $10 super. Toilet Gate 2026, release the vents. That might also be something that they'll want to sort out before Artemis 3. And we have a great question here. Is there protocol regarding passports when returning to Earth? NASA replying, great question, no passports needed. The crew is processed through NASA's recovery and medical teams once they're back on Earth. So no need to go through immigration when they get back to shore. That's quite funny. Okay, well, as we approach the press conference here, that is going to be in a few minutes from now. Let me just check one thing. I'm not sure. Kevin, are we going to be running after the press conference as well, or should I wrap things up now? This is, looking beyond the fourth wall here. Should we be wrapping things up now, or should I
still 10 minutes away for
press conference?
Any purposes?
Okay, we're going to continue after the press conference, everybody. So we will be leaving you with the latest updates from NASA leadership. But in the meantime, while we wait for that press conference, we have a little something to show you all.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full send. Houston, integrity, good roll pitch. We have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it. Houston, integrity, good last jettison, great view.
And Integrity Houston, breaking news at this time, you are go for all types of uses of the toilet.
And the crew rejoices. Thank you.
Hello, Artemis 2. This is Apollo astronaut Jim Lovell. Welcome to my old neighborhood. It's a historic day, and I know how busy you'll be, but don't forget to enjoy the view. Good luck and Godspeed from all of us here on the good earth.
And so we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. And we would like to call her Carol, and you spell that C-A-R-R-O you can actually see a majority of the moon. It's magnificent. I got a picture of it with the wide lens. It's such a majestic view out here.
Amazed, amazed, amazed.
Artemis 2 writing their name into the history books to become the most recent crew to venture around our celestial companion. They're back home, they're on the USS John P. Merthyr, and in a few moments' time we will be hearing from NASA leadership as as their first press conference since the recovery of the Artemis 2 crew. Very quickly, before we get into that press conference, I'm going to go around the room. Max, how are you feeling after that? That was a pretty incredible day.
I don't know if I have the words, to be honest with you. I'm both trying to keep it composed, trying to keep myself composed, but also just trying to find the words to properly express just how grateful I am to have been able to cover this mission, not just with this incredible team, but to be able to share it with just the world that we are so fortunate to be in. Granted, I was only part of a very small part of the mission. The mission goes far beyond launch, and that's all we were able to cover here at Kennedy. There's a bit of FOMO now because we're not in Houston, but it's nothing but, as Reed quoted a few days ago or said himself, it's nothing but gratitude at this point in time, and I could not be more excited for what's to come with Artemis 3 and beyond, because after seeing how well this mission went and how much of a polar shift it seemed to invoke into society, especially here in the US, how could you not believe?
100%. 100%. Alex, any thoughts?
Well, I'm
grateful.
Long
answers, so
yeah, I'm grateful. Sorry, I was sort of a bit overwhelmed here. So you can imagine I've been kind of a little bit here. Yeah, I'm grateful to be in this new era, right, of excitement and exploration and inspiration and all of the big great words that I could use right now, but I'm running out of words to use right now. Sorry. And yeah, it's been a great pleasure, and hopefully we get many more.
100%. It has been a really special mission, and we will have more stuff to come after this upcoming update from NASA, which we will continue to stand by for. But I am also seeing in chat many similar sentiments of people really enjoying this mission. And I have to say, from my perspective, there has never been a mission quite like this in my lifetime. We've had some cool moments. We've had Falcon Heavy demo, we've had Starship flights, we've had New Glenn landing on the second attempt, but nothing quite like this, with 4 humans going further into space than anyone has ever gone before. You know, we as humans sent 4 of our own around the moon in a capsule and brought them back to planet Earth safely in one piece. I mean, there's no way it can get cooler than that, and yet it is. Somehow it's going to get even cooler than this, and I don't think I'm quite ready for it being even cooler than it already is, with lunar landing testing next year and the first lunar landing in 2028, and then fingers crossed regular landings after that, all to build a moon base and then move on to Mars. I mean, it only gets bigger and better from here, as we stand by for the first update from NASA leadership since the splashdown and recovery of the Orion Integrity spacecraft after the historic flight of Artemis 2 around the moon. I'm in a similar boat here. I've run out of things to say. I'm going to stay in this holding pattern momentarily because we are expecting this to begin any moment now. But chat saying so many emotions. It's very overwhelming. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Fist my bum.
I mean,
also, I think that probably also had something to play into it as well. We had this awesome sci-fi Project Hail Mary movie dropping in cinemas barely hours before Artemis 2. No
haven't
spoilers.
Been able to watch it yet.
Same. I haven't been able to watch it yet. I think they probably...
We've been so busy.
The timing was poetic. They managed to just kind of build off each other. We have sci-fi helping science reality. You've just seen a science fiction movie. By the way, we're doing it for real, and it's a 10-day long mission, and we're going to bring you all along for the ride. I mean, it couldn't get any more beautiful than that.
No.
Yeah, just incredible.
And I think
go on, Max.
The biggest point that I can only hope that people can understand, those who are watching with us and anywhere, is that this is only the beginning. Like, this is the starting point. Like, it's only going to get better from here. It may not, timelines may shift, and maybe not in the good ways, but there are always speed bumps whenever you are trying to forge a path like NASA is, and just like the world is right now, and trying to get back to the moon and beyond. Like, there's no, a path like that is never an easy one to build, and it's the most difficult one that our species has ever taken upon ourselves to build. And the fact that we are now back on a path to do so, I think. I thought the press conference was starting. My bad. I hope that it is as uplifting for everybody as it has been for us, because it has been a long time coming, and it is very strange now to be talking about this mission in past tense. And I hope there's a lot more to come.
Yeah. It looks like the press conference is now getting started. So as we pause things for a moment here, we will be back after the press conference. So don't go anywhere. This is our first opportunity to hear from NASA leadership ever since the successful return of Artemis 2. And yeah, this is a mission we now get to talk about in the past tense. This is no longer some distant thing in the future, which may or may not happen. This mission has actually happened, and we have actually just sent 4 people around the moon and brought them back to planet Earth safely. You can even see that the NASA intro no longer says they will travel 700,000 miles. It should say they have traveled 700,000 miles, because that is what they have just done. They have just gone out to our celestial companion and fallen back to Earth, traveling up to 24,000 miles per hour, 6.6 miles per second, velocities which are just incomprehensible to the human brain. And yet we did it. So let's listen in to the first NASA press conference since the crew splashed down not that long ago.
Main chute deploy. And we have 3 good main chutes.
Houston Integrity, Splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy Splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
The Artemis 2 astronauts are back on Earth, landing in the Pacific Ocean at 7:07 p.m. Central Time this evening, after NASA's record-setting mission that took them around the moon and brought them home. Good evening and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. I'm Rachel Kraft with NASA Communications, and we're joined by several leaders to talk about the successful mission. They are Amit Kshatriya, Associate Administrator, Dr. Lori Glaze, Head of the Artemis Programs, Rick Henfling, Entry Flight Director, Howard Hugh, Orion Program Manager, and Sean Quinn, Exploration Ground Systems Program Manager. We'll hear briefly from them and then take questions from here in the room and on the phone. And with that, we'll start with Amit.
Good evening. Yesterday when we were in this room, we told you that the crew would put their lives behind our confidence, and they did. Yesterday in this room, we told you that today belongs to the engineers and technicians who touched this machine, and it does, and their work was good. Welders at Michoud shaped the heat shield and joined the rocket. Technicians at Kennedy packed parachutes, stacked the vehicle, stacked Orion, stacked SLS. Engineers in Bremen, Torino, and across the Alliance built a service module. Workers at Utah cast the boosters. Teams at Stennis fired the engines. Flight controllers in this building in Houston sat console for 10 days straight. It sat silent in the night for 6 minutes while plasma took the signal. Navy divers pulled the crew out of the Pacific in an incredible way. The vehicle spoke for all of them. And at 25,000 feet per second, it said the work was good. As we say in our business, physics votes last. The families of the crew said this week there had been happiness and joy, but also anxiety, wanting to get their loved ones home safely. I was with them tonight. 4 families sat through those 6 minutes, and their courage is the same as the crew that just came home. Yesterday, Flight Director Jeff Radigan said we had less than a degree of an angle to hit after 250,000 miles to the moon. And their team hit it. That is not luck. That is 1,000 people doing their jobs. You all heard the crew's words during the mission. They were incredibly inspirational. They carried the torch from Apollo through station and around the far side of the moon. Their words belong to them. We'll get to hear from them as soon as they're back here. But tonight belongs to the team that built the machine that they wrote. We talk a lot about what gets in our way. The impediment to action is where we find the way to get to action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This program faced every obstacle an institution could face. The team met each one with work, and tonight is the proof. But that work needs to continue. The path to the lunar surface is open, but the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. It always will be. 53 years ago, humanity left the moon. This time, we return to stay. Let us finish what they started. Let us focus on what was left undone. Let us not go to plant flags and leave, but to stay. With firmness in our purpose, with gratitude for the hands who built the machines, and with love for the ones that we carry with us. Welcome home, integrity. I'll hand it over to Dr. Glaze.
Thank you so much, Amit. So y'all, we did it. We sent 4 amazing people to the moon and safely returned them to Earth for the first time in more than 50 years. To the generation that now knows what we're capable of, welcome to our moonshot. I want to thank our entire team across this nation and around the world who gave every ounce of ingenuity and effort to make this mission successful. I am so proud of each and every one of you, what you have achieved over the last 10 days. NASA has shown that ambitious goals are worth pursuing and can inspire the world. We are so thrilled to have Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back here on Earth and safely aboard the USS John P. Murtha. Our team is fired up, and this mission, as we've been talking about, is just the beginning. To all of our new followers out there, please stay tuned. This is the first mission, our first mission to the moon, of many more to come. And we can't wait. Our teams are so ready to get to work on the next missions and explore the lunar surface and bring the world along with us. I'll pass it over to Rick.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you all for your continued interest in this mission. What a truly spectacular day it was for NASA and all of our international partners. This crew has said time and again that they were going for all of humanity, and today we fulfilled that objective by completing their journey and returning them safely to Earth. I've got a few stats for those who are interested, courtesy of the Flight Dynamics Officer in Mission Control. Integrity and her crew of 4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target. What a tremendous day. Over to Howard.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you to the Flight Control team. What an outstanding job. Wow, what a fantastic day. I mean, we've dreamed as a team of reaching this day, and appreciate Amit's comments. I mean, so many people have worked very hard, tirelessly to get this day. I think this mission has been historic and has demonstrated new capabilities for Orion spacecraft, has taken our crew farther than any crews that have ever gone to the moon and back safely. 252,756 miles. And that is a fantastic feat. We got a lot more to do. And I'm so happy that we get to have this moment, but we're going to have a lot of these moments coming up. And I want to thank the entire Orion team. They have worked tirelessly. They've dedicated many hours. They've committed to excellence and innovated and attacked challenges that we've come up with for both our NASA team, our industry partners, and our European team as well. We did it together. We brought the crew home safely. They deserve a round of applause. It was a terrific day for them as well. And I want to thank the crew. They have been a fantastic inspiration to our teams as well. You've heard their messages. We are so happy they're back on the ground. We can't wait to see them as well. And finally, we've learned a lot from this mission. Number one was bringing the crews home safely, but it's also a test flight. And like Amit said, we have a work ahead of us to be done. We're going to learn from this mission. We're going to look at the data, and we're going to move forward. This is the start of a new era of human space exploration. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Howard. What an incredible end to an incredible mission. I got to tell you, I think I'm trying to pick out the best thing that happened today, and I'll just say that we were sitting in the back room getting ready for this press conference, and Howard gets a call from Reed Weissman, the commander of Integrity, and it was so great to hear his voice and tell us that all the crew is okay, and we can say that we did our mission. We accomplished what we set out to do. I'm very proud of the efforts of the Exploration Ground Systems team that supported both the launch and recovery operations alongside our Navy partners. All the hard work and dedication over the last couple years paid off today, and the team did a great job. Our recovery teams are currently in the process of bringing Orion back on the well deck of the ship, and hopefully within about 4 or 5 hours, it'll be hard down in the back end of the USS Mirtha. It's good to be NASA. It's good to be an American today. Thank you.
All right, it's time now for questions. We'll start here in the room and take several from the phone. For those on the phone, you can press *1 to get into the question queue, and please limit to one question if you can. We'll start here with Joey.
Thanks so much. Joey Rillett with Reuters, and congrats on a really nice mission. Curious to hear more about how the astronauts are doing, where are they going to sleep tonight, and then also, when do you guys expect to announce the crew for Artemis 3? Thanks.
So the answer to your second question, Joey, is soon. I will not put units on that value, but soon. Rick, you want to talk about the crew, what they're doing?
Yeah, we saw the crew a number of times after they got out of the spacecraft. We saw them on the front porch. Everybody was happy and healthy. I saw Victor as he was sitting on the edge of the helicopter on the flight deck of the ship, and he was smiling and in good spirits. And everything we've been hearing from the surgeons is the flight crew is happy and healthy and ready to come home to Houston.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. Congratulations again. Obviously, it's been such a great mission to watch from start to finish, but I guess I'm wondering if you had to categorize, this was a test flight. What would you say is the issue that you feel maybe the most grateful arose during this mission so that you could apply that lesson learned to the next?
Maybe you.
Like me,
Howard, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, I think we're taking a lot of lessons learned. Certainly, learning about how the crew operates a spaceship has been a really great learning experience, and flying and ability for them to test drive for our spacecraft has been good. I think, as we mentioned previously, our pressure control assembly, where we discovered a leakage through the system. I think we learned a lot about that. That is a new finding. Certainly, we're going to go investigate that. We're going to look at that and move forward to make sure that we make some changes if necessary, but we'll get all the data and we'll go forward from there.
Marsha.
Associated Press, Marcia Dunn. The administrator described the crew as great communicators, almost poets. How is, this is going to be a tough act to follow for the upcoming crews soon to be picked. Talk about this crew in particular and what they brought to this, that went beyond the scientific and the research and the engineering, please?
I'll just say that this particular crew, you know, they've gotten to know each other so well, so each of them individually are just absolutely amazing individuals, but they, as a group, you could watch them, and what they brought as you watch them in Orion over the last 10 days, operating just seamlessly between the four of them, just the teamwork, the camaraderie, just, I think they really brought an amazing sense of what we're trying to achieve with this mission. It's the mission for all humanity, a mission for all, and they really did represent that and tried to communicate that. I do know that our entire astronaut corps is spectacular, and so I have no doubt that the next teams will also rise to that level.
Jackie.
Hi all, Jackie Waddles, CNN. Congratulations. Question for Rick. I'm really anxious to hear what that blackout during reentry was like for you. And also just wanted to ask, you know, that splashdown target being less than a mile off is incredible. Can you walk us through if anything, you know, was outside of ordinary? I know we heard on comms there were some sensor issues just before entry interface. Just curious to hear more about that. Thanks.
Sure. So, you know, blackout, there's really no beating around the bush with that. You know, it's a difficult time because the flight control team wants to see data. We want to look at the data. We want to be able to provide input to the flight crew on how to fly their spaceship. And when we don't have data, we're trying to figure out what to do with ourselves. But we knew when blackout was going to start. It started when we expected. We knew when it was going to end. It ended when we expected. And so that gave us the trust that the spaceship was flying itself correctly. As far as some of the cautions and things that came up on the way down, the prop cautions, they were, we think that, again, that was learning of the spacecraft. Some of the limits are set a little bit tighter than we probably should have had them set, and we dispositioned those and moved on. As far as the comms post-landing, we don't quite know what was going on there, but we worked around it. We had comms with the recovery team, and we safely handed over the mission authority at the right time.
Okay, Josh.
Hi, Josh Denner, space.com. Really excited to hear that the crew is doing well. I'm interested, you know, we saw Victor sitting on the edge of that helicopter once they landed on the ship, and it was great to see them all, you know, walk across the deck. They were set to do an emergency egress test with a ladder, a backpack, you know. I'm wondering if they've performed that yet, how soon they will be performing it, and if they have, how it went.
I'm not familiar with an emergency egress test post-landing. Given that this was a test mission, the number one goal was to get the flight crew out of the spaceship as fast as we could, and we weren't looking at any post-landing objectives.
Yeah, we did do, I think, back when we were back on the launch pad, we did, during the CDDT, we did an emergency egress, but
yeah,
that's the only one I'm aware of that is that test. Yeah, but we'll check on it for you.
Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Congratulations on making what I know is really hard look easy. It was a beautiful mission. Amit, you said the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. Can you talk about, as sort of NASA rises to these far greater challenges in Artemis 3, Artemis 4, and building the moon base, how important it is for you and the agency to be flying humans in deep space again and sort of to be at an operational cadence? This has to be pretty uplifting to the workforce to put the 50 years of not being back to the moon behind us.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, flight cadence and iteration is the key to reliability and safety. You know, we were waiting to fly this mission for several years. A lot of that was because of you know, the issues we saw during Artemis 1 and making sure we did that the right way, and we tried to make sure the machine was perfect before we flew it. But the real way to do that is to keep iterating, to keep flying, keep learning, keep getting data in the flight environment. So that piece of how we've changed the architecture and demanding that higher cadence is going to be, I would say, mandatory for us to be successful. We need that muscle memory to exist. We need the data to keep coming in, and we need to be able to quickly iterate and change the machine as we learn from it. Everything we learned from Artemis 2, we're going to get right after it, but I would say it's essential.
Okay, Irene.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week and Space Technology for Amit. What do you think will be your biggest challenge to ensure that this mantle and responsibility of inheriting what Apollo did does not end like Apollo?
I think we've talked about this a little bit before. You know, what the architects of Apollo, Gilruth, von Braun, Siemens, Mueller, what they really wanted to do when they were given the challenge of expanding the range of action to the moon was to learn to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first. I talked a little bit about this with Rob earlier. I think, you know, and of course, because of the nature of the environment they were in, you know, they were in a race. They achieved their objectives, their geopolitical as well as technological. But once it was done, it was done. And I think the foundation they wanted to build on is what we went to afterwards. So we wanted to, you know, investigate reusability with shuttle. We did that. We wanted to learn to live in space for a long time with station. We've got to that point now, 25 years of occupation. And now it's interesting. I think where we are with the program is kind of where they wanted us to be before they decided to go do that, to actually enable a sustainable presence, to learn how to live and work there for a long time. So, you know, it's a weird irony of history that, you know, it took that long for us to do that, but we weren't sitting idle while that happened. We developed the capability to have an enduring presence, you know, in space, and now we're going to take advantage of that now that we've reached back to the moon.
Okay, we'll take one more in the room from Ken Chang, and then we'll go take several from the phone.
Ken Chang from New York Times. I guess for Rick and everybody else, can you talk about what the last 13 minutes were like? There had to have been some anxiety, and what was the moment where you could finally relax, and when did you start celebrating in Mission Control?
Well, certainly there's anxiety. If you didn't have anxiety bringing this spacecraft home, you probably didn't have a pulse. You know, I have a lot of trust in my team. We've got all flight controllers in the room on entry day went through a rigorous training process, and they are the system experts on their respective part of the spacecraft. And so while there's anxiety, there's a lot of confidence because the team is there to do a job, and we've trained well, and we executed well. We all breathed a sigh of relief once the side hatch opened up. That's when we brought the team in. We said a few words to the flight controllers, and then we turned around to the families and waved to the families and gave them a thumbs up. And we all watched as a flight control team as each of the 4 astronauts got out of the spaceship and were hoisted up onto the helicopters. It was a great day.
Okay, we'll take several questions from the phone now. The first one is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, good evening. Question for Lori or Howard. I know it's very, very early here, but any initial thinking about the heat shield performance relative to Artemis 1? And could you walk through how the heat shield will be assessed in the coming weeks and months? Thanks so much.
So I'll just start, and then I'll hand it over to Howard. How's that? So, you know, initially, we gathered a lot of data already. Certainly, you saw there were aircraft that were positioned in order to do some imagery and collect data. So we've got some of those data that can be analyzed in the coming days and weeks. We also had divers below the surface that took imaging of the heat shield before it was brought onto the Mertha, so that we could understand exactly what state it's in after it landed. And so I think we've already begun the data gathering piece of it. I'm sure there'll be more assessments once we get on the ship. And then Howard, why don't you talk kind of what the next steps are?
Yeah, we already have 2 of our heat shield experts on board the ship. And so when we get the crew module into the well deck, and we'll do some inspections right off the bat. Like Lori said, we've got underwater divers that are taking pictures. And then after that, once we've inspected that on the ship, we'll transfer back to Kennedy Space Center. We'll have opportunity to look in detail and do scans of the heat shield, and we'll have a lot of good data from that. We also captured a lot of great imagery. Obviously, we haven't had time to digest all that data, but we will in the next several days and make sure we understand if there's anything that happened that was anomalous. But we're very excited. The team is very excited to get that data from both the imagery and seeing it live in person.
Next up is Jackie Mogensen with Scientific American.
Hi, thanks for this. I wanted to follow up on one of the earlier questions about the astronauts. I was curious if it might be possible to tell us a little bit more if we know about what the astronauts will be doing in their first days back on Earth, you know, what their first meal might be or activities with their families. Thanks so much.
Well, the top priority is going to be to get them promptly back to their families here in Houston. As far as the specifics, I'm sure each of the crew members has something special planned with their families, and that'll be the priority, is for them to take some time and spend with their loved ones.
Yeah, I'm not sure we answered it, but we do anticipate them arriving back here in Houston 12 to 24 hours after Splashdown, so that would be between 7 in the morning and 7 in the evening tomorrow.
Next on the phone is Jeff Faust with Space News.
Good evening. I wonder if you can talk through what the processing of the Orion spacecraft is going to be now that it's back. What point do you sort of extract all of the lessons learned from the mission and start applying them to Artemis 3 in order to have that mission ready to go launch in about a year's time? Thanks.
Yeah, you know, we will have what we call quick initial 30-day report that we will put together. Every team will be doing their due diligence and analyzing all the data we have. The crew module will get transported back to Kennedy Space Center. Sean's team, Exploration Ground Systems, is going to decontaminate the vehicle in terms of the propulsion system has hydrazine, and so we'll be working through that. In the meantime, we'll be pulling hardware off the boat in parallel with other activities, and when we get back to Kennedy Space Center, we've got about 286 components we're going to reuse in future missions already, and then we're going to look at other components and determine if we can reuse those as well. A lot of work, not only on the hardware flow, but also all the analysis of the data we're going to need going forward to learn from this mission and carry forward for Artemis 3 and beyond.
Okay, we'll take one more from the phone and then come back here into the room. The next question is from Richard Trudeau with Orlando Sentinel.
Hi, thanks again for taking the time. This is another question for Howard. For Artemis 3, is the docking system that you have to do with Blue Origin and/or SpaceX, is that at what point would that system be sort of in place on the new capsule? And I guess for Amit, how are your two contractors progressing toward having something that can actually go up there on your timeline? Thanks.
Okay, I'll start with our docking system. Our docking system is ready to go. It's already been qualified. We've already got the flight unit at Kennedy Space Center. Later this summer, we'll integrate it on top of the crew module. And we've done a lot of testing already, so the final part is actually the mechanical mating of the docking hatch and the docking mechanism itself. And so we have a standard way of doing dockings in space that we expect Blue Origin and SpaceX to work with us on and accomplish that mission.
Yeah, and as far as the other part, I think, you know, we're in a massive test campaign. We've got a huge test coming up of the Blue Origin Mark 1 lander, which will be the kind of smaller version of the lander they want to use to attempt the landing missions. There's going to be a test flight of that this year. We also have the test of the Block 3 Starship and Super Heavy, which is coming up hopefully in a few weeks here. So, you know, every day in this program, we're going to be testing big machines, and we're just going to keep getting side by side with them to help them make progress.
Okay, Jackie, and then we'll come back to the other side of the room.
Thank you, Jackie Goddard for the Times of London. My question is for Howard. As a little boy, you were inspired by Star Wars. I wondered if today is better for you than Star Wars, and for future space travelers looking back at today, what should they see as being the significance? Thank you.
Wow, you might be watching my old interviews or something, but I would say 1,000, I don't know what the number is, thousands of times better. You know, I would say that I shared a moment with my father. He took me to see Star Wars. He's not alive today. I wish he was, because that little kid who saw and was inspired by the stars, and now we're able to send our crew out to the stars, the farthest any humans have been. I mean, I can't even express just how I feel and the goosebumps I have. And I would say that for all the kids out there, I mean, just pursue the dreams. I can't say any better than the crews. You know, I tell my kids also, pursue what you're passionate about. And my passion is a space program. My passion is NASA. And I was able to accomplish that today, and hopefully many more days going forward. but you have opportunity to do what you are passionate about. And hopefully those kids who are in love with human spaceflight, in love with going to the stars, will be inspired by us, especially by our crews, and come join NASA, come work for us. We got a lot of missions ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Ariel Multzatsos from Televisa Univision. The only mission until today that for which the communications blackout lasted 6 minutes was Apollo 13, if I am not mistaken. Today's lasted 6 minutes, around 6 minutes. Does that say anything about the design of the ship, or what is the reason behind that? And also, very quickly, can we see a Hispanic in one of the next missions of Artemis? Thank you very much.
As far as the duration of the blackout, a lot of that, that's just dictated by the physics of the approach trajectory. You know, the Orion spacecraft, when you get enveloped by, you know, plasma that's thousands of degrees, the radio frequency of the antennas just can't shoot through that. You know, on the space shuttle, we were lucky we had the tail, and we had an antenna up on the tail, and it took us a while to figure that out, that was a way to keep calm. For Orion, it was 6 minutes, but it was predicted, and it played out exactly as we predicted, so that just gave us confidence that it was flying the way it was supposed to.
Will.
Hi, thank you. Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now, and congratulations again tonight. A question for Rick. The whole flight operations team has been exceedingly busy throughout the course of this mission, in preparation for this mission. I imagine there will be a little bit of breathing room now that the crew is back safely on Earth, but when do you kind of get the band back together to start prepping for Artemis 3, and will it be the same complement of flight directors that we saw for Artemis 2? Thank you.
Well, you're right that the next mission is right around the corner, and you know, we'll take the lessons learned from Artemis 2. We learned a bunch on how to fly people in space, both from a vehicle operations, but also from how to run a control room with a deep space mission. And when the time is right, we'll get back into flight-specific training. And you know, we've got a core group of about 30 flight directors, and they're all extremely capable. And you know, I think anybody who's assigned to that next mission is going to be as successful as the three of us, myself, Judd, and Jeff.
Yes, we'll take you.
Tom Clark with Sky News. Congratulations on a very successful mission. Amit, you spoke yesterday of there only being irrational fears. I wonder if you succumbed to any, and if so, what they were. But more after such a successful test flight, how much of a boost is this to NASA's confidence in its wider mission to stay on the moon?
I mean, for the campaign, this is a huge step, you know, for us to build confidence, not just in our understanding of how this machine performs, but just that this organization can rise to the standard of qualifying a vehicle like this for crewed flight. I think that's huge. It took a lot of discipline and a lot of changes between Artemis 1 and now to get there, and the team really rose to the equation. These folks here, they did a tremendous job of instilling the amount of discipline and rigor and belief in the qualification standards to make sure this is going to work. And so to me, that was almost the biggest objective of this mission, was to prove to ourselves that we could move to crewed flight, but maintain the same level of risk knowledge and understanding, but also really focus on what that looks like. To your point, it is when you fly the crew, when you fly any crew, you can be paralyzed. You can almost be paralyzed by risk, because you become so close to them. You understand what's at stake. When you with the families, you understand what's at stake. But the crew knows this, and we have to do it too, but organizationally understand that what we do is we take calculated risks, and that it's going to take risks to explore. But you have to make sure you find the right line between being paralyzed by it and being able to manage it and bound it the right way.
Okay, Andrea. And then after that, we'll come to Michael, and then take Cyril on the phone.
Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. This question's for Rick. I enjoyed seeing the flight controllers storm into a white flight control room, and I was just wondering, were those the controllers from the back room? Were there people who were off duty who just couldn't be away? And why was it important to open the room to them and to let more of the Houston workforce celebrate that moment? Thanks.
That was anybody, I made a call out to anybody who had worked the mission, no matter what shift or what room you were sitting in, to come into the room and just soak in the moment with the rest of the operations team. They all deserved it. They worked tremendously hard, both pre-flight and during the mission, and it was a time for us to celebrate together before celebrating outside of that room.
Okay, Michael.
Hi, Michael Atkinson, Houston Public Media. Congratulations again. My question is also for Rick. I think that we've asked the crew several times if they felt the weight of this moment, and I'm curious if you felt, or if your other flight directors felt the weight of this, that as you were going through all this, you're like, this is what Gene Kranz felt, this is what Chris Kraft felt. Did you ever feel that moment?
There were a couple of times where you have a lull in the shift, and you can kind of sit back in your seat and just look out the window. I do that at ISS a lot when I work down the hall working in Ficker 1. You just enjoy the view. As I worked early in the mission on the planning shift, the moon was getting bigger and bigger, and it was fun to just sit and watch the moon get bigger. And then as we worked on the entry -1 day shift yesterday, and then on the entry shift, it was fun to watch the Earth get bigger. And it was fascinating to watch orbital mechanics take over. And in the last day when I took the console, I think we were, earlier this morning, I think we were over 50,000 miles away from Earth. And we made up that last 50,000 miles in the last 8 hours. And yeah, it's a fun job to do.
All right, we'll take several questions from the phone. We have Anthony Leone with Spectrum News.
Oh, it's Anthony Leone with Spectrum News. Thank you so much for taking our questions. This is certainly a historic moment. NASA has kicked off the return of humans visiting the moon. How does it feel to write this new chapter in our history book?
I have to tell you, my background is in planetary science, and I was an active planetary scientist for a couple of decades, and I had this incredible honor to come over and work with the human spaceflight side of NASA and the team that have put this together. But as someone who has been interested in what we can do in exploring the moon and going beyond low Earth orbit, I think the weight of this mission and just how incredibly impactful it is that we have actually achieved this. During our lifetimes here, we have done this, right? When I was, Apollo was when I was a child, and to be here now and say, we actually did this, we've gone back and we're gonna go build a moon base. We are going to have an enduring presence on the moon. Just incredibly powerful.
The next question is from Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to everyone. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. NASA showed one more time that space is a unifying force around the world, with a crew that connected so well with people that doesn't matter which country. How important was, for anyone in the panel, how important was this mission for the agency and for the future of the Artemis program?
It's the most important human spaceflight mission I think we've done in many decades in terms of what it meant historically, but also what it means for the future of the agency. We talked before about, for many folks, this is the end of a long journey working on these machines, and for a lot of our workforce, it's just the beginning. But it is definitely an inflection point for all of us. So it's hard to understate, just how incredibly valuable it is to the entire team.
Let's go here to Zach.
Yes, thank you. Congratulations. Zachary Albert with the Launchpad from Canada. Ahmed, if you could send a message to NASA in 50 years. We've taken a lot looking back at the last 50. What would you say to the administration and the NASA then, when hopefully we've become a multiplanetary species? And for each of you, is there a word or a quick phrase on how you hope the history books classify this mission that started us going back?
It's a couple weeks ago, I was with the administrator. We were doing a different event, and we were talking about how we were really going to make choices and 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 change our focus towards the moon, towards building a moon base, towards doing incredible things again. And right before he and I walked up on stage, he turned to me and he said, at some point, people are going to look back at what we were doing, and we're going to be like those guys that were hogging out logs to cross lakes just to see if we could do it. And then, in the future, people are going to look back at us and go, wasn't that quaint, and isn't that interesting how they did that? But I mean, that's kind of where I think this is going to land in the grand scheme of things. We of course, Apollo achieved amazing things. We've done amazing things since then, but this, I think, is going to be an important step, and hopefully history is kind to us as a result.
Okay, Stephen, did you have one? DJ?
TG Mosquero with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much, and congratulations again. My question is about the two backups. They've trained for this mission themselves all the way. I'm not trying to ask if they're going to be trying to get you to tell me if there are Artemis 3 or not, but can you tell me a little bit more about their fate? Because during Apollo, it seemed that the backup crew of one mission was slated to be the prime crew of a later mission.
So both Jenny and Andre were part of this crew in every way. They trained with them. They were in the White Room when they were closing it out. They were with them. The families were together. Jenny was with us in the viewing room today, so they're part of this crew, and I'll leave it at that.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Allison McGraw from Mysterious Meteorites. Given the crew's successful demonstration of the 4K video stream with the laser comms, will there be another test of this, and what does this mean for TRL readiness level for, say, a planetary spacecraft mission? Thank you.
You got it.
I think we've had an incredible demonstration of the optical communications and the 4K video streaming. That was just fantastic. I think we've really shown that this is an amazing capability that we'd certainly like to implement in the future. So we'll have to see how that works and see how we can make that happen.
Just to point out, though, we have actually closed an optical link from much further away.
Yes, we have, from
the
Mars.
Psyche vehicle, so, so we're working on that.
Mars distance. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll come around here. Just need to wait for the mic to make its way over.
Hi, thank you again for doing this, and again, congrats on just such an amazing mission. Beverly Casillas for Space Scout here, and I just had a quick question. We've seen some really incredible imagery throughout the course of this mission. It's been great, to get that downlinked quickly with the laser comms. And I'm curious how much of that imagery that was taken during the mission on board has been downlinked, and how much of that still remains on the spacecraft to be recovered later. Thank you.
I don't happen to know the official stats, but we can certainly follow up with you at a later date.
I do know that Reed had made the comment that even though they sent back quite a bit, that the stuff they have with them is pretty amazing. So once we get it off the physical media on the vehicle, hopefully we'll be able to get it to you guys soon.
Yeah, we'll get all those SD cards. We'll get them all downloaded. And of course, all of the imaging that was required on Monday, that was the science imaging, all of that will be made available through the planetary data system and archived.
Okay, we'll take a few more from the phone. Next is Alejandro Turnbull with Space Scout.
Hi, congratulations everyone on a fantastic mission. Question for Rick. As the spacecraft was descending under parachute, we saw on the infrared camera some plumes emanating from the vehicle that looked like either venting or thruster firing. Just wondering if you could speak a little to what the spacecraft was doing then, what exactly caused those plumes. Thank you.
Yeah, not knowing the video that you're referring to, I would imagine that's probably the spacecraft reorienting itself. When we're on our main parachutes, we do a reorientation to ensure that the most robust structural portion of the spacecraft contacts the water first. And so I suspect the plumes you were seeing were the crew module reaction control system thrusters firing.
The next question is from David Denault with About Space Today News.
First, I'd like to say just not congratulations, but I think this is just one of the most spectacular missions NASA has ever accomplished. And a lot of people have compared this to Apollo 8. And I can tell you there is no comparison to what has been done with the Orion spacecraft and the technology from our European Space Agency partners. I was there from the beginning of Apollo 8. I'm probably the oldest broadcast journalist today. But my question to each of you, what was your wow moment?
Let's start with Mr. Quinn. You're kind of lonely over there.
I didn't hear the question. Yep.
Just pick an awesome thing.
Awesome.
Well, being a guy from the Kennedy Space Center, the launch was a pretty special day. You know, to see all those umbilicals clear the vehicle and the vehicle clear the tower, and have that rocket rise off the pad was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, man.
All right. I know Victor always says touchdown, getting onto the water. You know, for me, the greatest moment was the parachutes, the main chutes deploying. I think seeing that, I was chanting "Go, go, go" by myself. Somebody shot a video of that. I think I was going crazy, but I just kept saying that as the drogues came out. But when the mains came out and they started slowly inflating, I mean, that was just a tremendous moment. You know, like I said, objective number one is get the crew home. And I know there's all kinds of things that can happen after that, but having those mains and getting the vehicle to 16 miles per hour from 24,600 miles per hour is pretty amazing. And getting those chutes down was a great moment.
I'm going to vote for the naming of the two craters as my top moment.
I know it's all still fresh, so for me, I'm probably going to say two things. When the crew, you know, when Reed reported back, you know, 4 crew green after splashdown, that's what we hope for, right? So that was pretty awesome. And then when they started, we saw Christina come out of the capsule, then I was like, okay, we're here.
Okay, we'll take, oh, sorry, I'm at.
No, it's okay. Mine's easy. It'll be tomorrow when I see my friends again.
All right, one more from the phone and then back into the room. So the phone question will come from Russell Pounds from Pacific Rim Media.
Hi, this is Russell calling from Alaska today. Congratulations to all. And I'll tell you, there were tears of joy in the room here where we were watching. My question is about logistics. I'm thinking about all of the moving parts it takes to bring food, power, telecom, and so forth on a complicated mission. What were some of the logistics lessons learned that might be useful to organizations back here on Earth?
Interesting.
Yeah, I think a good start. I mean, it's incredibly challenging to get to, to plan for a mission like this. Even though Orion's a pretty big spacecraft, making sure we have everything we need. We think we count through contingencies. We lose systems sometimes. We worry about that. We want to make sure we have everything ready to go. I will tell you, though, that, just having thought about this for a while, the logistics of flying a 10-day mission, even this far away, pales in comparison to the logistics of keeping crew on space station constantly going. So I would say that a lot of our logistics learnings have been derived from that. That's not just, consumables and water and gas, et cetera, but it's also thinking about the reliability of the systems and when they're going to fail. It's hard to predict sometimes, how to do that, sparing the machine and making sure we have everything pre-positioned in the event that we have failures. That comes from a lot of learning, both pre-flight and in-flight. And so, but in-space logistics is going to be a huge challenge for us going forward as we really contemplate a moon base, but hopefully we'll be able to feed forward, lessons from obviously this mission, but I think from Space Station Together as we build that moon base.
Okay, we'll take a few more here in the room. We'll go in the middle there.
Hi, Jishnu Nair, Houston Business Journal, echoing congratulations on a great mission. While we were following along, we had a lot of voices from the space industry, especially here in Houston, kind of chime in and express their support and as well. And I know that a lot of those companies are working on specific NASA proposals or submissions, but in general, how would you say you'd like to see the industry kind of respond to the kind of achievement that NASA has done here and hopes to continue with Artemis?
I'll take the first stab on that one. How I'd like to see industry respond is to take this as not just the inspiration, but the challenge. You've heard that we really want to speed up our cadence and be able to return our crew back to space within a year and to the surface of the moon in 2 years. In fact, hopefully land on the moon twice in 2028. In order to do that, we're not going to be able to do that alone. We need all of industry to work and come along with us, and they need to accept that challenge and come with us and really start the production lines that are going to be required in order to achieve that goal.
Okay, let's hear in the white hat.
Hi, JJ Love with Tech Talk Media. I just have some words of recognition for you all and the entire Artemis team. What you have done this week is remind the people of Earth that wonder is worth chasing, that curiosity is not a luxury, it is the most human thing we have. You didn't just test a spacecraft, you tested mankind's potential and carried all of us with you in the process. Every kid who looked up at the moon this week did it differently because of you. People who needed something to believe in found it in that splashdown tonight. So thank you, not just for the data, and not just for the mission, but for proving that the pursuit of what's possible is still alive and well. We are so grateful.
Thank you for that.
It's very well said. Thank you for that. I would tell you that, for everybody listening, this is the taxpayers' program. The people paid for this. The people invested in this. They invested in all of the things that we do, and so we're grateful for the support.
Okay, we'll take a couple more questions, and then we'll go ahead and wrap. We have one here, and then further back.
Hello, congrats. Emily Martin from CID's Best Friends. Reed Wiseman addressed a shout out to the ESM right after it separated from Orion, saying that it powered their journey on the moon with perfection. I was wondering what comments you might have on the performances of the ESM and on the future of that collaboration with Europe.
Yeah, I would say that the European Service Module in general performed as expected. I know we learned a little bit about the pressurization system, and we'll work on that. But overall, really great part of our spacecraft. Really appreciate our European partnership. We do have continued partnership with them for Artemis 3, 4. We're building ESM 5 as well, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward.
All right, we'll take one final question.
Hi there, Chelsea Torres with Fox. Again, congratulations on a historic mission. Again, test flight, and one thing that we are as humans are explorers. And so I'm curious if you're able to kind of talk about this. During the lunar flyby, we saw the excitement not just from the crew, but also from everyone in mission control. Was there anything that kind of stood out to you, whether it was the Terminator, the certain pictures and data, anything at all that you can speak to that maybe you didn't know before about the lunar surface, our planet, space itself that you'd like to speak about? Thank you.
I'm just going to call out the one thing that I thought was truly unique about this mission. I mean, certainly there's a ton of new things that we've done with having our crew observe far side of the moon and being able to observe these features after their incredible training. But I'll tell you, the one thing that really stands out to me is being able to watch our crew observe an eclipse by having the moon passing between their spacecraft and the sun. That was a totally unique experience and something that I was so proud that we could all participate and travel along with them and experience that moment.
All right, that's all the time we have today. Thank you very much to our participants today and to all of you for following along. You can find the latest information about our missions on nasa.gov, and hopefully soon information about the expected arrival time of the crew back in Houston tomorrow. Thank you.
And there we go, the first press conference with NASA leadership since the Artemis 2 crew returned to planet Earth. That was really interesting to hear, the leadership's, thoughts and kind of personal feelings on that, but also all of the technical details as well. Alex, I'll toss it over to you first. Was there anything out of that which caught your attention in particular?
I like when he said that it's like under a mile precision on that splashdown location, right? Coming back from the moon and hitting the splashdown target within a mile, like that's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, after 700,000 miles and they're within the mile, I mean, that's, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's ridiculously small. Max, what about you? Was there anything that stood out to you?
You know, in all of the pressers that we've seen and all of the statements and every single chance we've had to hear from Amit so far, I think that was the most, I think, candid and borderline emotional that I've ever heard. And when the question was posed to the entire panel, what their favorite moment of the mission was, and Amit said, "That'll be tomorrow when I see all four of my friends again." Like that was, yeah, that kind of cemented the fact that they're home. Though that was one of the moments that cemented that they're home, and that life will continue, and that preparation will proceed for our next mission in this great long journey that we have built for ourselves in getting back to the moon as fast as we can with the Artemis program.
Exactly. Now, during that time, we also got a lot of support, and we can't do this, guys, without your support. So I'm going to run through some of the support that we got over the past hour or so. Matty the Surfer, thank you for your support there. That is greatly appreciated. T. Serban saying, my photos of Apollo 13 recovery looked exactly like this. I was 7 years old. Thank you, NSF. That's pretty epic. Be able to see two types of spacecraft recovered in this very similar manner. Marcelo with a €5 super, thank you for your support, saying thank you for your great coverage. Best regards from Germany, the country that delivered the European service module. And that service module, as they were literally just talking about in that press conference, did pretty well. Burnwood Studios, thank you for your support, saying that we were sitting at our local brewery in Oklahoma with about 40 people, many cheers and clapping when those parachutes opened and they splashed down. Felt like we were living in 1969. Yeah. That must have been pretty cool for everybody to be able to watch this event with other people. I mean, that's one of the things that spaceflight missions like this do. They bring everybody together. And, you know, right now, without getting political, we need a little bit of that in the world right now. And that would be, you know, it's really nice that NASA has been able to create a mission to make that happen.
I think the last time I saw a mission, I think the last time we saw a mission like this kind of rally the amount of people that Artemis 2 did was probably DM2, because that was the first mission that was flown with crew from the U.S. since the end of the space shuttle with STS-135 way back in July of 2011. You know, that at that point it was 9 years, and now we're we're going on 15 now. We're getting old, but it's that I don't have much more to add than that. That's what I got there, but I think, like you were saying, Ryan, I think this mission has been a necessary beacon for not just us here in the U.S. or North America, but just for the world. I think we all needed that.
We also have Mark with a $50 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. I think Mark already did one else before, so that might have come through again, or it might have been another one. Either way, thank you, Mark, for that support. It is greatly appreciated. We have Bideford, always in chat. Bideford, thank you so much for your continued support. Another $50 super chat from Bideford. That is so greatly appreciated. And we hope that you enjoyed this mission as well. Matt P, another person that's usually in chat with a $20 super, saying, will the astronauts landing on the moon have to go through quarantine, or is that not needed anymore? Alex, I'll throw this over to you.
That was, I believe, that was only done for Apollo 11 itself. Later into the program, they did not do that, as far as I'm aware. So I suspect we will probably be like that, like no quarantine after. Before, that's been a tradition for a while. You don't want to go out there in space and have a cold or something like that, or worse, right? But after the mission, it's just lots of medical tests and whatnot, but no quarantine.
I mean, the crew's first stop after getting off the choppers today was the Med Bay to get checked out and released before they come back to Houston tomorrow, almost today.
And to be fair, I mean, at least after long duration missions on the ISS, it is true. It's not a quarantine of sorts, but it's like they are immunocompromised, basically, like their immune system is compromised, right? And so they tend to not be with a lot of people. Let's put it that way, right? Like they go back home and whatnot. Is Kevin making
I think Alex is
The
falling
Earth.
to Earth right now.
Yeah, I guess I'm Orion. Ooh, where are my solar wings? But yeah, and so look, it might be a thing if you're on the lunar surface for a long time. We still don't know. We have no idea how the body works on a 1.6G, right? We know in 0G, we know in 1G, but like what happens in between, right? It's like we have no idea. We can figure that out on the moon.
We also had a bunch of memberships being gifted. First of all, Amaze, or Amaze, I guess it's meant to be Amaze. Thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. And then we had Mark, who is NSF OG from the forum, gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you, Mark. Great to see you in chat. We have Stuart Young saying, old enough to have watched all the historic space missions since Gemini 3. Your Artemis 2 highlights video just brought me to tears. Thank you, NSF. Well, thank you, Stuart, for your support. The French Taunter, thank you for your $10 super. Human spaceflight is a spectrum with one rocket, with ACME rocket at one end and Millennium Falcon on the other. Acme. This is. I have a feeling this is a science fiction thing. I'm not understanding. That has just gone woof, straight over the top of my head.
You don't know what that is?
No, I don't.
Have you watched old cartoons?
No.
That's a shame. It's almost like asking Adrian what movies he hasn't
Runner
seen.
and all that. Anyway, yeah.
Moving swiftly
He's a
on,
kid.
the French Taunter, I apologise for my lack of culture and thank you for your support nonetheless. It is greatly appreciated. Waco Jones saying good coverage, thank you. We appreciate the support. Oh my goodness, Kuai Kirby has done $100 super chat. That is incredible. Thank you. Literally just saying good to see and hear you guys. Wow. I mean, could have said anything and just said good to see and hear you guys. Thank you so much for that support. I mean, like, genuinely, we say it all the time. Sometimes it sounds like we're a broken record, but we genuinely mean it. We cannot do this without your guys' support. You guys enable us to cover these missions in the way that we do, to give you the Space Geek rundown on what is happening in real time. And, you know, it's a huge privilege, and we are so grateful to everybody that contributes to NSF and allows NSF to do what it does across YouTube, you know, videos, live, the articles on the website, all of the different social media channels. You know, we can't do all of that stuff without your guys' support coming out and just tuning in and watching, liking, subscribing, and even people like Kawhi who do these huge super chats. I mean, it's so appreciated, especially during missions like Artemis, where there's a few more eyes on us than are usually on us, I'll put it that way. ODST Moody, thank you for your support, saying life is a gift and I'm happy for the privilege to be alive to see such an incredible feat. Thank you, NSF, for the space-loving family we have here. Well, thank you for your support there.
Well said.
Yeah, truly. Great words there. Well, as we are approaching midnight Eastern time, I don't know how long we've been on air for, but we have been live for... Yeah, it doesn't feel like 7 hours.
Time.
We've been live for a really long... Well, technically, we've been live for 10 days beyond that, because, of course, we had our 24-hour, round-the-clock coverage of the Artemis 2 mission, and it was great to be involved with that as well. I mean, literally brought along for the journey. So as we start to round things out here, I do have to give a big thank you to the shop team, especially spearheaded by Lindsay, because the shop team have created some incredible stuff for this flight. Not only did we have the patch and the pins, which are now sold out, they are sold out, but we also have this awesome Splashdown collection commemorating today, April 10th, 2026. And you can get some wonderful designs on the shirts and the mugs. Mission success for Artemis 2 with the moon in the top corner there as well. And it's a very nice design there. I certainly am going to be adding that to my cart. You can tell it's late at shop.spaceflight.com. It's going back to medieval times. I'm adding the NSF store team to my court. No, seriously, thank you for your support there. It is greatly appreciated. Swiftly moving on and try and get this show back on the rails. I'm going to stop talking. Max, thank you for being on the show. What are your thoughts at the end of Artemis 2?
There is still hope. There's hope, and there's always positivity in the world wherever you choose to look. And there was a big beacon for a lot of people the past 10 days. And I really hope that that served to inspire and invoke a lot of hope into many, because it certainly has for us, and myself especially. And again, as I said earlier, this is only the beginning. There's a lot more to come after this. And that is something that we are really looking forward to bringing to you guys and also to share with the world. So thank you very much, everyone, for watching, and we will see you again soon.
Absolutely. Alex, have you got any? You're usually a man of many words in an answer, but have you got anything to say?
Well, boy, it's been a long time. I'm young, of course, but it's been a long time following spaceflight and whatnot. I remember I was a kid, 2000s basically, and looking into spaceflight stuff. And I remember, reading on the Constellation program and talking to my parents. Oh, they're gonna be going to the moon. It's all back to the moon and everything, right? And just along the years, it never seemed like it was coming. Like it was many years down the line. It was in the future, and now it's quite crazy that at least the first of these missions is now in the past, and many more to come, and that's what's really exciting.
100%. I also am very bad at mentioning the operators, so I'm going to take this moment to thank both Kevin Michael Reed, who did a great job on the launch stream, and on this stream. I started off this stream, and
He did.
I'm not going to take the limelight here. I started
you
off this
operated the
stream.
stream.
Yeah, but Kevin Michael Reed has been operating the final part of this stream. He did a great job on the launch stream. Also, a big hand to Jay Keegan. The Artemis 24-hour round-the-clock coverage, that was pretty much, I think, if not 100%, 99% developed by Jay. He did a great job putting all of that together. So a big shout out to Jay, because without all of that work, we wouldn't have been live for 10 days straight. So seriously, a big thank you to the entire team behind the scenes. It's more than my face and Max's face and Alex's face that makes streams like this happen. We've got a team of people behind the scenes. And I'm also going to say, if you want to join the team, I mean, why not? We're a group of space nerds, and if you're a space nerd who wants to make things happen, why not join the team? There's plenty of stuff that needs doing. And with that, before we round out today, I would just like to say a few things, because before the launch of Artemis 2, NASA conducted a whole event of press conferences around September time, I believe. And in one of those press conferences, Commander Reed Wiseman said that in hundreds of years from now, he hopes that his legacy from his crew is that his crew is forgotten. And the reason he said that is because if Artemis 2 is forgotten, that means that the Artemis program has been successful, that people are living, working on the moon, Mars, maybe even the moons of Saturn. And, while I also want that future, I am certain that I am never going to forget this crew. Their professionalism, their camaraderie and friendship for one another, it's just been so heartwarming and wholesome. It has just been so joyful watching them work together, not only over this 10-day mission whilst they've been in space, but, ever since they were selected 3 years ago, back in, April of 2023 at this point. It's been a little while coming. But, their connections to one another as a crew, I have to say, it's almost been as inspiring as the images that they captured. I mean, it's just been so wonderful watching them work together. And on top of all of that, the modern day access we get into NASA, the entire mission, apart from private medical conferences and, private calls with family, that entire thing has been shared with the world. And I think they have inspired the world. For 10 days, we've been brought along on this voyage with them. And at times, while listening to the joyous communications between Orion and Mission Control in Houston, it's almost felt like we have all been the 5th crew member on board Orion Integrity. And while it is sad to see this mission come to an end, we can be assured that Artemis 2 is just the beginning. Artemis 2 has started pouring the foundations for a permanent presence on the lunar surface. It started pouring the foundation for a future where we as human beings live and work off of our home planet. And it has started pouring the foundation for a future where we are a multi-planetary species. We have left the cave, ventured beyond the hill, and we are heading into the unknown. And as Reed Wiseman said, if Artemis is successful, this mission and its crew will be forgotten. Thank you for watching.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full send. Houston, integrity, good roll pitch. We have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it. Houston, integrity, good last jettison, great view.
And Integrity Houston, breaking news. At this time, you are go for all types of uses of the toilet. And the crew rejoices. Thank you.
Hello, Artemis 2. This is Apollo astronaut Jim Lovell. Welcome to my old neighborhood. It's a historic day, and I know how busy you'll be, but don't forget to enjoy the view. Good luck and Godspeed from all of us here on the good earth.
And so we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. And we would like to call her Carol, and you spell that C-A-R-R-O-L-L.
We just went sci-fi. This has, it just looks unreal. I guess the Earthshine, you can actually see a majority of the moon. It's magnificent. I got a picture of it with the wide lens. Such a majestic view out here.
Amaze, amaze, amaze.
And here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did he just do a Kerbal? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
We did have an observation.
Equinox.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see. No. Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Beep.
Good afternoon from the Space Coast of Florida, where 4 astronauts are about to suit up for NASA's boldest test flight in a generation. This crew could be the first humans to journey around the moon in more than half a century.
The Artemis 2 mission is a test mission of the Orion space capsule.
Artemis 2 will be the first time we put humans on this rocket.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And liftoff. We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together. That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us live from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we are beginning a new chapter in America's human spaceflight story. We are so humbled to have thousands of people here in person to witness this, and the many more watching online from around the world. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers.
Thanks, Megan. What a historic day to be here.
What a historic day to be here. Obviously, for what we see right behind us here, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft on launch pad 39B. Artemis 2 is a nearly 10-day flight test to prove NASA can safely fly astronauts around the moon before attempting to land on it in just 2 years, hopefully.
Yes, like you said, it's a test flight, so we're going to put humans on this rocket for the first time ever, and we're going to test out the systems on board and hopefully get around the moon.
And why does NASA want to return us to the moon?
Man, we want to go back for scientific discovery, right? We want to create a permanent presence on the lunar surface. We want to be able to harness some of the volatiles or the resources on the moon in order to get us onto Mars later. So we're going to use the moon as a stepping stone to get to Mars, but also we're going to use the moon to learn so much about Earth and about the creation of the solar system. The moon is this untouched witness mark for the Earth and the solar system.
And what I really love is all the things that we do to get us to explore our universe, all of that technology, all the jobs created to support that, it all benefits us here on Earth.
Yes, definitely. I mean, getting this rocket into orbit takes, 8.8 million pounds of thrust, right? And it's the people on Earth who do that and who create that, the engineers, the scientists. There are so many people who make this mission happen.
And so if all goes well, this crew could travel farther from Earth than any other humans before them and see parts of the moon no one has ever laid eyes on. And now, speaking of laying eyes, here we are in the suit-up room with the Artemis 2 crew.
Yes. Looks like the commander's getting his comm cap on, so the communication cap. Looks like Victor's already got his on and the helmet going.
He's just stretching out his wrist a little bit, right?
Yes.
And in charge of liftoff today is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She and her team are just across the street from us inside of the Launch Control Center. They kicked off continuous around-the-clock operations just before 5 p.m. on Monday and started fueling the rocket about 4 hours ago. They have a 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time, which our clock in the upper left-hand corner is counting down to. And, we just heard from Charlie Blackwell Thompson in our tanking coverage, which was the broadcast just before this one kicked off. And basically, she said weather is 80% go.
Yes, 80%, we will take that. It's a little windy. There's some clouds building, but we're going to keep an eye on it, and 80% is a good number to keep moving today.
Yeah, and what she said was a wave of showers are moving west, but they should be well past the pad by the time we launch again, hopefully at 6:24 p.m. today.
Hopefully.
All right, so again, let's head back into that suit-up room. We see Reed Wiseman. He is the commander of the Artemis 2 crew, and Nicole, he is putting on what you guys are calling the communications cap, the comm cap.
Yes, so it's a little bit for protection of his, of his head there, but also you can see the mic booms, and he's got ear cups there so he can hear, the rocket's loud. So you're going to wear hearing protection, but then we also want to be able to talk to Earth and talk to each other. So they're getting that settled, and then he will put the helmet on over that comm cap. That COM cap will also connect into the suit, which then eventually connects into the capsule through an umbilical there. So there's a lot of cords and wires. You can see them tuck in that cord under his chin right now.
And so the suits they're wearing, they're called the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OX suits. And so they're worn for launch and reentry or during high-risk or emergency situations. And I think a lot of people, especially if they're have been following NASA for all these decades now, they're kind of thinking, hey, these look like the suits that our shuttle astronauts used to wear. There is a lot of resemblance here.
That's true. Yeah, they are very similar. You know, NASA does a great job of leveraging the lessons that we learn from previous missions. So dating all the way back to Apollo, you know, some of our first spaceflight missions, we learned lessons about the suits and how to make them better, and we just continued to carry that through all the way into the Artemis mission.
Time now to introduce you to some of our teams today. We have Gary Jordan at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. He's going to be inside with the mission control teams, which will take over from Kennedy's launch control team right at liftoff. And then back here at Florida, there's Megan Carter inside Kennedy Space Center's visitor complex, Jasmine Hopkins at a launch viewing location, and then finally Daryl Nail inside the Launch Control Center with the launch team. Now each is going to provide a very unique experience today, starting first with Daryl, who has been closely monitoring the launch countdown for us.
Yeah, and welcome into Firing Room 1, a historic firing room here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here reporting what's happening as we lead up to countdown and liftoff of Artemis 2. So far, looking pretty good. You see the rocket out there on the pad. It is launch day, and we just got that crew weather brief that you were talking about from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson to the crew. It looks like a countdown at this point is in good shape, and that's great news. Fueling continues to track well. We just reached all stages replenish. And while we're talking about the fueling, let's talk about that tanking. Pull up the tanking graphic if we could now. That will give us an indication of where we are with tanking, and I can just tell you, as you see from this board right here, we are all stages replenish. So all tanks on board the SLS, the 2 liquid hydrogen, lower stage and upper stage, and 2 liquid oxygen, lower stage and upper stage, are at 100%, and that's exactly where we want to be. This kicked off at 7:30 this morning with a go for cryo load, and here we are roughly about 5 hours later, and we're fully tanked and now in replenish. The amount of propellant on board, roughly 733,000 gallons. That's about an Olympic-sized pool and a half. Huge amount of propellant. It's all flowed in there. The great news there, no leaks, no issues, and we're looking good at this point. So let's talk weather now. The weather, while it is favorable overall, it's not totally clean, and that was hinted at earlier when we talked about the storms. There is, of course, some onshore flow. Currently, our overall attempt percentage stands at 80% chance of acceptable weather conditions at the time of liftoff, which is going to be within our launch window. That's tonight from 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. Winds are good. The lightning risk is low. But scattered showers still remain possible around the Cape and including near the pad. So the expectation is that there'll be some more active weather coming our way, but we're expecting it to push to the west. So the watch item is really any isolated shower that could briefly move through the area and trigger a constraint, especially for flight through precipitation. Well, you're looking now inside the astronaut suit-up room, and of course we got the 4 astronauts there. They talked to Charlie Blackwell-Thompson today, and you know, everything looks good there. We're tracking one minor NC issue at this point. We'll talk, it's a non-conformance. We'll talk about that a little bit later in our next hit. But for now, again, looking good. And of course, our administrator for NASA is here in the firing room. He checked in with the launch director, chatted with her for several minutes, and he's here in the firing room, which is a good positive sign, of course, for the day. That's it for the firing room. We'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole.
Daryl, thank you so much. Yeah, let's get back into the suit-up room here, where we now have a shot of all 4 astronauts, and it appears all of them are undergoing their suit leak checks. Can you talk to us about what that is, Nicole?
Sure, yeah, you can see, as the suit expands, that we're going to pressurize those suits. So in the case that we need it, if we lose pressure in the capsule, those suits will protect the astronauts and keep them pressurized and keep them survivable. So these guys are going to hold their breath for about 10 seconds. Any movement in the suit could cause changes in the pressure, and so we want to get a really nice, precise, accurate measurement on the leak check. And so they'll hold their breath. Even just their heartbeat could potentially make some differences in those super sensitive sensors there. So you can see the red and blue valves there, the air in and air out, and it looks like Victor just had a good leak check.
Yeah, and actually they do 3 leak checks, again, just to get an average reading to say, hey, we have confidence that these suits are holding the right pressure. As Nicole said, that tube that's going in, that's putting air into their suits, and then there was that gold instrument that you saw on their other side. That's how they can control how much pressure is being released in order to do these checks.
Yep, and they will do the leak checks here in the suit room, and then they'll do more actually in the capsule as well. They'll do another leak check. So we're going to make sure the suits are ready to go before we even step out the door, and then we'll check them with the entire system on the capsule once they get out to the rocket.
And you might also notice that some of the astronauts, while they're doing their suit leak checks, you might have seen Victor gave an OK sign. You might also see a thumbs up, and that's because concurrently, while they're doing these suit leak checks, they're also doing comm checks.
Yes, yeah, we talked about the comm cap earlier and the umbilical and how they plug in. So yeah, they're going to test the comm, they're going to test the suit, make sure everything. They're actually probably testing the cooling system as well right now. They're going to plug into the portable cooling system and make sure that all of that is working. So like I said, we want to make sure we've got 4 healthy suits before we go out.
Yeah, this suit, 3 layers, so obviously it can get hot.
Yes.
So one of the layers is a cooling undergarment, and basically they flow cold liquid through that undergarment to keep the astronauts cool and comfortable before liftoff today.
Yeah, it's like a onesie with a bunch of tubes running around it, and the water flows through there to cool you down.
All right, lots of information to share with you all today. If you have any questions, we'd love to hear from you. All you have to do is send your questions our way by tagging @NASA Artemis, and we'll try to answer as many of your questions live. And we'll also have some questions for you throughout the broadcast, so we hope you can participate in those opportunities as well. Okay, as we continue to be inside the suit-up room here, why don't we learn a little bit about each of our crew members? Right now, we are looking at pilot Victor Glover, but hopefully we can get a shot here of our commander, Reed Wiseman. Now, Reed Wiseman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. During the 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed, get this, more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and also astrophysics. They actually set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022, and Reed has 2 daughters.
Yeah, I love, Reed is such a great leader. He was the chief of the astronaut office when they hired our class of astronauts. And so, I think I have to publicly thank him for my job here today. But yeah, he's a family man, he's a good leader, and he's a great pick for the commander of this mission.
Yeah, I think, in talking through some of his other accomplishments, obviously he has leadership qualities that makes him prepared for commander of Artemis 2.
Yes, he does. He's a well-experienced naval officer and now NASA astronaut.
And so now here we are, pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time, he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station at the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. He and his wife, Deanna, have 4 children.
Yeah, 4 children, a lot of energy, but that checks, right? Because when I think of Victor Glover, I think of a lot of energy, smart guy who's always excited and ready to go. And there you go, he's smiling in the suit room this morning.
Oh yeah, he's a great guy. All of them are. This whole entire crew. They're just a good group of human beings, of leaders, of friends, family. You know, I have never heard anybody say anything bad about any of these 4. They're all so well accomplished, and they're also deserving of this opportunity to return to the moon.
Yeah, and they're also humble, right? They're just standard humans going to the moon, but you would never know that when you talk to them in a normal conversation.
And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Was selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. She served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. And during that time, Cook set a record for the longest single space flight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific field work in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Again, so much. When does she find the time?
That's a great question. You know, one of the things I love about Christina is that she's broken records and she's achieved all these milestones. But one of the things that she talks about is, you know, she just wants people to set goals and go work hard and do something that's meaningful to you. And she really hopes that her records are broken as soon as possible. She does it for her family, and she'll talk about all of her nieces and nephews quite a bit. So just, again, another example of just a humble human who's got a great support system in her family and excited for the mission.
Yeah, she's always saying that she just wants the opportunity to push people farther, to push humanity farther, see what we can accomplish together. So, yeah. Again, all 4 of them say that. They're really in tune on what they think or what they feel like their role is in this mission.
Yeah, I think their legacy is going to be, you know, providing the shoulders for others to climb on.
Mm-hmm. And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis 2 mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, and that's the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts in space. He also participated in training exercises such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. Jeremy and his wife, Catherine, have 3 children, and he actually got to hang out with them over the weekend. So the crew arrived here for launch at Kennedy Space Center on Friday, and then their family members arrived Saturday.
Yes, yeah. They, as long as their family can quarantine with them, then they will stay, you know, quarantined in Houston, and then they all fly down to Kennedy Space Center, and then you get to spend the last few days with your close family and friends. We actually do a behind-the-glass visit with some of those other maybe extended family members that couldn't quarantine with you. But yeah, it's a quaint time here once you get to Kennedy Space Center.
A great sign here, all 4 astronauts have removed their helmets. And that indicates, again, that all 4 have completed suit leak checks. And so, Nicole, what they're doing now is they have these pockets on their forearms. That's just somewhere where they can put personal items that they might want, right?
Yeah, just kind of stowage pockets. You know, there's always something that you might need or want while you're in the capsule, and then also last-minute personal items if you want to put a couple things in there. So everybody kind of has their own unique stash in their pockets.
And then another pocket has emergency equipment that they might need, right? Like a signaling mirror, things like that.
Right, yeah, the suit is basically all in one. You know, it's got the oxygen bottles there on their right legs. You'll see in a different shot, they've got pockets with survival gear in it, and that is to keep them safe. So if they had to egress the capsule, either from the launch pad or from the water, then they will have all of the survival gear with them. They'll have about 10 minutes of oxygen as well from that bottle so that they can get to safety quickly and safely.
We are now 5 hours, 3 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and we have our first questions from social media. Question here from X. So to be clear, this is not a mission to land, but to orbit the moon. Thank you, and thank our astronauts. Nicole.
Yeah, this is a great question. You know, I think it's important to highlight the mission of Artemis 2, where we are going to go around the moon. We're going to see the far side of the moon. We're going to see parts of the far side of the moon that human eyes have never seen before. It's very similar to the Apollo 8 mission, right? We're also potentially going to be able to see the landing sites for the future Artemis missions and kind of provide the overall context of those landing sites amongst the entire moon site there. So it's an exciting mission. We'll get to learn a ton about you know, there's so much science that's going to be on this mission as well, right? Where they're going to do some science experiments on humans, learn about the stress of the environment, and we're going to learn about the radiation environment. We're going to learn about the suits as well. We've got some technology demonstrations that are going to happen. So there's a lot going on this mission as we fly around the moon and come back.
Mm-hmm. We always say it's about increments, right? Like we're making that next giant leap to Mars, but in order to do that safely and to do that thoroughly, incremental steps.
Exactly. And, you know, like we said, this is the first time that we've put crew on this rocket. And so actually before we even head to the moon, right, we're going to stay close to the Earth, and we're going to check out all of the systems on Orion, make sure that it can handle 4 humans, make sure it can handle people sleeping, people exercising, you know, all of the environmental control systems are working. So we want to make sure that the capsule is safe for the crew before we send them, you know, almost 250,000 miles away.
Yeah, that was a great question. And we actually have another one that we'll pull up on screen here. Another question from X. How long will it take them to reach the moon, and how long will the entire mission last?
Another great question, right? So they're going to do a couple orbits around the Earth. They'll do a perigee and an apogee raise burn. What that means is that they're going to accelerate to get further away from the Earth, and they'll get into a really highly elliptical orbit first. And then once they get into the translunar injection, so they're actually on a free return trajectory, which means we're going to accelerate them, and then they're going to escape Earth's gravity, and then just based on orbital mechanics, they'll be able to come home without having to do another burn or acceleration. So it'll take about 4 days once they leave Earth's gravity to get to the moon. They'll fly around the moon, about 4 days back, and then land. So overall, about a 10-day mission.
Exactly. Yeah, these are really great questions, guys. We know that, again, we are sharing a lot of information today, so please do not hesitate to reach out. Obviously, Nicole, very smart here, and we're happy to answer any of your questions. Again, tag @NASA Artemis wherever you're watching this coverage. And now we actually have a question for you. Who would you take with you on a trip around the moon? Would it be your bestie? Would it be a pet, family member, or a seasoned astronaut? Think about that one. I know.
I like that.
I absolutely know what I would say. I think it would make my husband upset, but I have my answer here. But we'd love for you to go to NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts to vote. Again, who would you take to the moon with you? Bestie, pet, family, or seasoned astronaut? Try to go vote, and then we will share your answers soon. Again, husband is not gonna like my answer. And we're not the only ones with questions today. We will also hear from celebrities during our launch coverage. See what Stanley Tucci, Scarlett Johansson, and others want to know about NASA's Artemis 2 test flight. Plus the surprise of a lifetime as kids marveled at the rocket and spacecraft rolling to the launch pad. Look at those cute faces there. Oh, I love that. Love those suits. And we'll show you how the astronauts will eat, sleep, and go to the bathroom while in space. Keep in mind, the Orion spacecraft is about the size of a 6-person tent.
Yeah. Not super big, but you know, it's 10 days with your 3 best friends, so I think it's manageable for sure. But you know, every ounce counts when you're trying to get to the moon.
And as we continue to look into the suit-up room here, a fist pump for some of the folks in the crowd there by Victor. Why don't we take a look around the center here? We know that there are some folks who are already getting ready to check out the team here as they drive across KSC to their launch pad. Look at that. Oh, that's so awesome.
That's a great crowd.
They're waiting there in front of the vehicle assembly building. So actually, they're just down the road from us. This is a good crowd, as Nicole said. Oh, there they are. They just got their cue. Oh, now? Let me wave now.
Oh, yeah, they are excited.
That's amazing. So all of these folks, content creators that are getting behind-the-scenes access as part of NASA's NASA social experience here. So as you can see, very excited. The crew will get into their convoy and drive past them here pretty shortly.
Yeah, what an amazing way to share the Artemis story, right? By inviting these social media experts out to share the story as they drive by.
All right, again, let's take a look at the clock. 4 hours, 58 minutes and counting from the opening of today's 2-hour launch window. So why don't we check back in with Daryl with the launch team.
Megan and Nicole, and inside Fire Room 1, I'm listening to Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson greet the Ascent crew who just came on console over there at Johnson Space Center. So good to have the mission control team jumping on with us. So far, the launch team here in the firing room has had a really good morning. Really smooth tanking that kicked off at 7:30 a.m. this morning. They got to all stages replenish just before 1:00 p.m. Eastern time, and it was an incredibly smooth tanking. That's great as we look here watching the crew and also with an eye on the rocket. Weather, of course, we've talked a little bit about that. It's favorable overall, 80% go for our 2-hour window between 6:24 p.m. and 8:24 p.m. We don't have an exact T0 right now because that's going to come to us closer when we get closer to launch, roughly about 20 minutes before liftoff. But it's going to be within that window and towards the beginning, provided everything continues to go smoothly along the timeline, and so far that's been the case. I mentioned that there was a small issue in my previous live hit that actually was incorrect. There was no issue. I've gotten the good data now that I'm on the headset and listening into the loops. Engineers, avionics engineers, are keeping an eye on a display unit inside Orion that's just running a little cooler than normal. It's not going out of limit. It's actually completely fine. But they just were noting the trend and reported that to the NASA test director. So they'll keep their eyes on that. But again, there was no LCC violation. And once they get the cover off Orion out there that's protecting it from the rain, they expect the temperatures inside the Orion crew capsule to stabilize. And with that, we'll send it back to the host desk with Megan and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Now, Daryl is inside Firing Room 1 in the Launch Control Center, or LCC, as you might hear it referred to, which was built in 1967 to support Apollo missions. In fact, Apollo 11, the mission that landed on the moon in 1969, that was called from the exact same firing room. NASA then upgraded the LCC to support shuttle missions and now Artemis. You can see there a shot from when we supported shuttle. Now with Artemis, the primary launch team for today is in Firing Room 1, but there is actually support staff in Firing Room 2 as well. And together they will propel this ambitious test flight off Earth.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission, and we are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system and the Orion spacecraft.
But another reason we're going back to the moon is to fulfill NASA's mission, which is to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And when we succeed and when we accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish, that inspiration not only can set up new things to happen, but it also is a reminder in tough times that we're capable of doing great things when we work together.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it. Those benefits are really wide in nature. You have everything from innovation, technology development, not only for future missions going deeper into the solar system, but technologies that come back to Earth. You have inspiration, a whole generation of people starting this pipeline of STEM workers and manufacturers and operators that are excited to see what you can do when you work hard and you come together as a team.
When I think about the 4 of us flying around the far side of the moon, seeing that Earth rise, taking images and video and sending them back to you, the feeling that I have inside is hope. We know that Artemis 2 is not the solution for humanity on planet Earth, but it is a contribution in the positive column. We hope that just for a moment that people will pause and say, wow, it's extraordinary when you look back upon the Earth with over 8 billion people, and you see this concrete example of what humanity can do, this extraordinary thing when we set big goals and we work together to achieve them.
Now, Kennedy's launch control team takes us to liftoff, but then mission control at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston takes over. That's where we have our Gary Jordan embedded with that team. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Megan and Nicole, it's great to be joining you from here in Houston, Texas. I'm in NASA's Mission Control Center, where the Artemis II Ascent flight control teams, led by Flight Director Judd Freeling, recently started their shift to monitor the Orion spacecraft integrity, the Space Launch System, and the crew to make sure all criteria is met to commit to today's launch and the mission ahead. The team you see here in this room today has been training extensively to prepare for the highly dynamic phase of flight that begins shortly after engine ignition. Teams here will be monitoring the flight of the Space Launch System, Orion, and of course the Artemis II crew on board as they make their way from the Kennedy Space Center into Earth orbit. The lead console positions will be in this room, called the White Flight Control Room, a room which traces its legacy to the Space Shuttle program, with the first shift supporting STS-70 in 1995, more than 30 years ago. Each console represents an expert in a particular discipline, whether it be communications, propulsion, crew health, life support systems, or trajectory, and each of these individuals has a support team in other rooms, each ensuring that no data point is left unchecked, no procedure is missed, and combining efforts as one Artemis team to ensure crew safety and mission success. After liftoff, Mission Control Houston will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days until the spacecraft is safed for the recovery teams and the crew is extracted from integrity and brought aboard the recovery vessel. The roar of a powerful Space Launch System liftoff is just the beginning. The mission is, of course, a test mission, and the first with humans on board Orion and in deep space. The crew's job is to put the systems and capabilities of Orion to the test, taking us closer to a sustained presence on the lunar surface. It's great to see the crew gathered around the table. Megan, with that, we'll toss it back to you as we continue to monitor from here in Mission Control Houston. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Gary. Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, you know, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today. Looks like they're playing high card wins. So Victor won, he's out, now Jeremy's out. You know, there are two schools of thought on this game. Either you want to get rid of all your bad luck or go out on a high note. So it looks like the crew chose we're going out on a high note. And, you know, I think one of my favorite parts when I talked to Reed about this is he was just excited to play a game with his old boss from Naval Test Pilot School. So once again, his boss today.
Yeah, and I love this part of the tradition because this is when, again, you usually see them like, yeah, laughing, but very focused still. But when they get to this table, laughs, high fives, smiles, just really a brief moment of levity in what can be and will be a very long day for them.
Yes, you know, it's a long day. There's a lot of preparation that goes in today, and so they're just, I think, at least for us, it was a nice brief moment of some relaxation, a couple laughs, you know, a moment to take a few deep breaths and reflect on the mission ahead, and then, you know, get some high fives as well.
And so with their bad luck dispelled, some good luck from Scott Tingle, it seemed like there, right?
Yes, definitely. It's actually a really fun tradition. You know, I think that card game is more steeped in tradition than anything else. Every crew has played that same card game.
As you said, Nicole, the primary reason for why they're there to suit up, to do communications checks, to do pressure checks all done, and now it seems like Reed had some words for the team in that room.
Yeah, you know, this day can't happen without thousands of people, right? And so the suit room is a great example of that. You've got all of the suit techs, and you've got your support team there, everyone who has made this day possible. You know, they've been working with the suit team for years at this point, getting ready.
So some fist bumps to the group. Again, the suit team are the folks dressed up in those white, very snazzy outfits. Special outfits that we can talk a little bit more about later. But each crew member was assigned their own suit technician. So as you said, working very closely with the same person to make sure that the crew felt comfortable and ready in these suits as they lift off from Kennedy Space Center.
Right, and you know, each suit is slightly different, each person is slightly different, and so these suit techs know each individual super well. They know exactly how they like to get into the suit, exactly where things might get caught, or, you know, small adjustments that might need to be made. So they know their suit techs well, and their suit techs know them very well.
And so as we take a couple of pictures here, we really hope that you are learning a lot about the suits and the process of checking them out for a mission. But imagine the opportunity to get a hands-on demonstration from people who helped design these suits. Take a look.
Does anyone want to try on one of the gloves? I love showing the kids the suit. I love how excited they get about space. Oh!
So that would be...
It just goes in there? We got to bring some stuff for them to actually put their hands in, and some of them were very excited because they want to be astronauts when they grow up.
I would love to be an astronaut. That would be incredible.
I'd like to be like an engineer that like maybe designs the suits.
Whether it's the calm, the orange color, every aspect has an important function for our astronauts in space.
It's going to be amazing seeing astronauts up close to the moon again.
And that was a special event at Johnson Space Center. What we just saw there, obviously a big part of why this mission is so important to NASA, really just an opportunity to inspire everyone, especially kids, right, Nicole, to dream big and be curious.
Oh man, yeah, the kids are so important, right? I love talking to kids. You know, they are the future of spaceflight. They are the Artemis generation. And, you know, if we could just inspire even one of them to go on to be a scientist or an engineer or maybe even an astronaut someday, that's a win.
And now let's turn our focus to the rocket for a little bit. Powering liftoff will be, again, NASA's Space Launch System rocket right behind us. And to learn more about SLS, let's go to Megan Carter, who's at Kennedy Space Center's Visitor Complex at an exhibit dedicated to Artemis and the future of spaceflight.
That's right, Megan. I am so excited to be over here at the Visitor Center, but not just because of launch. I get to introduce you to the moon board. This is obviously a very complex mission, lots of moving parts and pieces. So the moon board is going to allow me to break some of those things down for you just a little bit more in depth, starting with that SLS rocket. Now, the SLS, or the Space Launch System, very big, very powerful. It is going to be producing 8.8 million pounds of thrust at launch. And like I mentioned, mentioned, very large, as you can see here, going to stand about 322 feet tall with Orion there on top, just a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty. Now, there are many components that make up this rocket, so I'm going to point out just a handful that you're going to hear about a lot throughout this broadcast, starting with our boosters. These two twin solid rocket boosters are going to be very powerful. They are going to burn for the first 2.5 minutes of flight, and each one is going to stand 17 stories tall. They weigh in at about 1.6 million pounds each. Now, I am going to jump back out and I'm going to show you a little bit about our core stage. That's going to be known as the backbone, essentially, of our rocket, and it is made up of around 5 components, starting with this engine section down here. This engine section is where our 2 propellants are going to be funneled down through our pipelines, and they are going to be mixed at 2 different temperatures, very complex processing, and they are then going to go on to feed that fuel to our 4 very powerful RS-25 engines. These are going to produce about 500,000 pounds of thrust each at launch, and they will burn for 8 minutes. All right, now jumping up here, we are going to take a look, because I just mentioned those propellants. Obviously, we do need fuel, and that is why we have around 535,000 gallons of that liquid hydrogen. That's approximately about the same amount that you could fill an Olympic-sized pool, just to give you an idea. And then we're also going to have that liquid oxygen, and like I mentioned, there's going to be about 200,000 gallons for that one, and they are going to be funneled down through those lines that you see here on the side. All right, jumping up real quick, this is going to be our upper stage. That is where our core avionics are going to be stored, essentially the brains of the spacecraft. And then jumping out super quick, let's see if we can zoom in here, and we can. Those propellants I talked about are going to be stored at cryogenic temperatures. That means thousands of degrees below Fahrenheit, so they have to be kept very cold. And that, all those bumps and ridges there that you see, those are actually going to be an insulation spray that's going to help keep that rocket nice and cool, keep the propellants ready to go, and get us set up for success. Now, obviously, that was a very quick overview of our rocket. I have so much more to show you here on our moon board, but for now, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Thank you, Megan. A very impressive demo of the moon board, but also an impressive system, obviously. She mentioned 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage, and actually we have one right behind us here, used during the shuttle program, and I got to get a closer look at it with Space Launch Systems Engines Deputy Manager Philip Benefield.
Okay, so Philip, in terms of size, shape, and function, what we see here behind us, exactly what we see on the pad.
Absolutely, Megan, absolutely. So this is the RS-25 engine.
Impressive.
We have 4 of these on the bottom of the SLS rocket to propel the SLS rocket in Orion into low Earth orbit.
And we've been seeing views of the pad throughout this broadcast, but you mostly only see the bell here. What's happening over here?
Right, so this is generally what we call the power head section of the engine. So the purpose here is that it takes in the propellants from the vehicle tanks, the liquid oxygen minus 297 degrees, super cold stuff. The liquid hydrogen even colder, minus 423 Fahrenheit. There's 4 turbo pumps on the engine that pressurize that propellant up to 9,000 PSI in areas. It is all directed into the main combustion chamber where it is burned into hot gas that then is accelerated out the nozzle to produce thrust.
When you say hot gas, what are we talking about?
We're talking 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit gas.
Wow, so we're talking really cold as liquids coming into the combustion chamber, and then it comes out as really, really hot gas. How do you design, how do you engineer something to control both extremes?
Absolutely, it's very technically challenging. One of the main things here with the nozzle is that since you have the 6,000 degree Fahrenheit gas coming out, you have to cool that nozzle so it doesn't melt. And so the way the nozzle is constructed with these 1,080 coolant tubes. And so each of these coolant tubes flows a small amount of hydrogen. It keeps it cold, and so it doesn't melt during operation.
Wow. I mean, all of the science that you're talking about, it is truly amazing that you guys designed this for shuttle, and yet you've reconfigured it, retooled it to be able to now support Artemis. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's really amazing, the fact that we were able to use the heritage hardware on the Space Launch System. The engine itself, developed through the Space Shuttle program, many upgrades to make it more reliable and improve the thrust as well.
Perfect. Philip, thank you so much. I can't wait to see all 4 function.
Same here. Thanks, Megan. Enjoyed it.
And again, another idea and way that we are learning from what we've built upon and figured out all into this moment.
Yes, with so much more thrust and capability. Like we said, we learn all those lessons from previous missions, and we get to involve them here today.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. Looking excited, ready. Now in that elevator to take them 3 floors down. Thumbs up, one more photo, one more photo. Oh, nope, a couple more people in that elevator. Those are important folks. They're going with them to the pad.
Yeah,
Bye, Reed.
This is a fun elevator ride.
Yeah.
And you know, actually you couldn't see them because they're off camera, but the support crew that's actually in crew quarters with us is right there waving goodbye and saying goodbye to you. So it's a really special moment to say thank you and say goodbye to the support crew at crew quarters.
That's amazing. And so again, they will ride down 3 floors. And then soon we'll walk out the doors that you see underneath the banner there that says their names. These doors, the same doors that astronauts who have launched from Kennedy Space Center have walked out of since the Apollo program.
Yes, and you can see another tradition is putting your patch on that archway as well. So I'm sure they did that over the last couple days.
They did. It's actually it's so hard to see because there's so many of them, which is also great, but it's on the door frame on the right-hand side, the very, very bottom.
Awesome.
Great crowd here. A shot now of everyone who is waiting to greet the crew as they walk out of the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center and will board their ride to the launch pad.
Yeah, this is a really great shot, right? Because you get to see a little bit of what goes on there. So you've got the close family that were in quarantine with them up close. They get to wave goodbye one last time. You've got a little bit of media in the background, and then you've got some NASA employees and a lot of the program managers off to the side as well to wave goodbye one last time and wish them luck.
Yeah, it's a really nice moment. Again, they have had some quality time with family, but this is their final opportunity to say, see ya in 10 days.
Yep, the last wave.
And so there are different pens of people, again, as Nicole was alluding to, specific to the quarantine rules that you followed in order to be able to have that access, have that closeness with the crew. And then on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, the Astrovan. And that is going to be the crew's ride out to the launch pad. This modified Airstream motorhome can seat up to 8 people inside. It has a TV and sound system, and we know they plan to watch a video during their trip out, right, Nicole?
Yes. So I think Top Gun is on the menu,
yes.
And then also Point Break, because you know Christina surfs, so I think they've got a pretty decent entertainment planned. So
I love that. It gets them in the headspace, the right headspace, to really just enjoy the ride to space. NASA's history with Airstream dates back to the 60s when the company created a crew quarantine vehicle for when astronauts returned from the moon. This picture here, President Nixon talking to the Apollo 11 astronauts inside said quarantine vehicle. Then during the shuttle program, Airstream created the first generation Astrovan, a 27-foot motorhome that transported astronauts across KSC to their launch pad. And again, that is what we're going to see today. A very similar picture. Again, the orange suits, the Astrovan, very reminiscent of what we have done before and how we got to where we are now.
Yeah, and it's a pretty cool ride. You know, you get about 20 minutes to get out to the launch pad and watch a movie, listen to some music. It's kind of an interesting, you know, and then along the whole way here at KSC, all of the employees from Kennedy Space Center come out. You can see in the background of the shot you're looking at right now, all of those employees and everybody lining the streets, waving and wishing them luck.
I think this is an emotional moment for a lot of people because this is the last time where a lot of people will be with the crew, because once they get to the pad, there's only a handful of folks with them before launch.
Yeah, definitely. This can be emotional for the crew, can be emotional for the families, of course. I mean, you know, I got to wave goodbye one last time to my sister, and when we walked out those doors, and yeah, it's surreal. You know, it starts to become much more real the closer and closer you get to the launch pad.
20 seconds now from when we expect the crew to walk out those doors. It must be really hard for them to patiently wait for these very specific milestones.
You've got a whole group back there that's telling jokes and keeping it light. So.
And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
ready.
I love that.
It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes. Yeah, so the ones that are close and waving, those are the immediate family, so spouses, partners, kids.
And we're trying to give them some privacy so that they can have their conversations with their family members. Christina there, she has her husband. Victor has 4 daughters and his wife, they're there. Reed, his 2 daughters are there. And then Jeremy, his wife, 2 daughters and a son. You know, when you were standing in their shoes, Nicole, when you flew for Crew 10, what were you kind of talking about? Like, did you really think about this moment and what you might want to say?
You know, they've all already done their real goodbyes, you know, in person. And so this is more just kind of, again, that last chance to wave, last chance to get one smile. You know, you see Christina there smiling. So this felt much less heavy and just, you know, waving and maybe cracking a joke or something, saying hi. So this was a really, really great moment for our crew.
Reed's 2 daughters there. Reed spoke about when he told them that he was selected to be the Artemis II commander. And he said he was worried. He's a single dad, didn't know how they would react. And actually, he said he was overwhelmed by their support. He woke up the next morning with cupcakes baked by one of the daughters, moon cupcakes.
Yes, I love this story. Moon cupcakes the next morning. Like, how awesome is that, right? Everybody needs their support system, and clearly he has that in his daughters.
Christina said she took a bike ride with her husband and wanted to tell him when the moon rose, but that it was too foggy. But she said he was still very excited and happy for her.
Yeah, the moon's still out there.
A close-up now of, again, Commander Reed Weissman and Mission Specialist Christina Cook. To the right of your screen, as we pan left, we have pilot Victor Glover. Victor told his wife, and they told their 4 kids together, and he said that one of them just started yelling, "Let's go!"
Yes, I love that. Again, the support from the family is awesome.
And Jeremy said his wife and 3 children, super excited. He felt very supported. You know, he did have that tough conversation, obviously, of talking about the realities of this being a test flight, but he said they were super supportive. And now as he walks away, some kisses from Victor Glover to his family, hearts to Christina. Jeremy being a gentleman, pausing so that Christina can take a nice photo without him. Hearts too from Reed there. Hearing Victor saying, "Love you guys." Saying that to some of his crew members there. Woody. Some more applause from the group.
Quick wave to some of the NASA program managers, and I think Norm Knight's out there, the FOD Flight Operations Director.
You heard Reed there saying thank you guys as the crowd picks up again with their applause, and the 4 of them step into their Astroband. Looking at the clock, very on schedule right now. Again, according to the very detailed timeline of launch today, they're expected to drive off in about 20 seconds.
So far, we're marching toward the launch smoothly.
Do you think they're queuing up the video?
Definitely.
And that's why they haven't left yet? They're like, we can't go without
Gotta get
our
your
point
snacks and movie
break.
ready.
Yeah. Where's the popcorn? Again, good on the timeline. Of course, they do have these very specific milestones, but this is not one that has to be completely stuck to the second and the minute.
Yeah, we will make up that time easily.
They will get a full security escorted ride out to the launch pad. It's a quick trip, 15, 20 minutes. The closeout crew at the pad, still just getting everything ready for their arrival. Configuring Orion, right, Nicole?
Yes, so they're probably laying out the seat restraints and getting all of the umbilicals set and ready to go so that when the crew gets there, they can ingress and start getting strapped in and connected to the capsule.
And in our smaller box there, we have a shot of our administrator, Jared Isaacman, bouncing around quite a lot today. Was in the firing room right after the crew weather brief, saying to the crew that they are good for them to start suiting up, and now here to wish them well as they drive out to the pad.
Yes, he's so invested in this mission. I love it. You know, he's been an active participant today, and exciting to see him there at the walkout. So in the van, they're probably getting hooked up to the portable cooling systems as well. So that would be my guess on the slight delay here, making sure everybody's situated, connected to cooling, and ready to go before they take off.
Right, because the orange boxes, we didn't talk about it when we were in the suit-up room, but if anybody noticed, there are these orange boxes, and that's what provides the cooling to those thermal garments. And so those boxes have been staged inside of the Astrovan so that once they got there, they can connect up again so that they're cool and comfortable on the way out.
Right, so they were off cooling from the walkout, you know, said hello to their families in the 80-degree weather here in Florida today. So it can get really warm in the suit quickly if you're not careful. So we want to make sure everybody's comfortable before we drive off.
And then when they get to the pad, of course, and strapped into Orion, then they don't have any need for those cooling boxes anymore. They will get that cooling through Orion, through the different lines and umbilicals that they'll be connecting to there.
Yep, that's exactly right. The Orion capsule and its environmental control system will take over once they're connected to the umbilical.
And so when we were watching them get into the elevator, I said, oh, there's a couple more people going in there. And they were, again, those folks in the white suits that we saw. Again, suit technicians.
Yep. And there they go.
And off they go. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon. Something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today. We still hear cheers as they drive away from the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center. Now, while the crew make their way to the pad, let's get to know each of them even better. First, Commander Reed Wiseman.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, and I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis 2 mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement, and that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean, and that was it. Like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. Just it's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
And now Artemis 2 pilot Victor Glover and his journey to this history-making moment.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis 2 mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps, right? Like, these are the people that we want to be, and that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV, but my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. You know, what we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis 3, that's something to really be excited about.
Great to hear from Reed and Victor in their own words about how they feel about this mission and their role in it as the convoy turns this corner here onto the road where the vehicle assembly building is and where the group that we showed you earlier today, ready with their flags. Wow, that group has expanded exponentially.
Love this.
Yes, this is great.
So many people.
Flags, oh my gosh, I love it. Oh, this must feel so special to the crew to see all of these people here to wish them well.
Yes, this is heartwarming. Look at how many people there are. Everyone is so excited about this mission.
Signs, people have made signs. I feel like the Astrovan has slowed down a little bit, you know, to really take in the moment.
Wow.
That's amazing there. Again, crowds continue going, going, going as we are now passing the historic vehicle assembly building. This is where the Space Launch System rocket was assembled and stacked with Orion. Its history, of course, goes back to the Apollo days, but today it is home to the Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Gosh, still people lining the route. Yep.
I love that.
I do too. It leaves me kind of speechless, you know, just to see all the support, all of the people who want to know that they're thinking of them, they're with them, and the fact that this crew specifically has always said we are going for all by all. This must be really special to them.
Yes, and that's just here on Kennedy Space Center. Imagine the rest of Florida right now.
Yep. Mission Specialist Christina Cook, who holds the record for the most consecutive days in space by a woman. Let's take a look at what she has to say about this mission.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back at my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, you know, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we would go there, I just loved the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical, and I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment, and that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, it's just been, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you, and that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
And as we continue to watch the convoy, almost at the pad, mission specialist and first-time flyer, Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example. If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse. I had a vivid imagination, and I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn, and I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid, you have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal's out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this, I guess, realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
What's really neat, too, was that drive to the launch pad, that point of view to see what the crew is seeing as well, as their Astrovan rides up the pad slope and are now on the surface, about to walk up to their vehicle.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. Pad 39B, another historic place here at Kennedy Space Center. Construction began in 1964, finished 3 years later. Apollo 10, the full dress rehearsal for the moon landing. That was the first mission to launch from this pad.
Yeah, you know, we've used this pad for a lot of missions. You know, we modified the pad in the 70s and 80s, and then the shuttle missions actually launched from here as well.
And then, of course, Artemis 1 took off from this launch pad, November 2022. And now here we are about to see the Artemis 2 crew get out of the Astrovan and make their way up the mobile launcher to the 274-foot level, where they will embark on their first crewed test flight of the Artemis program.
You know, I think that button in the elevator actually says space when you hit
does?
it. Yeah.
Really?
At least on 39 Alpha it does. So I imagine it says something similar here.
Again, let's take a look at the clock as we wait for the crew to get out. 4 hours, 10 minutes and counting until the top of our 2-hour launch window today. Let's head back across the street to Daryl, who's following the launch team every step of the way.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole. And here inside Firing Room 1, we had a nice moment. The launch director, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, NASA's first female launch director, standing up from her console, taking her cell phone and snapping photos as the Artemis crew that she had just given the go to leave the astronaut crew quarters, driving by, and of course going up the causeway until they got there to the pad. And now we see them coming out of the Astro van there and getting ready to ascend the launch tower. Well, we got a weather brief before they went out to the pad, and of course LWO gave a go. There could be some rain out there at the pad. It's already rained out there already. If you're in the area and you're watching right now, well, certainly you know that there's some rain in the area. There's going to be spotty showers that are going to be coming ashore here, and we expect that throughout our rest of our countdown. But we also are getting forecasts that there'll be some clearing as we get closer to our launch window. Big wave from Reed Wiseman there, and a thumbs up as the crew goes into the elevator to ascend the launch tower to go up to the level where they'll walk across the crew access arm and get into the white room. One of the things that you're going to start to hear now is from the crew themselves. We're going to be airing the Orion to Earth loop, which is the communications that's going between that crew and the launch team here as they walk them through configuring their various consoles as well as getting ready. A nice moment here, and I'll just pause to just look and see as the crew walks across the zero deck, as they call it, which is the deck that's right there even with the engines, and they're taking a moment to go over there and stand up and gaze up at the 322-foot tall SLS rocket. This was part of the plan for the Artemis 2 crew, and potentially a rocket that could help them make history to go farther from Earth than any crew has before. The farthest distance from Earth when they launch will be roughly around 248,000 statute miles. They're expected to go about 4,000 miles farther than the Apollo 13 crew did. And now they've headed to the elevator to go up. Again, I was talking about the loops. You're going to be hearing from the crew as they discuss with the launch team getting various systems ready to go. And then closer to liftoff, we'll hear the operational launch team loop brought forward ahead of the critical pre-launch polls and then the start of terminal count. And that should be right around L-25 minutes, right before the NASA test director gives their poll and the launch director gives her management poll, which happens at L-17 minutes. Right now, a lot of focus is on, of course, the closeout crew. They've made the way for the crew to get inside the spacecraft now and walk across that crew access arm, and there they are. They have been working on a tight timeline, but they are ready to go, and they are ready to receive the crew and start putting them inside their Integrity spacecraft. That's it from the firing room. We'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
And Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, again, we mentioned her a second ago. Her team have been training extensively for this moment since Artemis 1 launched in November 2022. Today, they have a message for Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy.
Today, you carry the work of thousands and the hopes of millions. Every test, every simulation, every long day and night have led to this moment. This team is ready. The vehicle is ready, and you are ready. From the ground to the moon, Godspeed, Artemis 2!
I love that. I just love seeing all of the people who have contributed to this mission and the fact that this is what they've been working for, and now it's culminating today.
Yeah, thousands of people have worked on this mission, and you know, we saw there from the launch team, but human spaceflight is like the ultimate team sport, is what I like to say, and that's just a great example of our team wishing our astronauts good luck.
That shot there that we were just looking at was aimed at the elevator doors, again, to catch the astronauts as they make their way up to the 274-foot level of the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is the structure you see there. It is not only a way for the crew to obviously access Orion, but also provides the fuels, communications, all that to the rocket. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reed, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. But Reed made it across, so that's good news.
It looks like they really enjoyed it. You know, they didn't just walk straight past. Christina and Victor, we definitely saw.
Some thumbs up there,
looking out, yep, that crew access arm. And then Reed, he knows where that camera is. Taking the opportunity to, again, just tell folks, hey, we're doing good. Ready for it. Yeah. And it looks like they're actually probably signing their patch.
Yeah, there's a wall with patches there, and so each crew signs when they get up for their launch.
And so this is probably actually the first time a crew is doing this in the White Room of Launch Pad 39B. Don't quote me on that, but I think the signing started with the commercial crew program. So there's a lot of that in the White Room over at 39A, but again, this is 39B. Yep. And so now in this room here, the White Room, again, we will see the crew don or put on their communication caps again, their helmets, their gloves, and remove coverings that they had on their shoes.
Yeah, so they want to protect the suits while they're walking out and up to the White Room, and now they'll finish reassembling those suits. Put the boots on, put the gloves on. You see they're working their comm caps now, and they'll work the helmets eventually as well.
And so as we watch this process unfold, why don't we take a couple of questions from you guys? What is the most difficult thing about preparing for a flight? Nicole, that question's obviously for you.
Ooh, this is a great question. You know, I think we get such good training. You know, this crew's been training for years. And so they know this rocket and this capsule inside and out. They know all the dangers. They know how to react to anything. So I actually think, you know, preparing your support system and your family, I think launch day is actually tougher for your family than it is for you. And, you know, we've heard the crew talk about the difficult conversations that they've had with their family to prepare for this historic test flight. And so I think, you know, the closer and closer you get to the rocket, the fewer and fewer things from Earth you keep. You know, they left their suitcases at crew quarters this morning. They left their cell phones, their laptops, everything. And so you are just a human in a spacesuit about to get on a rocket with all of your loved ones watching. And I think that can be probably one of the most difficult parts about today.
And while you were answering that question, Nicole, we did get a chance to check. Yes, this is the first time a crew has signed the wall of the White Room, again, here at pad 39B. Let's take another social question now. All launch windows happen to be in the evening. How come? Obviously referring to the April opportunities specific to Artemis 2.
Right. You know, this is a complicated answer. I don't know that I would have the exact mechanics behind it, but it has a lot to do with orbital mechanics and where we are in terms of the Earth and the Moon relationship. And, you know, like we said, we're trying to get on that free return trajectory. And so it has a lot to do with when we can do the perigee and apogee raised burns and the translunar injection. So there's a lot of math that goes behind these launch windows and why they shift and move and why we just so happen to be in the evening for the April launch windows.
Yep. You did answer it well. All right. And before We asked you guys a question. Who would you take to the moon with you? Would that be a bestie, a pet, family member, or seasoned astronaut? Overwhelmingly seasoned astronaut. So Nicole, you and I are going to the moon.
Was that your answer as well?
That was totally my answer. Again, like I thought my husband would not like that answer because he'd want to come along too. But I think if asked, he would also say seasoned astronaut. So
that's fair. Yeah, like we said, there's a lot of training that goes behind it. These guys can react to anything that comes their way, and so yeah, if you don't have all that training, maybe you do want someone that's a little bit more experienced.
Yep. So correct answer, everyone. And now we have another question for you. What do you want to know about living in Orion? What the crew eats, how the crew sleeps, how to fly the vehicle, or how free time is spent? Another great question.
Yes, I'm excited to see what they say.
Yeah, so head to NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts to vote, and we'll share the results as soon as possible. And while you're doing that, remember to also sign up to be a virtual guest for this mission. Just go to the link we'll pull up on your screen. As a virtual guest, you will get mission-specific information, notifications of any schedule changes, and curated resources straight to your inbox. You will also receive commemorative stamps for your virtual passport after launch and splashdown. Again, we really, really want you guys to engage with us, engage with this mission, come along with us for the ride. So yeah, take advantage of these opportunities to be a part of it.
Yes, it's a mission for all.
And so back in the suit, no, not the suit-up room, the white room. Well, they're suiting up. You can see why I might have slipped that up. So they are continuing to put on gloves. Reed and Jeremy look like they've been checked. Again, they've put on their gloves, their helmets. They've taken off those coverings on their shoes now that they're about to get into Orion. And then suit technicians are also helping Christina and Victor. And they're in this particular order, actually, because this is the order in which they're going to ingress into Orion. Again, we have Reed, Jeremy, then Victor, last Christina.
Yeah, and that just has to do, like you said, with this, the seat orientation. So as the astronauts sit down and lay back in the capsule, the left side will be Reed, and then below him will be Jeremy. So that's why they're going to get in first, to create space for then Victor and Christina to get in.
And let's talk a little bit now about the closeout team. We saw a few of these folks also in the suit-up room. Suit technicians were in there, again, to make sure that they get into the suits properly. And then a couple of them came out to the pad here to, again, do the same thing. Hey, are you comfortable in these suits? Is everything is as you expected? And then these folks here will help them get into Orion, buckle up. And so we were talking a little bit about their attire, specially made for what they're doing right now.
Yeah, so these, they almost look like, you know, the equivalent of a flight suit, right? They're fire resistant. You know, they've got the straps on the back for emergencies that mimic the same straps that the astronauts have on their suits, so that you can use the same exact equipment in an emergency egress from the pad, for example. So we can use the same equipment to get everybody safely away from the pad as required or if needed.
Yeah, always thinking about those contingencies, you know, how to very quickly, if there were an emergency, get everyone out, not just the astronauts, but also the closeout crew if an emergency was happening while they were still at the pad. And so those suits, flame retardant. Also, when we see them crawl into Orion, you will notice that they are on their knees quite a bit, so built-in knee pads. Really a thoughtful design for the purpose that they're serving today.
Yeah, they're functional, which is exactly what we want, but also they're pretty classy looking, so we did a good job with the design.
I was going to say, you know, they actually look like, you know, the outfits that car racers wear, right?
Yeah.
And then when I said that to the lead of the closeout crew, he's #1 if we do see him, Taylor Hose, he said, well, actually, we are kind of like a pit crew, you know, like they're very quickly moving through the operations so that not a lot of time, not more time is spent at the pad than is needed, because this is a fully fueled rocket, Nicole.
Right, yeah, we want to minimize the time that we have more humans up in the White Room, but also safely and efficiently get the astronauts ingress into the capsule. And so that's their main job. That's so yeah, I like the pit crew analogy, works great.
And so, Nicole, as we get ready to see them ingress, I know you'll be, again, an invaluable source as we talk through this part of the launch countdown, because you've been inside a mock-up of the Orion spacecraft. And I know that because you texted me a photo that you took, this selfie in the mock-up, and little did you know I was going to put it in this broadcast.
Yeah, this was actually a really wonderful opportunity. Last week, our flight control team at Johnson Space Center hosted an open house of the Orion mock-up there in the space vehicle mock-up facility. And so I got to spend some time in the capsule with some of the flight controllers who are actually sitting on console right now and talk to them about everything inside the mock-up. So you can see I've got a bump cap on. It's like a small hard hat. There are a lot of, metal corners and things, and we are still squishy humans at the end of the day. And so they want you to be careful while you're moving around in there. But I got to see, how the crew will ingress. I got to look at the umbilical and the seat straps, and I got to see, the emergency equipment and the stowage and the toilet. I got to see it all. Got to talk about everything. It was pretty cool. It was a really great time. Michael and Bruce were great with me. They answered all of my questions.
Yeah, because it's really good to be able to give that perspective because, and as you guys will see, yes, we do have cameras inside Orion and we'll of course take you in, but it doesn't give you a true feeling or idea of how big the space is, how things are configured. Again, like when we see them go in, they're actually on their backs.
Yep.
So again, it's just hard to really get a sense of the inside there, but Nicole is going to really help walk us through that.
Yeah, you said they're on their backs and you have to somehow get there, and so they're actually going to almost barrel roll onto their shoulder to get onto their backs and their feet up on those leg rests. Actually, Andre's holding onto right there. You can see Andre number 2's inside getting everything ready for them. And actually, those leg rests for the pilot and commander seat will come off once they get into orbit to create some more space for them.
And it looks like we're getting ready to ingress here. Yep, thumbs up from Reed. Everybody configured with their suits, and so in we go. They actually get inside by walking backwards. That's the easiest way to get in, right, Nicole?
Yeah, so he will step down right over the flywheel or the exercise equipment that they've got in there. We'll talk to that in a second. And then you actually step down right on top of the toilet area backwards. You can see him going now. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reed's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reed. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. And so you mentioned Dre. Why don't we talk a little bit about him? So that was NASA astronaut Andre Douglas. And he is actually one of the backup crew members for the Artemis 2 mission. He trained alongside the primary crew and will step in if any of the 3 astronauts are unable to fly.
Yeah, Dre's actually a classmate of mine, so fellow fly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we've worked very closely together. It's exciting to see him in this role.
Yeah, Virginia native, selected as an astronaut candidate in December 2021. He completed his training in March 2024 and was subsequently named as the Artemis 2 backup crew member just months later in July. Before joining NASA, Andre worked at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, where he specialized in spacecraft systems engineering. His work focused on the systems that help spacecraft know where they are and how to get where they need to go. So obviously critical for missions to the moon.
Yeah, he's a wicked smart guy. He's got like 15 degrees, I think, or something.
Oh, my.
So.
And so now here we are back inside Orion, where the closeout crew, each one with either Reed or Jeremy. So it looks like Andre is with Reed, And this is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, it's a 5-point harness, Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
Got to put away the pen. The pen could be foreign object debris or FOD, which is bad for NASA. We definitely want to make sure that we keep track of everything and we know where everything is, because the smallest thing could prevent us from launching or affect the equipment out there.
Yeah, and you'll actually see that most of their tools will be tethered as well, so nothing can fall through a crack or drop.
And so as soon as Jeremy and Reed are good to go in their seats and connected to their communication umbilicals, as Daryl had said before, we will start hearing the loops, the audio mission loops, specifically Orion to Earth 1, which is the communication loop that the crew communicate on to the different teams supporting launch today. And as we said when we were in suit up, after they do communication checks, again, suit leak checks to make sure that nothing went wrong between the suit up room and here, and also to specifically connect them to the Orion systems.
Yes, this will be an integrated test with Orion and the suits to make sure the entire system is working and ready for flight.
And so you'll notice Reed and when Victor sits down, Reed and Victor are the only ones with the display panels in front of them. Jeremy and Christina will actually share a personal computer device, and that will be on Jeremy's leg, and that's how they'll continue to follow along with telemetry and data.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. This is one of the technology demos that we're doing, and so they're going to plug into the system, and it'll be a screen repeater on that that device for them, so that they can see what the pilot and commander are seeing.
OTC at MS2 is online for context.
This is OTC. Repeat.
MS2 ready for comm checks.
The MS2 ready for comm checks. MS2, OTC Orion Earth 1, comm check.
OTC, it's MS2. Have you loud and clear on 1.
You're welcome, sir.
And so that was the Orion test conductor speaking with Jeremy Hansen, again, mission specialist 2 for this mission. So his communication check over, you heard him say 1, Orion to Earth 1, has been completed, a successful test. The rest of the crew here waiting in the white room. Again, as Nicole was saying, a little tight there for all of those folks. So Christina and Victor will wait until Reed and Jeremy are done getting buckled in.
Yeah, I think 4 astronauts and 4 suit techs would be a tight fit in that capsule.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Bill. He's number 3 there, that the suit technician there. He is kneeling where Christina will be in order to get Jeremy situated.
OTC ask, commander's ready for comm checks.
OTC copies. Commander.
NTD, Mexico 212, comm check.
NTD, have you loud and clear here as well.
I'll catch FTS on 194, thank you.
Commander, OTC Orion Earth 1.
OTC, CDR has you loud and clear.
Good comm, welcome, sir.
And there you have it, a successful comm check with Commander Reed Wiseman. And so...
And CDR, NTD on Orion Earth 1 for comm check.
CDR, I got you loud and clear, NTD.
And good to have you on board. Good luck today.
And so now these two closeout crew members will finish up what they're doing here. Again, Nicole, walk us through what is happening here. They're connecting umbilicals, is what we said.
Yeah, they're strapping them in, so they're getting their restraints connected. It's a 5-point harness with a quick release, and then they're connecting the umbilical, which has actually 4 different connections. So it's got the air in, air out, the water for cooling, and then the comm as well, the communication cable. So they're going to make sure that all of those connections are good to go, make sure the crew's receiving the cooling and the air, and then we heard the comm check as well. So they're just making sure the umbilical connection was good to go, getting them strapped in and ready, and then they will move on to Victor and Christina.
And so while we wait for that to happen, why don't we get another check of the launch countdown milestones with Daryl and the launch team.
All right, welcome back into the firing room 1 here, where some of the launch team is having some pizza that was brought by the administrator. That was nice of Administrator Jared Isaacman to bring that by for the launch team to enjoy. We're L-minus 3 hours and 44 minutes and counting, as you can see the crew ingressing into the spacecraft. There are a number of things that are happening on the timeline. Of course, the closeout crew, they liken themselves to like an F1 pit crew, working quickly, methodically, carefully, as they go through their procedures to get the astronauts ingressed. Overall, there's a little bit of timeline pressure, right? There's only a certain amount of time, as you see the astronauts going into Orion, only a certain amount of time that they can spend on their backs. They will be there for a few hours, right? So we're sitting at 2:40 p.m. Eastern time, and the window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern time and runs until 8:24 p.m. Eastern time. So 4 or 5 hours or more on their backs, and then they'll hopefully lift off for a launch. So of course the crew is mindful at the time. They don't want to slip into the window if they don't have to, and so they're keeping a tight lock on the margin, the amount of time that they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Cook. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed. Now, right now, the rocket's tanks, they're in what's called replenish mode. So another factor for this closeout crew is, and the crew themselves, this is a fully tanked, almost ready to go rocket. It's got all the propellant it needs to go to the moon. It's just a matter of getting the astronauts in, getting them configured, and getting all the systems, the high energy systems, bringing them all online in order to launch this rocket. As they sit there, there is propellant boil off that's happening. All tanks are at 100%, but the propellant, which is liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, those two propellants are minus 423 for hydrogen and minus 297 for the liquid oxygen. They are boiling right now. They've been boiling the entire time they've been in the tank. And that is vented out, as you can see. When we look to a wider shot of the rocket, you can see the venting and the little wisp of clouds that are coming out from the top of the rocket and the middle part of the rocket. And that is because just like you boil water on your stove, those propellants are boiling. Of course, their boiling point is much lower than water, and so it doesn't take much for them to boil. But just as if you were to leave your pot of water on the stove and just leave it there, what would happen? Well, it would completely boil off, and all the water would be gone. Just basically turned into water vapor inside your house. Well, it's the same case here. So we are continually replenishing the rocket with propellant, liquid hydrogen and oxygen, running from those propellant lines that you see there going into the rocket. So that continues to go well. Overall look from the launch team here, this has been a very smooth countdown so far. The cryo tanking went exceptionally well. And the launch team is really in a good mood right now. Cautiously optimistic, understanding that with a system this complex, you can have something unexpected happen. But to this point, the firing room is really encouraged by what they've seen so far, and are especially excited to see these astronauts getting inside the spacecraft. L-minus 3 hours and 40 minutes and counting until we open up that window for launch. For now, we'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
Thank you, Daryl. And, you know, he mentioned that the crew decided to name Orion Integrity, and it was not something they came to easily. You know, they really wanted to put in a lot of thought, and what they came down to is integrity is a value that NASA embodies, and also individually they felt like integrity is something that speaks powerfully to them.
Yeah, and I think the other part of integrity, you know, it just represents the humility and the professionalism behind the entire team that built this rocket and got us here today. And so it's a fitting name for this capsule.
Yeah, like I said, I think the crew said it took them a little bit to decide on what they wanted, but I think they made the perfect choice.
I agree.
And so as the countdown to launch continues, we are reminded that this is an agency-wide effort to make today's launch attempt possible. We invited people across our NASA family to wish our crew a safe journey.
Go Team Artemis! Go Team Artemis!
3, 2, 1, blast off!
Have a great flight. Godspeed. We'll get you around the moon and home.
If I had a message for the crew, be safe, to have fun, to remember that we're all down here rooting for them.
I want to wish my friend and former student, Victor Glover, and the entire Artemis team best wishes and a successful flight.
Have fun. Take some really cool pictures. Can't wait to see you when you get back.
From the Earth to Sky team connecting NASA science to public lands, go Artemis.
We will see you in the Pacific, and you can count on us being there.
Greetings from NASA Langley's historic gantry facility,
where Neil learned to land on the moon and Orion learned how to swim.
We are with you all the way to Splashdown.
Let's go fly from the Orion Human Engineering team. Woo!
Like a full moon, your future is bright. Have a safe journey from the multimedia team in Cleveland, Ohio.
We hope to see you guys back safely in San Diego, maybe singing some karaoke.
Yeah, right, maybe. He knows exactly what he wants to do. After, he's like, yep, karaoke. I love that people submitted videos. You know, this is something that we actually asked as part of the broadcast. We were like, you know what, I think it'll be really fun. And the overwhelming amount of people who wanted to record something for the crew was really heartwarming.
Yeah, you know, this is the first time in over half a century that we're sending people back to the moon, and everybody is excited about it. You know, kindergarten to congressmen and all over the world, everyone is ready for today and excited to see this launch.
And so here we are again, still inside Orion with the closeout team, putting some final touches on, it looks like Victor's configuration there. Again, making sure that his harness is set and that he's connected to cooling, he's connected to communications, and he's connected to any other umbilicals that he needs to be connected to for Orion. Again, we are sharing so much information with you, and we hope you find it educational and fun. But we do know you guys still have some questions, so why don't we take another one now?
Tell us what the moon is like!
So cute. That wasn't a question. That was a demand. Nicole, you tell her what the moon is like.
Oh, man, that was so cute. Oh, man, the moon is really cool, right? So it's a lot of like gray and white and kind of shades of gray. It is something that doesn't have wind or rain or rivers or an atmosphere. And so we like to say Christina said it earlier, it's the witness plate to the universe. And, you know, it has all these impact craters because it's not protected. Things hit it all the time. Meteoroids, asteroids, all sorts of things hit the moon and create these impact craters. That's part of what we want to go and look at and learn about on the moon. It can tell us a lot about the age of the universe and the age of the moon. You know, it's 4.5 billion years old, and we can learn a lot from just looking at the regolith or the dirt that is on the moon.
Well, thank you for that question, and thank you for that answer. she was cuter, Nicole.
I agree.
And then earlier today, we wanted to ask you, what do you want to know about living in Orion? And we told you to pick between what the crew eats, how they sleep, how they fly the vehicle, and how free time is spent. And the winner, most of you wanted to know how to fly the vehicle. And we are going to be doing that.
Yes, we are. You know, that's a great question, and actually, part of what we're going to go do. So the rocket is fairly automated, right? There's a countdown, and the whole system knows when it needs to ignite the engines. But we are going to do some manual piloting throughout this mission. Once they launch and they separate from the ICPS, they're actually going to do a rendezvous and proximity operations demonstration. So what does that mean? They're going to take that portion of the rocket and they're going to try to fly closely to it. And so they will actually take manual control of the Orion spacecraft and try to get nice and close to the other portion of the rocket that had just separated. And so you can see actually a little bit in the view that you have right now. So on for Reed, the left-hand person, his right hand, there's a kind of a joystick, if you will, on the right side, and then on the left side there's something similar. And so they've got, you know, translational and rotational hand controllers in order to command the rocket in different axes.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, Victor said it himself, like one thing that he's really looking forward to is piloting Orion manually. So we'll get to see that during our continuous coverage. Again, we are covering this entire mission. We started with tanking, and we will go all the way through Splashdown, so you will see what Nicole was just talking about, that proximity ops demonstration, where the crew will pilot Orion manually. And so, speaking of their 10-day mission, why don't we take a closer look at the crew's home away from home for the next 10 days. Here's Megan Carter again from the KSC Visitor Complex.
All right, thanks, Megan. Yeah, it's getting real out there, so I am going to bring you back to the moon board so I can show you just a few things about the Orion. Obviously, it is going to be very compact, sitting up there on top of the SLS rocket. Very compact, like I mentioned, over 355,000 pieces. So let me show you a couple key components, starting with these three fairing panels right there. When the rocket blasts off, obviously it is going to get very fast.
MS1,
it's going to get
NTD on Orion Earth 1 for ComCheck.
Windy, and so we have these three fairing panels in place to help protect our astronauts. I am also going to take you into a little bit closer look and talk about the LAS, or the Launch Abort System. This is the one piece that is going to be in place to protect the astronauts should something happen to go wrong in the first few minutes of launch. They can actually hit those abort motors, and these can activate within milliseconds, basically faster than you can even blink, and that is going to pull the crew and the crew capsule away from any danger. Now, obviously, we hope that those are not needed, and if that is the case, then about 3.5 minutes into flight, the LAS and those fairing panels will actually activate and jettison away. They'll fall away from the rocket, because at that point, the crew can actually abort the spacecraft safely by themselves. Now, we've talked a lot about the crew capsule right here. This is where they are going to spend the duration of their flight. We're going to talk a lot more about that one in just a little bit, but for now, let me jump down here to the service module. This is the one, we're going to think of this as the powerhouse for the spacecraft. It's pretty much going to provide them with almost everything that they need for the entire mission. Temperature control, removing the carbon dioxide, providing them with oxygen, so much more. You can also do course corrections and things like that. So, super quick breakdown, but as you can see, all of these components together are going to make the spacecraft one that is built not just to fly, but to protect, sustain, and bring those astronauts home. All right, lots more to come, but let's see where we are with the crew. Back over to you, Megan.
Hey, thanks so much, Megan. A lot of useful information there, and we did want to point out that you did hear over
and the PLT NTD on Orion Earth 1 for ComCheck.
NTD PLT, I have you loud and clear on OE1.
And I have you the same. Welcome aboard.
And so, again, we are now hearing mission audio loops, specifically the Orion to Earth 1 loop, the communication channel for the crew. Successful comm checks by both Victor and Christina.
CDR, OTC Orion Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Configure ARS to shoot mode per EPROC 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config. Step 1.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config. Step 1. Going in work now.
And so see, now we are privy to some of the countdown procedures that the team is asking for the crew to do.
Yeah, so they're going to work through some of these procedures and finish the ingress portion, as you heard in that procedure. So this is where the crew is going to start building their nest, if you will, running some procedures, getting the capsule ready for humans to be on board.
And now look at the clock, 3 hours, 30 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and we are pretty good on time. We are as we are expecting in terms of when ingress will be wrapping up soon. And so now let's bring Gary Jordan, again, our commentator inside of Mission Control at Houston. Gary, let's check in with you about mission preparations.
Hey, Megan, thank you. Yes, we're following along here in Mission Control Houston.
OTC copies.
And we'll stand by for those comm checks. And again, we're waiting for those comm checks. We did confirm from our IVA officer here in Mission Control Houston that all 4 suits have plugged in umbilicals.
And CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, Reed, we're ready to proceed with the voice checks if you and everyone else is.
NTD, integrity crew is ready for voice checks.
I copy that. And integrity for the entire crew, comm check on Orion to Earth 1.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Good comm check by all. NTD moving to Orion to Earth 2.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Integrity Houston on Orion to Earth 1. Voice check for the entire crew.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Houston has all 4 crew loud and clear on OE1. Stand by for 2.
Your initial word was broken.
MS1.
MS2.
4 crew loud and clear on OE2. We'll use 1 for the default. Houston out.
And CDR, NTD?
CDR.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to clear a couple of those messages on your screen here. Just want to give you a heads up that you'll see that.
Copy all.
CDR, OTC, Orion Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Perform crew suit leak checks per 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, steps 2 through 4. Annunciation of LCC O-ARS-001 will occur.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, steps 2 through 4. Going in work now.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are following along as the 4 crew members of Artemis 2 work through their voice checks, then the umbilical connections and various pathways to get communications from all of the...
refresh on your screen.
CDR.
Yes, sir. We're going to look to do a quick refresh on your screen if you guys are okay with that.
Hey, firm, just let us know when we can continue in 10.1.1. We'll go hands off.
.1.1 referring to the procedures that they have through the various phases of ingress and some of the checkouts needed to prepare for today's launch. Here in Mission Control Houston, the IVA or Intravehicular Activity Officer will be confirming the leak check status and watching as the suits pressurize to once again confirm that the suits are in a good configuration ahead of launch. Of course, for the teams here in Houston, launch is just the beginning. The first flight day is jam-packed with activities. Shortly after main engine cutoff, Integrity will enter into a coast phase while still attached to the in-rim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, and prepare to deploy the solar arrays. With power being generated, Integrity prepares...
Go ahead, NT.
With that refresh, and you got to go to proceed with your 10.1.1.
Picking up 10.1.1, step 2.3 through 4.
Picking up the procedures, the crew again working through the various steps to prepare for launch, standing by for suit. This is Mission Control Houston. With visors closed, the pressurization tests can commence. We'll stand by for word of a good leak check on all 4 of the crew member suits for the Artemis 2 mission. Again, this is the very beginning of a very busy flight day for our 4 crew members. After launch, they have a series of burns to prepare for. The first major burn being the perigee raise maneuver that allows them to continue in low Earth orbit, and the next being the apogee raise burn that puts them in a high Earth orbit. This is an orbit that takes them around the Earth for nearly a day, 23.5 hours to be precise, and allows the teams, including the astronauts and the flight control teams, to check out critical systems ahead of committing to the next day's translunar injection. But before they even call it a day, Integrity will separate from the ICPS, and the crew will command. Command the Orion capsule to separate from the ICPS and turn around and approach the upper stage, but not dock. This is to test Orion's in-space maneuvering capabilities and provide further confidence in docking to another lunar space vehicle like the Human Landing System that will be part of the Artemis 3 mission ahead of future moon landings. These are just a few of the highlights of the very first of 10 flight days as we await for confirmation of good leak checks inside the capsule Integrity. and there's a lot more to this mission. A reminder that this is, of course, a test flight. The purpose here is to demonstrate procedures, systems, and life inside Orion on a mission around the moon for the first time, and give further confidence in the capabilities that are charting a return to the lunar surface. You may be able to see from this view the suits themselves inflating. This is, again, a pressure check, verifying that the suits are leak-free ahead of the ascent portion of today's flight. How you see the crew now with visors down will be the configuration of their ascent all the way through core stage separation, about a little more than 8 minutes after booster ignition. All right, here in Mission Control Houston, we are continuing to follow along, standing by for confirmation of good leak checks. In the meantime, there are no showstoppers here in Mission Control Houston, and we continue to monitor the countdown to launch. Megan, we'll send it back to you over at the Space Coast.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. Yeah, as we wait for confirmation of a successful leak check for all 4 astronauts, why don't we go back to Daryl, again, who has been following along with the launch countdown as we inch closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window.
All right, thank you, Megan. And yes, getting some good communication. It's great to hear from the crew inside, even though it is as simple as a comm check. It's really good to hear their voices as they move through those various comm checks and then get ready for their suit leak checks. Fantastic views inside Orion that you're looking at now. Give you an update on the weather outside. We're still 80% go for our 2-hour launch window, which starts at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and closes at 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the good news. The bad news is that we've got some rain showers that are starting to head in. Looks like it may miss the pad. Wouldn't matter if it rained on it or not, though. It's received some rain earlier today. Water isn't going to hurt anything out there at this point. But the rest of the area might be getting a little bit wet, which may include the hostess, so keep an eye out for that. As we're watching with the astronauts inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft, you'll be hearing more and more from them, especially Christina Cook, who is Mission Specialist number 1. She not only is going to be making history.
All crew, visors open, suit loop leak check complete.
OTC.
Okay, there you heard the suit leak check complete. They check those suits for leaks in astronaut crew quarters. They check them again inside the spacecraft. As you can see, the closeout crew, our astronaut support person moving around, turned off the camera, and so now we're looking from outside the Orion spacecraft looking towards, oh no, let's see, get oriented here. Well, there we go. Back inside, we've got the view. But basically what I was saying about Christina Cook is that she will have the role of reading.
CM is ready for closeout, performing video sweep using drag-on camera.
OD.
She will have the role of reading out a pressure reading that tells the team that...
and CDR or NTD?
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, we're going to do another cleanup on those suit leak check messages that we got from, since we're done with that now.
Integrity copies.
Yeah.
And that's communication going between Orion Commander Reed Wiseman and NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. But as I was saying, Christina Cook will be reading measurements from the counterbalance assist arm. So you're going to hear her be asked by the NASA Test Director to read that. That CBA, counterbalance assist arm, it's mechanically latched by the closeout crew using tools, but there's a hydraulic assist. It's pneumatically opened and closed, rather, with a pressure assist that helps open it up. Not only that hatch, but also the last hatch. There's 2 hatches there that we'll see that will be closed. But this is in case of an emergency out there at the pad. If the crew, for some reason, needed to exit quickly, then they would exit the spacecraft by pulling that lever, which would open both hatches. Those hatches are heavy. The Orion hatch is hundreds of pounds.
HHD cameras 1 and 2 both set to record.
OTC copies.
And just an update on the launch countdown, continuing to monitor the team's communications here in Firing Room 1. Everything going really smoothly so far. We don't have any significant open constraints to launch at this time, so we continue counting down. And for now, we'll send it back to the host desk with Megan and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Daryl. And so we heard some of the communications over Orion to Earth 1, and it sounds like we are now moving into the hatch prep and closure phase. We will now start to see the closeout crew getting out of Orion soon so that they can start getting ready to, again, close up Orion, close the 2 hatches, and then get out of the pad.
Yeah, the closeout team will take the hatch seals off, and they'll inspect the seals, make sure everything's ready to go, and then do a few last-minute configurations before they close that hatch. And then, like Daryl talked about, then Christina will have a role in looking at the CBA there. So.
Yeah, you might have heard them say over the loops again that drag-on camera. So basically, it's a camera that they can move around, and you might have seen it in a couple of our shots already. But they will take that camera and literally go and inspect the seal that. There's 2 seals, actually, 2 seals that go around the entire area of the hatch just to make sure that everything looks good. And that camera feed is being directly shown to NASA teams who need to monitor that.
Yeah, they want to make sure there's not a single hair or a piece of dust on those, make sure that there's no damage and everything's ready to go so that the seal, they will do a leak check on this hatch seal as well. Make sure it passes.
Yeah, and we'll know they're doing that because we will actually see one of the closeout crew members with a hand pump, and they will pressurize, again, just the seals, and they have to see if it will hold pressure for just a minute. And if it does, then they will go ahead to pressurize the entire Orion spacecraft, and then that again is to make sure that the spacecraft is holding the right amount of pressure. And that one's a lot longer. It'll take them like 8 minutes. Like it takes time to pressurize it, then they have to hold pressure, and then it takes time to depressurize it.
Right, and they want to measure the difference in pressures at the beginning and end of that and make sure that it holds the right amount of pressure so that when they get to the vacuum of space, obviously the capsule holds its pressure.
Yep. Okay. Well, again, as we continue to watch operations that are happening at the pad inside of Orion, why don't we go over to Banana Creek? It's one of our viewing locations here at Kennedy Space Center. They will have a spectacular view, and we actually have NASA's Leah Martin there chatting with a big group of people surrounded by a lot of folks on bleachers there.
Hey, Megan, yeah, tons of people out here today, thousands of people gathering at Banana Creek to enjoy NASA's next big mission and humanity's next great leap today. It's a gorgeous day, and I'm joined here actually by some people who are probably the only people on center who are a little bit more excited than me to see this rocket lift off. Where are you from, and why are you here?
So we're from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. We're a group of 7 aerospace senior engineering students traveling here with Josh Dobbs, former quarterback of the University of Tennessee, with his extraordinary Dobbs Foundation.
Now, you were actually telling me a little bit earlier, you're here local, you're from Orlando. What's it like being an aerospace engineer and then having the opportunity to come back here to the Space Coast and see this mission lift off today?
It is absolutely amazing. I feel like the little 9-year-old girl inside me is so excited. Like, I'm from around here. I grew up watching launches in my backyard, and so this seems like such a full circle happy moment for me.
Now, you are an aerospace engineer looking hopefully to join the workforce in the future. How does it feel to be here and see firsthand what that work does?
It's just so cool to see what I've been working for the last 4 years and then 12 years before that just actually be physically happening in front of me. It's something I never dreamed of as a kid.
And I'm actually joined here by the pastronaut himself, Mr. Josh Dobbs. Now, you have a history with NASA as well. You did an externship here. And how did that kind of play into your passion for aerospace and then the foundation that actually provided this opportunity for these students today?
100%. So I spent a month here around the Artemis 1 mission, which was a tremendous opportunity to learn about the space program and also what's next. And so to be back here for Artemis 2 and unfortunately, Artemis 1 went in the middle of the season, so it's surreal to be here for Artemis 2. And with my foundation, like, the goal is to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that I've had and pass them along to the future of the industry and give them the opportunity to see what all their hard work can accumulate into. So it's an honor to be here. We're really appreciative of all the engineers and all the hard work that's gone into this moment, and we're excited to watch history happen today.
Absolutely, and as a group, I think if you guys had one well wish for the team today, what would you say? I think we can all join together, maybe say go Artemis? Go Artemis.
That was a fun interview, and again, just so neat to see all the people who are here. I mean, still hours before liftoff. Not even hours before liftoff, but hours before a 2-hour launch window. So people just really committed to being here and seeing it in person.
Yeah, you can see the Banana Creek is already buzzing.
Yeah.
There behind Leah. You could hear the chatter in the background. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, you could tell that it's a lot louder than we noticed because we just have very good mics. But, you know, she's obviously yelling over a huge crowd there. So super fun, super exciting. And yes, I hope that we all get to see liftoff here shortly. Okay, so as we know, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy will have their hands full during their mission. So for some of their test flight objectives, let's go back to Megan Carter at the moon board.
All right, as we have seen from those camera views, their capsule is very compact, obviously. So let me show you a few cool things about this piece. The Orion capsule is going to only be about 16.8 feet in diameter and a whopping 10.5 in height. Think of it about the same cubic feet as 2 minivans. So obviously every piece of that capsule has been planned with purpose. And a really great example of that is going to be these seats that we have seen that live view of. Now, these seats are going to be out for launch, re-entry, and splashdown, but in between, they are stored in between to give them more room for daily activities and things like that. While they are on board, obviously they are going to have a lot of things to do. One of those is going to be to manually fly Orion, as we've discussed, but they also have several other objectives as well. And they're going to be doing lots of system checkouts, checking out the service module, making sure everything is working correctly. They're also, like I said, going to have a chance to manually fly. Now, this was taken during one of their training simulations, but as you can see here, they will have advanced flight displays, hand controllers, touchscreen interfaces, so much to work with and practice with as well. Now, while on board, they will also have the ability to eat those shelf-stable meals that are designed specifically for microgravity. I think I saw somewhere that one of their meals is going to be mac and cheese and brisket, so that makes the Southern in me very happy. All right, but they are going to have also some time to look at some things like power and propulsion. They will have 3 key propulsion systems that are going to help power Orion as well. And speaking of power, I want to bring you back to the service module real quick because I wanted to point out these 4 solar panels. These are going to take about 18 minutes to unfold like giant wings, and they're going to stretch 62 feet from end to end, and these are going to help power the service module and in turn provide what the crew needs for their journey. So as you can see, spacecraft is built specifically for what we need and to guide them and get them home safely. All right, back over to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Megan. You know, it's taken thousands of people many years to get to us to where we are today. Let's meet some of the people of Artemis who've made this flight test possible.
I am the Artemis Launch Director.
I'm the Orion Crew Survival System Manager.
I am the Artemis II Chief Training Officer.
I'm the SLS Launch Integration and Mission Operations Lead.
I am the Recovery Director.
And I'm Boeing's Core Stage IPT Leader at Kennedy Space Center.
And I am the Artemis II Entry Flight Director.
And I'm the Closeout Crew Lead for Artemis II.
Our job is to design the spacesuits that the crew will wear for the Artemis II mission. The team here at Johnson Space Center in the Orion Crew Survival Systems Lab does pretty much everything involved with processing the suits, designing the suits, qualifying the suits, testing them for the Orion mission.
The role of the Chief Training Officer is to manage both the planning and the development of how we are going to train our astronauts and run our simulations for our flight control team for the mission, and then go implement that plan.
Recovery team is responsible for 3 things. So recovery is what we call our nominal recovery situation, where we go recover the crew and the capsule at their designated landing site. Rescue is in case we do need to rescue the crew or they landed somewhere else that we did not plan. And then the retrieval is us getting the capsule if they did land somewhere where we did not expect them to.
My job on SLS is to manage the operations architecture on the SLS program. One of the specific things that we do is support launch operations. It means a lot to be a part of this Artemis team, to show the next generation in seeing what may come.
I am responsible for our core stage processing at Kennedy Space Center. My team is responsible for that core stage, and it's our responsibility to make sure that core stage is safe, built correctly, and there's going to be 4 of our astronauts, and it's going to get them to their ride around the moon.
I've been a flight director for over 10 years now. I worked on the Artemis I mission, and after that mission completed, I was assigned as the entry flight director for Artemis II. I can't wait to see the hatch open after splashdown. That's when we know that our mission will be complete and the crew will have safely returned to the moon and back to Earth.
Closeout Crew is responsible for getting the astronauts up to the white room, getting their helmets and gloves on, getting them into the vehicle safely, connecting all their umbilicals, making sure they're ready to go for launch, and then closing the crew module hatch. The reason we do this is to expand mankind's knowledge. If I can be a part of that, doing anything, I want to do that.
The launch director role really is to step back and kind of take that big picture view of launch. How are we doing on any NCs? How are we doing on our timelines, our procedures? Artemis II is a beginning. It's going to inspire a new generation. It's going to uncover science. It's going to serve as a pathway to places that we have never been before.
And to meet more people of Artemis, you can head to the link we're going to put up on your screen there. Just, again, really nice to see all the faces that have put in the work, the time, the hours, the dedication to get us to today.
Yeah, so many professionals that worked so hard on this mission.
And what was really fun to see is, you know, we interviewed Taylor Hose, closeout crew lead, as he said, and that's who we are now seeing inside of the White Room as they are getting ready to close out Orion and close one of 2 hatches. We have the side hatch of the crew module as well as the launch abort system hatch, correct?
Yeah, the astronauts are in the capsule. They're ready to go, and now the White Room is very busy as they're getting ready to close both of those hatches. It's a great shot right there where you can see them. Almost looks like they're doing that hatch seal inspection that we talked about.
And so, Nicole, as we continue to see them get ready to close that smaller hatch, again, the crew module side hatch, let's take some questions now.
Sounds good.
A lot has changed since Apollo, and I have a few questions about what's next. What part of the moon are we exploring through Artemis, and what are some of the key points that NASA needs to consider when planning missions like this?
Were you expecting to see Scarlett Johansson? I think that took you.
Yeah, I mean,
took you aback.
We've talked about this, but everybody has an interest in this mission. You know, it's humanity trying to explore and go back to the moon. And I love this question. You know, what part of the moon are we going to? You know, eventually we want to get to the polar regions, the South Pole specifically. We think that there are volatiles there, so water ice, something that can be harnessed as a resource as we create the permanent base on the moon and then try to get onto Mars. But getting to the moon is a tricky mission. You know, we're going further than we have in a long time, and you know, on the International Space Station we're 250 miles from the Earth, and so we're pretty close. We resupply that spacecraft pretty often with cargo missions, but the further and further you get away from Earth, the more you have to think about the lack of cargo, the comm delay. You know, there's a communication delay the further away you get, and so there are different and unique problems as we continue to explore further and further out into the solar system.
And there is so much to learn about the moon, so it's no surprise that yes, even though our goal is to have a moon base at the lunar South Pole, the lunar South Pole is not the main focus of this lunar flyby. So instead, the crew is going to be focused on observing the far side of the moon. So this is actually an animation of what teams expect the moon to look like if the crew launches today. So this is, of course, the side that faces the moon, and this is the far side of the moon, which when, again, the crew does their lunar flyby on flight day 6, we are expecting this will be their view. What an amazing view and an opportunity.
Yeah, you know, there's so much to learn from this particular mission, because obviously we're not landing with this mission, and so they actually potentially could see the South Pole and kind of scope out what our landing regions look like in the context of the entire moon. But also they're going to see parts of the lunar surface that have never been seen before by the human eye, and so they're going to take these detailed notes. They're going to record themselves talking about what they see. You know, we do a ton of geology training as astronauts, especially this Artemis 2 crew. They did a ton of geology training working with scientists to learn how to pick out the unique portions that we want to go study. You know, what is the context of the moon? What parts of the moon look interesting and look different? You know, the impact craters that we talked about earlier. So really trying to take all the pictures, take all the observations, write down, talk about their observations, and record as much data as we possibly can for the researchers back here on Earth.
Yeah, it's so important to, yes, we're all talking about what they hope to do during this 10-day mission, but you really do have to think about all the training that goes into this. I mean, you have 4 crew members who won't, you know, have the support the way that they've been having this. I mean, they'll be talking through communications, but you know what I mean? It's just them and the moon, right? So they need to be fully aware and equipped with everything that they'll need to do to be able to accomplish the objectives that we hope to accomplish during this mission.
Right, and their specific flyby around the moon, you know, the lighting will be different and the path will be different depending on when we launch. If we launch today, it would be different from tomorrow. And so, you know, they actually had to learn the geography of the moon so that they can orient themselves when they're on the backside of the moon, because they're not going to have communication. You know, they're going to have a, I think, 45+ minute comm blackout while they're, while they're on the far side of the moon. And so they themselves have to know what things look like on the moon, how to orient themselves, and how to get the data that we're looking for.
Yeah, really ambitious mission. Excited to be here at the start of it. All right, so another check of the clock, 2 hours, 57 minutes and counting to the opening of our 2-hour launch window for Artemis 2. This pivotal test flight comes 250 years after America began its journey as a nation. As we celebrate that milestone, a special live performance now of our national anthem by singer Ann Wilson.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly
A beautiful rendition. Honestly, I'm a little emotional, a little speechless.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean, again, we are a nation of explorers, a nation of curious minds, and to see us again 250 years after our Declaration of Independence was signed to when we are trying to return to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, really powerful.
Yeah, leading the way back to the moon. It's exciting.
Mm-hmm. And that's so important to us. You know, we do want to be the leaders in exploration, but we definitely know we can't do that alone. You know, we often hear NASA leadership say that, you know, this is not something one nation can do. This is something that is a collaboration of nations, and that's why we have European countries. We also have Canada, again, joining us on this ambitious test flight.
Yeah, of course, you know, it goes back to the old proverb, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And we want to go far. We want to get onto Mars eventually, and so we're going to get to the moon first, and you can't do that alone.
So thank you again, singer Ann Wilson, for that beautiful rendition, again reminding us of what it is we are trying to accomplish for all, by all. We are now back inside the White Room with the closeout crew. Again, backup astronaut Andre Douglas, number 2 there, just outside in the White Room, which is right outside Orion there, with the crew seated comfortably inside. As you can see, they've dimmed the lights a little bit. The crew has the opportunity to set the ambiance, if you will. They were given the opportunity to adjust the lighting as they see fit, again, just so that they can get comfortable. It's kind of like when we are on a plane and you get the opportunity to...
Sure, yeah, you don't want the bright lights in your eyes. Also, you want to be able to see the screens well, or see the, you know, the tablet on Jeremy's knee well, so they're going to adjust the lighting to what makes sense for the mission.
And we saw in that very quick shot there, our best camera view of the 2 hatches is actually that drag-on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around. So sometimes it's hard to show that. So there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch. And so, Nicole, can you just quickly, again, talk to people about the 2 hatches, again, crew module first, and then the launch abort system hatch?
Yeah, so the crew module hatch is the one they're working on right now. They just got closed. You can see he's torquing those bolts down. And that is the hatch that completes the Orion capsule. And then you have the launch abort system, which actually is kind of almost a shell that goes around the capsule and holds onto the capsule during launch. And it has its own separate engines that can pull the capsule away from the rocket safely in the case of an off-nominal data point. So it's actually looking at roll rates and attitude and thrust and all sorts of different data in order to make sure the launch is safe. And if it's not, then the launch abort system will pull the crew module away and get them into a splashdown zone safely.
And as we wait for the crew to complete closing that side hatch of the crew module, let's head over back to Banana Creek, where we have Leah Martin standing by with the person who designed this mission's zero gravity indicator, named RISE. It was 2nd grader Lucas Yee from California. Hey, Leah.
Hey, Megan. Yes, of the many special guests we have with us today, I think one of our most exciting guests is Lucas, who's joining us, like you said, all the way from California. He and his family actually worked this as a group project to design the zero gravity indicator. Lucas, can you tell us a little bit about your design?
Yeah.
So you named him RISE. Can you tell me why you picked that name?
It was very remote, representing the Artemis 2 launch and Earthrise. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So were you really excited to find out that you won the competition and that your zero gravity indicator would be going to space?
Yeah.
So how does it feel? We're actually just across the river right now from Artemis. We can see it from where we're standing. How does it feel to know that design you created is actually currently on that rocket just a couple hours away from going to space?
Really, 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 really surprised and very happy.
And very happy. Now, Mom, you were telling me on the way over here that it was kind of hitting you what was happening. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. That Commander Weissman said that it's for all and by all. That we couldn't have said it better. We're just very grateful to be here. Super, super excited.
And we're so excited to have you here too. Now, Oliver, this is your first launch too. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And how does it feel to be here just a little bit away from watching the first group of astronauts in your lifetime on their way to the moon?
It feels like very, very happy and surprised.
So if you had one word of encouragement or something to say to the crew who's sitting on that rocket right now, what would you say?
What? Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. Thanks so much, Megan.
I would say have a nice trip.
Yeah. You would say have a nice trip?
I did hear that answer. I would say have a nice trip. You know, Leah, that was a hard question. You know, it's really hard to come up with the spot what to say to the crew who's about to make history today.
Yeah.
And so the Artemis 2 crew, again, ZGI, Zero Gravity Indicator. It's a plushie, a soft toy that is brought in to the spacecraft with astronauts so that it can be a visual indicator for when we have reached the weightlessness of space, right?
Yeah, you saw a little replica there that Lucas had, and then in some of the views in the cabin view, you could see it swinging and hanging earlier. So I think actually Jenny was the one who installed it into the capsule.
Oh, really?
Yesterday, yeah. So.
Oh, we have to unpack a lot here. We got to talk about Jenny, who we will get to here in a second. But then, yes, we will also go back into the capsule so that we can show you where the ZGI is now. But the ZGI was chosen by the crew after a contest where the crew asked for submissions. They got submissions from around the world to, again, design their ZGI that is going with them to the moon.
It's kind of like any other road trip. You need clothes, food, a map, your favorite toy. Really. Except this toy has a job to do up there because this is a zero gravity indicator. While not a scientific instrument, this safe and soft object tells the strapped-in astronauts that they've reached weightlessness. For Artemis 2, the crew wanted a one-of-a-kind ZGI, so we asked you to come up with it.
Thanks everyone for sending in your entries from around the world. Over 2,600 of you submitted.
And we loved seeing all of your contributions. It was a really difficult decision because each design had a unique quality that stood out to our crew.
In the end, we were able to narrow it down to a top 5 from Finland, Canada, Peru, and 2 from the United States, Kansas, and California.
In the end, we went with one called Rise. It was a design inspired by the Earthrise photo taken on Apollo 8, which is very special to our crew.
With the winner chosen, next came the task of bringing it to life here in the Thermal Blanket Lab at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. This lab specializes in custom materials to protect sensitive spacecraft equipment and is perfect for creating a ZGI that meets the rigorous safety standards of NASA.
Because you have to be concerned with whether the thread's going to outgas or if it will hold up, if it's flame retardant.
This is the Rise ZGI doll. All I have left to do is to close the opening here and hand sew the hat on, make sure its stuffing is stuffed in there, and we have our pocket here for the SD card.
And on that tiny SD card will be millions of names submitted to virtually join the crew aboard Orion.
Got Rise. Not the real one, obviously, but this is a replica. I mean, so clever for Lucas and his family to design.
Yeah, I love that he replicated the famous picture that we all love of Earthrise, and then I love that the bill represents the space in between the moon and Earth. It's just such a cute and wonderful way to represent this mission.
Yeah, and again, Earthrise, very important to this crew. It harkens back to the picture that was taken by the Apollo 8 crew where they saw Earthrise, and so very appropriate since, again, now here we are going to see Earthrise again with this mission.
Yep.
So yeah, so this is little Rise here. And then you heard in that video that there is an SD card that is zipped inside with the real ZGI with the crew. So get this, more than 5 million people submitted their names as part of NASA's Send Your Name to Space campaign. And actually, Christina said that her niece and nephew's names are inside that SD card.
How cool is that? Her nieces and nephews are going to go with her.
Yeah. Love this. Love that people are engaging in such a cool way. And actually, if we take a look back inside of Orion, we can actually see the actual ZGI inside with the crew. As we said, the purpose of a zero gravity indicator is to show when we've reached the weightlessness of space. Now, I know that it's probably dark in there because, as we said, the crew decided to just dim it a little bit for them. But here again, as we see, Reed on your left, Victor on your right. Below Victor, or next to Victor, again, because they're on their back, it's a little weird. It's a little hard to explain their orientation. But between basically Victor and Christina is where Jenny Gibbons has placed the zero gravity indicator. And Jenny, who, again, Nicole just brought up, Jenny is one of the backup crew members. So we mentioned how Andre is the backup crew member for the NASA astronauts. Jenny is the backup crew member for Jeremy.
Yeah, Jenny's one of our Canadian astronauts, and yeah, so she's been also helping with preparations for today and helping get the white room ready, get the capsule ready, and she's actually going to be a Capcom for Artemis 2 as well.
Yeah, she's from Calgary, Alberta, completed astronaut training in 2020, mechanical engineer, combustion scientist, and actually before becoming an astronaut, she was an assistant professor. So again, another very well-accomplished person on the team. And I know the Artemis 2 crew has really enjoyed working alongside both Andre and Jenny.
Yeah, actually, Jenny was our EBQ mentor when I went through our ASCANner initial training, so she helped us with all of our spacewalk training, which was kind of cool as well.
Okay, and there we have Andre again, number 2, with the rest of the closeout crew team there. Why don't we get another check with Daryl and see how the launch countdown is going.
Still going quite smoothly here from Firing Room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Launch team working no major constraints to launch, which is great news. We did get an update on a weather balloon that the launch weather officer and his team released. This is an important weather balloon released at right around the 3-hour mark. And what it told us is that winds are around 10 to 11 knots in the upper parts of the atmosphere. That's important information for the launch abort system should the astronauts need the LAS. This would, of course, pull the Orion spacecraft off the top of the rocket in case there were an emergency, and then take them offshore to a water landing in the Atlantic Ocean. And so the winds are pushing onshore. And because they're pushing onshore, the launch weather officer is keeping a close eye on the strength of those winds, because if the Orion were to come off the top, and it's powered by 3 rocket motors which can propel it or pull it especially fast off the top of the rocket, it would go up into the air thousands of feet and then splash down in the water. And if you've got wind pushing against it, you don't want that spacecraft to come back and land on land. So they're watching that very closely because of the onshore flow. That onshore flow is also what's giving us a little weather action down to the south of us along what's called the beach line, 528. We got a whole lot of people out there. We're getting ready to watch the Artemis 2 historic launch. Well, they just got a good soaking. Line of rain showers, I should say, passed through that area and soaked the place. So Certainly rain is a possibility, spotty showers from time to time, but overall the launch weather officer tells us that we are trending towards getting that stuff to all push to the west the closer we get to our launch window. A reminder, that window is from 6:24 p.m. to 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. We don't have a specific T0 at this moment. There's a lot that needs to be calculated before we get there. We also need to get through the rest of the countdown on time. As of right now, we are right on time. The launch countdown is going exactly as planned. That's not something that we saw certainly in Artemis 1. There was a lot of flexing in the timeline during those 3 launch attempts back in 2022. But so far today, on our first launch attempt, we're really enjoying some really solid countdown work, some solid operations by the launch team so far. And to quote our friend Lucas, who created Earthrise, we all really like that. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thanks so much, Daryl. Yes, we really like that, and we really like Rise and Lucas. So thank you for that. That was really cute. Okay, so again, here we are in the big box here. We have our full view of the rocket, looking glorious on there with, again, some clouds, but still weather is good for launch today. And then we have the closeout team continuing to do work in the White Room. We got confirmation that they have successfully completed pressurizing the counterbalance pressurization. Basically, as Daryl explained it before, the side hatch for the crew module is very heavy. So in order to open it, there needs to be pressure applied to it, and that's what we just completed, right?
Right, that's exactly it. So the CBA, that counterbalance assembly that we're talking about, has to be pressurized. It's a pneumatic system to help. So in the case of an egress, you know, Christina's the one that has to open that hatch. So once she gets it unlatched and unlocked, then that pneumatic system will help move the hatch. It weighs a lot, and so the average human cannot open that hatch by themselves. And so that's why we want to make sure that the system is pressurized, that it's not going to leak, and that it is ready to go in case they need to open the hatch.
So that is complete, and now what is happening are the seal leak checks. So that is in progress. Again, 2 seals go through the entirety of the hatch, and we will take the seals to pressure, hold it for about a minute, and just make sure that it is holding pressure. Again, we want to make sure that the crew has a safe, pressurized environment in any sort of situation while they're in Orion.
Yep, that's right. So we're going to take a look at it. We're going to take a look at the starting pressure, and then after a certain amount of time, we'll take a look at the ending pressure, and then there are certain tolerances that we will accept for flight.
2 hours, 37 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window today at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. After liftoff, it takes less than 10 minutes to reach Earth's orbit. Let's learn more about today's ascent profile with Gary in Mission Control.
Hey, Megan. We are monitoring here in Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers are looking at data from integrity in the Space Launch System during the countdown. We're looking at some of the events happening in the White Room now and just making sure that all criteria is met to commit to launch and ascent today. It's the team you see in this room that would be looking after ascent, which is a very dynamic phase of flight. And after solid rocket booster ignition of the Space Launch System, it's this team that takes over control of the mission. There are voices you'll hear upon ascent, calls being relayed between Stan Love, the Capcom you see here in this shot in Mission Control Houston, that's the voice from this room, and the Artemis 2 crew on a communications channel aptly named Orion to Earth. Here are the calls you may hear during this part of the mission. Capcom Stan Love, his first call after responding to the crew's successful roll pitch maneuver at 30 seconds is AMT high. This notes that should we lose just one of the main engines, an alternate mission in low Earth orbit can still be achieved. At 1 minute 25 seconds, you'll hear max Q on PDL. This notes that reaching the moment of maximum dynamic pressure on the spacecraft. This event happens to be in line with a communication switch to another ground station, the Ponce de Leon Inlet Tracking Annex located about 35 miles north of Kennedy. At 2 minutes 45 seconds, you'll hear SM primed upper stage RCS ready. This means that the European Service Module propulsion system that's prepared for the next phase of aborts after the launch abort system jettisons, and the reaction control thrusters on the inner rim cryogenic propulsion stage that enable pointing and maneuvering are ready. At 3 minutes 50 seconds, you'll hear voice check on TDRS at the Kármán line. At this point, the launch abort system has jettisoned and revealed the Orion capsule underneath. This check verifies that the now exposed Orion antennas have a good signal over the tracking and data relay annex, tracking and data relay satellites rather, which is part of a geosynchronous satellite network and the same assets that are used aboard the International Space Station. This communication switch happens to be at the Kármán line, a widely recognized boundary about 62 miles, statute miles, or 100 kilometers above the Earth's surface, where the air is too thin for conventional aircraft to fly and marks the point where our astronauts leave Earth and enter space. At 5 minutes 16 seconds, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This notes that if one of the 4 main engines on the SLS core stage were to fail, 3 engines can carry the crew to a nominal main engine cutoff and proceed with the expected mission timeline. This is an important call that gives more assurance of continuing today's moon mission. At 7 minutes, you'll hear expect nominal shutdown. You'll hear this call should the main engine performance be as expected up to this point. Shutdown plans can vary and may impact G-forces experienced by the crew or future burn plans, but a nominal shutdown is more indicative of continuing the mission on the expected timeline. At 7 minutes 30 seconds, you'll hear AOA open. This notes crossing into a new abort profile. At this point, an abort would use Orion engines to escape the core stage, and the altitude and velocity are enough to make it 1 lap around the Earth and aim for a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean instead of the Atlantic. And then, of course, shortly after 8 minutes, you'll hear nominal MECO. You won't hear MECO right away. Teams here wait until the core stage has separated and the trajectory is confirmed as expected before that call to the crew. Now, this ascent profile is approximate, as there may be calls that move a few seconds depending on the trajectory, and of course these are the calls and times for a nominal trajectory. Teams in this room have been training extensively to prepare for any and all scenarios, and they are confident and ready to take this crew into space today. In today's pre-brief, the flight director Judd Freeling expressed his confidence to the team, citing the hundreds of simulations to prepare for this very moment. These are the calls you'll hear during ascent less than 3 hours from now, but now we'll turn our attention to the countdown to launch and send it back to you, Megan, at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Now, one of today's 4 astronauts, of course, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Let's go now to Jasmine with her next guest.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're joining you live now from the Operations Support Building here at Kennedy, where crowds are starting to gather, and we're honored to have Lisa Campbell of the Canadian Space Agency joining us. Lisa, Jeremy Hansen is about to make history as the first Canadian to venture to the moon. What does that milestone mean for your agency?
Thanks so much, Jasmine. It's wonderful to be here. It's such a special moment, both for our astronaut colleague Jeremy Hansen, but also for Canada. We're here because of decades of public investment in space robotics, in space collaboration, and so for our country, we're very proud. He's so ready. He's been waiting for this his whole life, preparing, training, and he's a wonderful example of Canada.
Yeah, and that's a perfect way to capture Jeremy. He really has been prepping for this his whole life. This will be his first space flight. So what has it been like watching him become part of this Artemis 2 crew?
Well, as I mentioned to you, I've known Jeremy since 2020, and he's a colonel, a fighter pilot, a father, and he really is a very dedicated, passionate human being. So both for him to realize this goal of being an astronaut and flying, he also is hopeful that witnessing that will raise awareness about the value of a space program, of the benefits here on Earth, of exploring the universe and our place in it.
Wow, that's beautifully said. And really, this international collaboration has been going on for quite some time now. We've worked together in low Earth orbit and now going into deep space together. So why is it so important that we have these international partnerships?
It makes us stronger. We can go faster and further together. Canada is one of the original signatories of the Artemis Accords, and Canada and the United States have been partnered for more than 60 years in space.
Wow, that is phenomenal, Lisa. And this really is a team effort in many ways. We also have Jenny Gibbons.
Yes.
She'll be listening in on Capcom. What is her role going to be like?
So Dr. Jenny Gibbons has been training all along as the Canadian backup with the Prime crew. Last night, she was in the Orion capsule checking out all of the communications, making sure all of the systems test out and work perfectly. And then she will be among the first lunar Capcom, helping the astronauts navigate during their mission.
Wow, Lisa, that is so exciting. Any final words for the nation of Canada before today's mission?
Just, we are so proud, so excited, and we can't wait to welcome Jeremy home.
Fantastic. Lisa Campbell, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. And with that, let's get back to NASA's Megan Cruz.
And right now,
go ahead. Ma'am, TBA press has been completed. Did you see any drop in pressure?
And MS1, we saw just a little bit. It is just over 2,600 now.
Copy. Thank you, ma'am.
again, a call out to mission specialist Christina Cook. Again, it was her responsibility to monitor the pressure on the counterbalance system that will help open the side hatch. And she did report a drop in pressure, but it seems like it's within nominal limits.
Right. They might have had a small drop, but you know, we have a starting pressure and an ending pressure, and as long as the difference isn't too high, then we will take that. And the engineers know exactly what they're looking for in terms of that delta pressure.
And so again, that milestone on the checklist of things that have to happen before they launch today, that is complete. The crew, again, still inside comfortably as the closeout crew team work to close the side hatch. Again, a separate seal leak check, followed by a full cabin leak check, and then they will close the last abort system hatch.
Lots to do still in the White Room and marching down the countdown timeline well.
And so Bill, again, number 3 there, he is holding a silver flex hose. That hose is what will be connected to Orion in order to do that cabin leak check. So again, it does seem like we continue to march down through the milestones in this countdown. Hopefully lifting off today within our 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Now, right now, people inside the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex are learning about this mission. There are great exhibits there about the rocket and Orion, and of course, our Megan Carter with the moon board.
All right, Megan and Nicole, yeah, you mentioned that checklist before launch. That checklist is going to continue during the mission, as well as there are several vital objectives that we are hoping to accomplish with this mission. So we've talked about the rocket. We've talked a little bit about Orion. Obviously, during Artemis 1, we had that test flight, and there were no humans on board. That is our one big difference for this one, and we are going to have that crew this time. So what are they going to be up to during this mission? Let me tell you just a little bit. Now, for Artemis 1, like I mentioned, we were really focused on the SLS, making sure it had the power and capabilities that we needed. We were also checking out the Orion spacecraft in deep space environments, making sure that it was good to go. Now for Artemis 2, we are going to be taking the testing for Orion to the next level by adding that human component. So those test objectives are going to start even before launch. Like you mentioned, they are out there making their way through that checklist. But these objectives are going to start now, and that includes safety. So one really great example of safety is going to be something called the egress baskets. They're out there in the spacecraft, obviously, and should a situation happen to come up, they are going to have something called the egress baskets they can get in, and those are going to zip line them essentially down to the ground within seconds to safety. Another great example of those safety procedures are going to be the LAS, or the launch abort system that I mentioned earlier. Just a reminder, that's the one that can pull the crew and capsule away from any danger within a few minutes of into the launch. Now, those are just a couple quick examples, but our recovery teams have been training extensively, quite a lot, to make sure that they are ready and prepared for any challenging situation that could possibly arise. All right. Several other objectives that we are going to be looking at are also going to be communication checkouts. That is going to be vital. I know we talked a little bit earlier about all the maneuvering that they're going to be able to do, but we want to make sure that they have full communication ability from space to ground so that we can fully support them here. We are also going to be checking out those life support systems. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the service module and what it is going to do for the crew, but we want to make sure that those life support systems are fully functioning, obviously, before we send them farther into deep space. That's going to be critical for them. So on top of being able to maneuver the spacecraft and check everything out, we are also going to be making sure that everything is fully functioning. So as you can see, big part of this mission is to make sure that the spacecraft, the hardware, and all the operations are working and that the data is going to make sense. And speaking of recovery, we are also going to have the opportunity at Splashdown to recover that launch or that flight data, and we're going to be able to take that back, analyze it, and make sure if there are any enhancements we need or changes we need to make before our next missions, we'll be able to do so. So lots to do. They're going to stay very busy, obviously. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Megan.
2 hours, 25 minutes and counting, and the crowd, check it out, continues to grow at our Banana Creek viewing location. They will have a great view of launch, and we will go back now to Leah Martin, who's standing with her next guests.
Hey, Megan, yeah, we're surrounded by thousands of people, some here local from the Space Coast, but we actually have quite a few people who have traveled a pretty far distance to be with us today. I'm actually joined here by a group from the International Space Station Ambassadors Program who have come from all over the globe. Saku, you're here from Japan, you've come Val from Mexico, and then we have brother and sister Cosma and Jesco here who are visiting from Germany. You actually told me that you participated in the NASA Rover Challenge in Huntsville. How was that experience, and how is it kind of participating there in Alabama and then being here today?
So it is an amazing experience because you meet so many young people with visions, with dreams, with ideas which inspire you and motivate you. And it's even better to be here now to see the SLS launch because we are going back to the moon, and that's what we're working for.
Absolutely. And, you know, the Artemis missions, we talked a lot about the Artemis Accords and this being an international effort. You were actually telling me, Saku, that you're interested in becoming an astronaut with JAXA, pursuing your PhD to be able to do that. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yes, actually, I applied for the Japanese Aerospace Agency, the astronaut selection like 2 years ago, and then I didn't make it all the way, but I'm still working on it, and hopefully I can be at the launch pad sometime, and then I hope to go back to the moon and Mars, and yeah, I'm working on it.
Absolutely incredible. And Val, you're here from Mexico. We were talking a little bit about women in space. This is a team who, you know, is predominantly made up of women. What is it like knowing that Christina is on that rocket right now, about to be the first woman to travel around the moon?
I think that's such an amazing news. It's just so inspiring that we are taking the first black person and also the first woman to the moon. It's just the first step in humanity and a big step in equality as well.
Megan, a lot of excitement here, not just in Florida, but from around the globe, and we're keeping our eye on that rocket, and we're ready to see it lift off.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, a lot of excitement, but also a lot of inspiration. Again, this is part of, or a big part of the reason why.
130.6.
Good readback. Aux 1 voltage, 131.3.
I copy 131.3.
Again, those numbers you hear, they're referring to specific steps in the launch countdown that the crew have to step through in order to get us to launch today. And so we were saying, yes, inspiration, a big part of why NASA does what it does. We want to go together and we want to explore together to learn more about ourselves and here on Earth.
Yeah, humans, I think, naturally want to explore, and so going together, like Lisa said earlier, we're going to go farther and faster than we possibly can alone. And, you know, what a way to celebrate that today.
Yeah.
Going back to the moon in the first time in over half a century.
And we have that great shot there in our small box of the rocket on the pad. And at the very top there, our Artemis 2 crew. Right now, we know that the crew has begun the closeout crew has begun doing that cabin leak check. So they are currently pressurizing the cabin, and it sounded like it would take about 6 to 8 minutes for them to get to pressure, and then they have to hold that pressure for 5 minutes, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of volume. You know, we talked about it being a 6-person tent. I think it's 330 cubic feet. Don't quote me on that number, but you know, they have to, like we talked about, take that initial pressure, wait 5 minutes, and take the second pressure.
Yeah, and then it takes about 6 to 8 minutes again to depressurize the cabin. So this process will take a few minutes.
OTC ascent switch configuration complete.
OTC copies. Thank you.
And then after the cabin leak checks, then they will finally close the last abort system hatch. So again, chugging along in the countdown, really excited to, again, continue to hear the crew's voice inside Orion, stepping through all the procedures.
Yes, it's exciting to hear them making progress, right? It's all good news hearing the crew talk to the ground and working together to get to the launch.
And what I think is really cool is that this is the first time NASA is going to have astronauts in low Earth orbit, but also in deep space at the moon. So here's a message from some of the crew aboard the International Space Station right now.
Hello, Megan, and a big hello to everyone around the world counting down together to the launch of this historic flight test. If we weren't in microgravity, we would also be on the edge of our seats.
Here on the International Space Station, all of us are honored to have the chance to wish our fellow explorers Godspeed. Throughout human history, the moon has sparked our imagination, curiosity, and wonder. With our return to the moon, we're not only going to be learning about its history, the history of our solar system and of our planet, but also about our place in the cosmos.
We are so proud of the Artemis team and so excited for what you will see and learn on behalf of all of humanity during your trip around the moon. As we push the boundaries of exploration and expand our knowledge with scientific discovery, we advance our collective civilization together as one.
Test flights are crucial to the mission of exploration. We all learn in test flight schools that the more challenging the missions are, the more incremental the tests should be. This Artemis 2 mission is one more increment on the way to further exploration.
Thank you to the crew, our friends, for your dedication. And from the entire Expedition 74 crew, thank you to all of the teams that had a hand in getting the Artemis 2 mission to where it is today.
Back to you, Megan, as the countdown continues.
Oh, I love that so much. I just love seeing them there. And again, you have to remember the International Space Station is an orbiting lab. We learn so much there, and we're going to learn so much more from Artemis 2, because this isn't just a test flight. It's an opportunity to learn more about the moon, deep space, and how humans can live and work so far from home. So here are some of the science objectives that NASA hopes to accomplish with Artemis 2.
Artemis 2 is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board. Science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis 1, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that's going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board, and then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system, so what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon, then returning to Earth.
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanic history. They'll be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade and hue of the moon and the color of the moon, can tell us something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the Science Officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis 2 will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
And it has been, really one of the privileges of a lifetime.
I can see the work I'm doing benefit crew members right now and benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth and explore the solar system.
And what we learned during this and future Artemis missions to the moon will eventually get us to Mars. Here's Jasmine Hopkins again, now with Nikki Fox, Associate Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yes, we're back on the balcony now, joined by Dr. Nikki Fox. Nikki, in this nearly 10-day mission, we are covering a lot of science, from CubeSats to tissue chips. What are you most looking forward to learning?
Oh my goodness. I think for me, the most exciting thing is actually being able to interact with the crew while they are flying, doing this historic journey on the far side of the moon. They are going to be seeing pieces of the moon that no human eyes have seen before, which is really spectacular. It's going to be an interesting trajectory. Some of it is in darkness. Then at the terminator, so in darkness, they'll be able to look for like impact flashes and things when micrometeorites pummel that poor moon. And then at the terminator, they can see shadows and interesting things, which kind of gives you depth perception. And then, of course, in the sunlit, picking out everyone's favorite craters. Also, if we launch today or tomorrow, they will see a total solar eclipse from the Orion capsule. How cool is that?
That is very cool. We are thrilled for this Artemis 2 crew to be able to see the moon in a way that we've never seen before. What is so unique about that far side? Why are we going there?
I mean, honestly, it's just, it is unique. It's very different to the near side of the moon. The actual sort of terrain, the morphology, it's very, very different. And so it will be very exciting to see that as we're going past that.
Absolutely. And Nikki, we are performing a lot of science at the moon this year, actually, not just Artemis 2. Can you speak to the commercial lunar landers we're planning to send?
Yes, we are very, very proud of our commercial partners as they take our payloads for us to the lunar surface. And very excited. Next one up is Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark 1 going. It's got some science on it. It's got the scalps that went on the Blue Ghost. So we'll be able to sort of look at that plume as it's coming down onto the lunar surface, and then also the laser retroreflector that will be the array that's up there too. So even on that first test flight, packing it with science as much as we can.
Wow, Nikki, so much science. It's hard to keep track of everything. But the unique thing about Artemis 2 is we're sending crew. Can you speak to the importance of the human element of science?
Absolutely. I mean, we can program, like we do with our beautiful rovers on Mars, we can program them to do certain things, and it's what we think we need them to do. When you have an astronaut up there, they can make that sort of like really unique split-second decision. The thing I'm most looking forward to is when, you know, when they think they're going to be looking here, is hearing one of them say, "Oh my goodness, look over there." And I think that's just incredible about how we do that. Also, flying our tissue chips with the astronauts, our Avatar experiment. Here we go, Avatar.
Oh, wow, look at that.
And that's got the tissue chips samples that matched to the crew, so we'll be able to monitor the effects of microgravity and radiation on that human tissue as we prepare for more and more missions to the moon for longer and longer durations, and then off to Mars.
Wow, Nikki, so much science ahead of us, but first we have to launch. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. Go Artemis.
Oh, of course, go Artemis. And with that, let's turn it back over to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Nikki is so fun. She has so much energy and so much passion about the science. And again, yeah, it's just so important to remember that so much science is happening with this mission. It's not just to test out the hardware and the life support systems.
Yeah, you know, you saw the science video, and then we talked to Nikki. Man, there's so much going on, right? We talked a little bit about the lunar observations that we're going to do. And then, you know, she talked about, made a really great point about, you know, the human eye can pick things out that, that a camera or a robot can't necessarily pick out. And so that's why we're sending humans. But also, we're not just doing the lunar observations. The Avatar, like, that's a really cool experiment. You know, they took blood samples from the crew, and then they used those stem cells to make bone marrow and create those little Avatar chips, which is
so
like,
impressive.
feels like scientific, you know, sci-fi movie stuff. But, you know, we're going to look at radiation. We're going to look at all sorts of different scientific experiments. You know, we got the little CubeSats. We're going to go look at space weather. Lots going on.
Yeah, even collecting some of the astronauts' saliva. You can learn a lot about the body through the saliva. So just really a lot in a small amount of time in a small capsule.
Yeah, you know, it's scientific discovery. That's why we go back to the moon.
Yeah. And so, again, her energy just so... oh my God, I can't find the word. So
wonderful,
awesome. Yeah. I don't know why I couldn't find the word. So anyway, yeah, just really again, thank you, Dr. Nikki Fox and Jasmine. And so Nicole, what about answering more questions?
Let's do it.
Okay, great. First one, what was the word I was trying to get at? No, I'm kidding. Let's have the first question up on the screen now. I know we got him. I see him being asked.
And CDR OTC Ryan Earth 1.
Go.
For your awareness, scrubber cycling is about to be restarted.
Integrity copies.
All right, let's try that again. Can we get the next social question, please? What are the G-forces experienced by the Artemis astronauts during launch and reentry?
Ooh, you know, these are actually pretty similar to, you know, a Dragon launch or a shuttle launch. You know, we have to accelerate to get out of the Earth's atmosphere, and then, you know, we talked about the secondary burns that they will do to get away from Earth. But, you know, for me personally, it kind of felt like we got slingshotted off the Earth is how I like to describe it. So, you know, you get set back in your seat and the G-forces are into your chest.
CDR OTC Ryan Earth 1.
Go ahead.
Moon leak check complete. The cabin is going to be vented to flight pressure momentarily.
Integrity copies.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah.
Again, so the spacecraft is holding pressure as expected, and so now they will depressurize it, which will take about 6 to 8 minutes. Exciting.
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Like we talked about, continuing to march towards the launch. Yeah, so the G-forces are into your chest, and it's kind of a slow build, and you can get all the way up to 4.5 Gs into the chest during the launch. And often they have to back off on the thrust a little bit so that you don't get too high in the G-forces, and especially as we go through kind of max Q or that max aerodynamic force, so as they get through the thicker parts of the atmosphere. And then very similar G-forces on the way home, so slow, steady build up to about 4.5 Gs as the rocket actually decelerates. You know, you heard in one of the packages, when they come back, they're going to be going 7 miles a second.
Gosh, that's
and
incredible.
So you have to slow down somehow, and to do that, you have to actually, you know, when you brake in a car, you feel those G-forces, and so for the astronauts, it'll just be, again, into the chest based on the orientation.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer, Nicole, and for that question. We're going to continue to try to take as many as possible. Again, you know how to send them to us at NASA Artemis. But now we again have another question for you, for our audience. We want to know, what part of Artemis 2 are you most excited for? Liftoff, Earth views from Orion, lunar flyby, or splashdown? Tell us again on NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts, and we'll share your answers a little later in the broadcast.
That's a tough one. I don't know what my answer would be.
I know. I don't know either. I'm excited for it all, but that's a cop-out. All right, now let's head back over to Banana Creek. Again, the crowds there, really excited. People coming from all over the country, from around the world. Why don't we get another check with Leah Martin to see who she's caught up with now?
Well, Megan, we were a little while ago talking to some students from around the globe. Today, we're actually talking to some local students who are from right here, locally, Merritt Island in Titusville. We talk a lot about the Artemis generation and about the students who are going to become the next generation of dreamers, of engineers, of scientists and technologists. And I'm actually standing with a group of those students here today. Our local high school has actually implemented a really neat new program in the spirit of being able to create these pipelines for employment and engagement. Can you tell me a little bit about what Merritt Island High School is doing?
Sure. Well, this is a new program, first of its kind here in Florida, and basically what we're studying is astronautics and aviation, kind of blended the two together. We have flight simulators in our lab, but students are also learning about engineering, aerospace engineering, and we're trying to make all kinds of pathways available for them, trying to give them opportunities to see which pathway they might want to be interested in. So, yeah, it's just a great opportunity for them to learn about space. We just finished doing a whole model rocket build where the students took CAD software, developed their own rockets, put them together, and launched them right from our school. So it was very exciting.
Incredible. And then another local high school, Titusville, you guys also have a similar but slightly different program.
Yes, we do space mechatronics with advanced manufacturing, preparing students to build and manufacture things to automate, do automation to build things on Mars and things like that, or locally too.
Now, you told me that you're actually trying to figure out a little bit what you want to do when you're done. You're a freshman in high school. What things are you learning in your class here that are really kind of tweaking your interest in the aeronautics field?
So we're building a lot of things with like metal and how we're supposed to do it on the rockets. We're also doing computer programming, which would help with NASA and like programming and coding.
Absolutely. And you were actually telling me that I think were telling me that you're interested in becoming a pilot. We talked a little bit about the pilot who is on board the rocket right now. How is this program preparing you for your future?
I mean, it's teaching me everything that I know about aviation, and it's really inspiring that I get to learn it in a classroom, like locally as well. It's amazing. I love it.
And then you were also telling me you're taking this class. What's the most interesting thing you've learned?
I really like the whole design part of it, like actually like engineering, like because I want to be an engineer. Engineering the products we use when we build stuff. That's definitely my favorite part, learning how to use those kind of softwares.
Absolutely. Well, Megan, when they're seasoned NASA employees, you'll be able to say that you saw them here first when they were still in high school. Back to you at the desk.
I can also say that they have fans. Nicole Ayers here. As soon as that girl said that she wants to be a pilot, Nicole went, yeah, why is that something that's so thrilling for you to hear?
I mean, I love when kids in high school have goals and they set their goals high and they want to go do something. You know, the kid who wanted to be an engineer or a pilot, like, I love that. You know, find something that you're passionate about, go work hard at it, and go get good at it.
Yeah, and speaking of passion, I mean, we definitely have a whole bunch of people here passionate about what NASA is doing here. Again, the lawn behind us just filled with media from around the world, making sure that they can help tell our story to everyone who is interested in hearing it. So back here in Florida, of course, we have NASA leadership also keeping a close eye on launch operations. Let's go now to Jasmine Hopkins, who is standing by with Lori Glaze, Acting Associate Administrator of NASA's Exploration Systems Development.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're honored to welcome Dr. Lori Glaze to the balcony now. Lori, this is our very first time having crew on an Artemis mission. How does that feel, and how does that change our overall approach to the mission?
It's a really good question, and it really came home today when we were watching the crew walk out, and then we saw them get into their van and go out to the pad, and we've been watching them getting into the crew module. And so we've really put an enormous amount of rigor into assuring the safety of our crew. One of the most important things on this mission, different from Artemis 1, is we now have environmental controls and life support systems. One of the most important things we're going to do on this mission is test those out and make sure that we can keep our crew healthy and safe throughout their mission. We also on this mission have an activated launch abort system, which we had the system for Artemis 1, but it wasn't active. But we definitely had that active on this mission. We want the ability, again, if something goes wrong, to be able to have that ability to abort and get them back to the ground again, safe.
Absolutely, Lori. I mean, as you're driving home, safety is paramount here at NASA, and your program is responsible for all of these Artemis elements. We have the Space Launch System, Orion, ground system. So how do you get everybody cohesively on the same page for a day like launch?
And that's a great question, and it's really been wonderful to watch our teams working together. We have the ground systems, which are kind of the bookends of our mission. The ground systems help prepare us to get the rocket ready to take off. They're doing all of the loading of the tanks right now and getting the crew into Orion. And then at the back end, they'll be there to recover the crew when they land in the ocean. But they know that their job is to make sure that that rocket is ready to go and that the crew module is ready to go. And then the rocket itself, the space launch systems, they know that their job is to deliver the crew module to the right point in space so that they can conduct their mission. And then again, they have to make sure that everything is ready, that they set them on the trajectory that is going to bring them around the moon and set them up to land in the right place in the Pacific Ocean. And that's their job, and they know how important that is. And they have to work closely with Orion, which again, they also have to work with all the other teams to make sure that everything's working together. And then on top of that, our flight operations teams, all the people on the ground, they're all working together. They know this mission doesn't work unless every single part of the mission works.
Right. Lori, there are so many things that have to work together today. We can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Of course. And with that, let's take it back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Yeah, and speaking of the countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a shot of Jetty Park. It's a nearby popular viewing location of rocket launches, and it is so great to see how many people are here. I mean, this is a Wednesday. Like, people had to take time off of school and off of work, but it's something that they felt like they wanted to do, to be here.
Yeah, you know, I think just based on the chatter on the airplane ride yesterday, half of my airplane ride here was,
really?
They were coming to see the launch. You know, everybody's excited and traveling from all over the world to come see this launch.
And it really is a great day. We had some sprinkles here in the crowd, but for the most part, I mean, it's just a beautiful day to witness history.
It is, yeah, you know, a little bit of sprinkles, but for the most part, the clouds are staying away, and you can see the blue sky behind us, so hoping for good weather in a couple hours.
Absolutely. And so Dr. Lori Glaze mentioned what we learned from the Artemis 2 mission helps pave the way to sustained human presence on the lunar surface. So what are the objectives of this mission to eventually accomplish that? Let's check in with Gary in Mission Control for more.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, the Ascent teams are here in Mission Control Houston, working through their steps to prepare for a go for launch. Right up here on the front board, we're watching the teams in the White Room work through their checklist and closing the hatch as we verify ours, working as one NASA team. What Dr. Glaze said about working across the teams throughout the nation is true. It takes one NASA team to bring everything together and accomplish the mission objectives. The Artemis 2 is designed as the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis campaign, sending astronauts into lunar space to validate systems, operations, and human performance ahead of a more complex lunar landing missions. NASA has identified an extensive list of mission and flight test objectives objectives that serve as a checklist to verify the capabilities needed to land humans on the moon. For the Artemis II mission, there are 5 overarching priorities that cover the mission and flight test objectives. First is, of course, the crew. As the first crewed mission inside the Orion spacecraft, this mission serves to demonstrate the capability of safely sustain the flight crew throughout the mission, including launch, the deep space component, and return. Number 2 is systems. This mission brings it all together to validate the performance of all ground and flight systems needed for a long-term lunar campaign, from launch infrastructure to spacecraft operations in deep space. Third is hardware and data. We'll be gathering performance data as much as possible over the Deep Space Network, but we also aim to retrieve onboard data and hardware after splashdown to gather additional insight and improve future Artemis missions. Fourth is emergency operations. The crew and flight control team will be testing emergency systems such as abort procedures, rescue operations, and contingency responses. During the flight, astronauts will rehearse a number of these procedures to ensure that in the event of a real emergency, the planned procedures and operations are sound. And finally, there's subsystem validation. Engineers will be verifying subsystems across the board to ensure reliability across life support, propulsion, avionics, and navigation systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. Human spaceflight is a complicated endeavor that requires precision and confidence across all disciplines. You may hear the phrase, human spaceflight is the greatest team sport, a few times in today's coverage, and it's absolutely true. Not only does it need mastery of specific components, but the integration extends across thousands of people and facilities around the world to come together and make it all work. A lot of the work from many people has led to this moment, a rocket at the pad with humans on board, ready to put everything we worked for to the test. I'm certainly excited about it. The teams here in this room are looking forward to supporting the mission, and I hope those watching are as excited as we are. We are following the countdown here in Mission Control Houston. Everything continues to look good, now inside 2 hours from the beginning of the launch window. With that, I will send it back over to you, Megan and Nicole.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. We are getting word that the launch team is working something that we would like to give you an update on, so let's get on over to Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan, and we are live in Firing Room 1 here at the Launch Control Complex. Yes, we are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component in terms of how the range keeps the public safe here. We understand that the flight termination system, they're working an issue. And so as they continue to work that issue, they've asked for some assistance from the launch team to help verify some of the work that they're doing on their FTS system. And this is where it gets a pretty unique situation here. The assistance they've asked for is to verify what's going on with their system. They want to check it to see that the work they're doing is okay. And in order to do that, the FTS console operator inside the firing room has been asked to help them verify it. And the way that they're going to do that, and the solution that he proposed to check and verify the system with the launch director, and she gave the approval, is to go get a piece of heritage equipment from inside the VAB that was used during the space shuttle program. And this equipment is able to receive commands by the range through the flight termination system. And so with this piece of equipment, this console operator who works FTS was granted permission to go over to the VAB next door and get this equipment that he's very much aware of and used during the space shuttle era. And so that is in work right now. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here with trying to bring resolution and kind of help out the situation that we're seeing at the range right now. And that's the latest here from the firing room. I'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. We have time, you know, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range. And
speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right, in the launch corridor. So where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear. And so we actually have assets, you know, the Space Force helps us out with this one, but, you know, we want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other, you know, maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked to, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport, and so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear and ready to go. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So yes, something that we will closely be monitoring throughout the countdown, and hopefully again won't be an issue, that they can fix this issue by going to the Heritage Hardware that's in the vehicle assembly building.
Right, what a great idea.
Okay, so again, under 2 hours from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew, as you can see there, inside of Orion, relaxing, getting updates from the team, but also just getting in the right headspace for hopefully launch today. Let's learn a little more about each of them now.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, and I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement, and that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean, and that was it. Like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. It's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps, right? Like, these are the people that we want to be, and that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV. But my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis 3, that's something to really be excited about.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon.